Chapter 8:12. Roar! Roar! The little evil dragon was emitting a bloodthirsty, greedy and sinister aura. Their aura constantly attacked Lin Fei's Yuan Shan. Lin Fei immediately used his invincible sword intent, forming many tornadoes that trapped the evil dragon, trying to kill it. 70% invincible sword intent had extraordinary killing power. However, when used on the evil dragon, it couldn't kill it, only leaving white spots. It's too strong. Just a small evil dragon formed from a will is already so strong. If it's at its peak, Lin Fei was very afraid. Kill it. Lin Fei blocked everything and activated his sword intent storm, trying to kill the evil dragon. Just a will was already so terrifying. The flesh and blood contain great benefits. If he could refine it into a divine pill, it would be extraordinary. Hua! 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 The sword intent trapped the evil dragon, trying to kill it. However, the evil dragon was born with the concept of wind. Its speed was too fast, and Lin Fei's sword intent was a step too slow. This won't do. If this continues, I won't be able to kill the evil dragon. Lin Fei's heart sank. If he couldn't kill the evil dragon, how could he continue fighting with the chaotic beasts? The chaotic beasts outside roasted the evil dragon. He casually glanced at it. This human is not bad. He managed to trap the evil dragon's will at the first moment. His Yuan Shan is also strong enough to block the evil dragon's will attack. Let's see how he deals with it. Lin Fei controlled the sword intent storm, slashing out with his sword intent. However, he was a step too slow, and he couldn't hurt the evil dragon. Speed. My sword intent is too slow. Lin Fei immediately grasped the key point. If I want to kill the evil dragon, I have to be faster. This evil dragon belongs to the dragon race. The dragon race is good at speed. I have to be faster and kill it with my sword intent. Lin Fei's brain was constantly developing, and his comprehension ability was getting stronger. After exchanging a few moves, he found out his weakness. Fuse the concept of wind into the sword intent. Lin Fei began to try to fuse them. Don't forget that Lin Fei had comprehended the concept of wind, which doubled his speed. Now he was trying to fuse them. Once he succeeded, he would be able to kill the evil dragon. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk Lin Fei slashed out with his sword again. It was an ordinary move. No, I failed. Again. Lin Fei was really wasting his time with the little dragon. Swish swish swish. At this moment Lin Fei wanted to fuse with the concept of wind. Everything else wasn't important. You're fusing the concept of wind? He is indeed a genius. Interesting, interesting. In just an hour, Lin Fei had no idea how many times he had slashed out. He kept feeling that he was missing an opportunity to fuse. As long as he was given a chance, he would definitely fuse it. Lin Fei drew his sword even faster. He was only one step away from hurting the little evil dragon. The concept of wind is all about speed. When I use my sword, I instinctively use the sword to drive the speed. Wrong, it should be the wind sword art. The wind drives the sword intent, not the sword driving the wind. All of a sudden, Lin Fei's eyes lit up, and he finally understood what he had done wrong. Wind come. Sword come. Lin Fei shouted and slashed out with his sword. It was invisible and colorless, and only a breeze was left. Hiss, a crack was left on the little evil dragon's body. Ha ha ha, I finally fused a part of it and hurt the little evil dragon. Again. Even though he had fused the concept of wind, it wasn't 100% fusion. He was still at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Swish swish swish, hundreds and thousands of swords slashed out from Lin Fei's hands. A large amount of celestial force was constantly consumed along with the sword art. But for Lin Fei, this was nothing. 10% fusion, 20% fusion, 30% fusion, 80% fusion, 90% fusion. Lin Fei's sword was getting faster and faster, and it was almost invisible. One sword was followed by hundreds and thousands of swords. Die, another ordinary sword. One couldn't even feel the sword intent. The little evil dragon in the storm was torn apart by the sword light and turned into a drop of blood. Bang 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 bang. 100% fusion. All the little evil dragons were torn apart by the sword light and turned back into drops of blood. They lost their will and were all killed. Hoo hoo, Lin Fei stopped and heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with excitement. This is too powerful. A drop of blood can't hurt it at all. If not for the concept of wind, I would be in trouble now. Fire come. Lin Fei condensed a spear and started to roast the dragon meat. Actually, Lin Fei really wanted to use the heaven and earth furnace to refine it into a god power pill. But now, he could only take a step back and roast the dragon meat. Amazing talent. To be able to fuse the concept of wind in 2 hours, I am really looking forward to it. The chaos beast opened its mouth and bit off a piece of dragon meat. Very quickly. Lin Fei's roast meat was also good. The golden meat oil dripped down continuously, and it was very appetizing. With one bite it melted in his mouth. He couldn't help but be shocked. Traces of power surged into his body, and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Good stuff. It wasn't that Lin Fei hadn't eaten dragon meat before. But this was the first time he had eaten dragon meat like the evil dragon. Lin Fei ate all the dragon meat that weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. It turned into traces of divine power and entered his body. Increased by 1 dragon's power. My power has reached 41 dragons. Lin Fei was shocked. Just by roasting the dragon meat, he had gained 1 dragon's power. If he refined the entire dragon, Lin Fei didn't dare to imagine what would happen. His divine power could even reach 100 dragons. Human, you're full. Let's fight. At the same time as Lin Fei finished eating, the primal chaos ferocious beast devoured the enormous evil dragon, leaving behind only a sparkling golden skeleton. No problem. The chaos beast tossed out a chaos beast. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and caught it. Roar. The moment the chaos beast entered, it let out a loud roar. The restrictions around the area were broken and explosions could be heard in the void. Lin Fei was astonished. Just the sound alone was too strong. Bang! Before Lin Fei could react, the chaos beast leaped forward and sent him flying with a palm strike, crashing into the array formation. So fast. Swoosh! The chaos beast charged at him again. With a swing of its huge tail, cracks appeared on Lin Fei's 3rd transformation God-fiend body. Blood flowed out. Damn, is this a golden celestial chaos beast? What a scam. Caught off guard, Lin Fei was injured on the spot. I forgot to tell you. Chaos beasts are born with the intent of wind. Their bodies are as strong as immortal lords. The chaotic beasts outside chuckled. Last time, a human was killed with a single punch. Lin Fei had underestimated the chaos beast's power. It was much stronger than he thought. If it was an ordinary golden celestial, he would have been killed instantly. Chapter 8:13. The chaos beast's attack was extremely powerful. It managed to injure Lin Fei, who had the god-fiend body. Not bad, not bad, I finally found a good toy. The chaos beast squinted its eyes and leaned on the throne that was formed by the chaotic aura. His body is so strong that it is almost comparable to a celestial lord. I haven't seen such an outstanding genius in a long time. Sword Intent Storm. Lin Fei used his finger as a sword and created a storm of sword intent, trapping the chaos beast layer by layer. 7 quick sword styles. This set of sword techniques was superior in terms of speed. Now that the sword intent had fused with the concept of wind, he could attack the chaos beast with hundreds of swords. Bang! 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 The attacks from all directions landed on the chaos beast. Every sword slashed at every part of its body. Roar! The chaos beast roared and rushed out like a mountain. Its pure divine strength shattered the storm of sword intent. The storm of sword intent could not even leave a white mark on its body. Bang! Although Lin Fei was prepared, he was still too late. He was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. Again. Lin Fei was really going to fight the chaos beast. If it was someone else, he would have been severely injured or killed. There was no other choice. Kill. The wind sword intent was fused with the sword techniques, in an attempt to find the chaos beast's weakness and defeat it. On the platform, Lin Fei moved around and attacked with his sword. Every attack was extremely dangerous and he spat out a lot of blood. No, this chaos beast has no weakness at all. Lin Fei shook his head. I tested it from top to bottom just now, but I could not break its defense. Finding the weakness was Lin Fei's priority. Unfortunately, He still could not find the weakness after a series of tests. Don't waste your energy. The Chaos Beast has unparalleled divine strength. If you want to kill it, you have to fight it in close combat. The primordial Chaos Beast spoke up. Should I fight it in close combat? Be it speed or strength, he was no match for the Chaos Beast. Unless he used the first and second style of the Devastation Fist, he could only hope to defeat this Chaos Beast. Let's fight! Lin Fei shouted loudly. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, he swung his fist and punched straight ahead. The wind from his fist whistled and exploded the void. Bang! With a total of 41 dragon strength, it smashed onto the Chaos Beast. Sparks flew everywhere as if it had smashed onto a piece of metal. The Chaos Beast was forced to take a step back. A black light flashed behind its back, and a huge tail swept over, sending him flying away. What a powerful divine power! It far surpasses my 41 dragon strength. Lin Fei spat out another mouthful of blood. Ever since his divine power had improved, Lin Fei had never met a decent opponent. This was the only one who suspected that his divine power was above 50 dragons. God-fiend body! Lin Fei shook his body and turned into a giant that was 100 feet tall. He rushed towards the Chaos Beast and used his hands to slap and kick. It was a true close-range attack. Every punch hit the beast's flesh. Fiend God aura, what an ancient aura. There are very few people who can cultivate the Fiend God body to this level. The Chaos Beast's eyes lit up. This young man was really surprising. Bang! Bang bang! One man and one beast started to attack each other in close range on the platform. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At the beginning, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. He was constantly being pressured by the Chaos Beast. His God-fiend third transformation body had been broken countless times. If not for his powerful immortal force, he would have fallen to the ground with severe injuries. After fighting for a long time, Lin Fei had a better understanding of close-range combat. The Chaos Beast in front of him was a model for close-range combat. Lin Fei had been attacking instinctively, but from the Chaos Beast, he had learned many close-range combat techniques. This allowed his close-range attacks to become more and more perfect. After half a day, he was able to find traces of the Chaos Beast and avoid it easily. The injuries on his body had also lessened. He was not as miserable as he was at the beginning, bleeding profusely. 1.5 days later, Lin Fei was able to suppress the Chaos Beast and had the upper hand. But it was impossible to kill the Chaos Beast. The physical body of a celestial lord was too strong. His feet would split open the Chaos Beast's flesh, and then his feet would return to normal. It's time to end this. After avoiding the Chaos Beast's steel mace, Lin Fei shouted. He was not going to continue. He had used up too much of his immortal force. World-destroying fist, second style, 10 consecutive explosions. The second style was a domineering fist technique that exploded from the inside. The first style was 10 times the explosive power, and the second style was an explosive power from the inside. There were 2 styles. Lin Fei suddenly rushed forward and punched the wound that he left on the Chaos Beast. The strength of 41 dragons burst out. Bang! The first explosion blasted the Chaos Beast's wound into a bloody hole. Blood kept flowing out. Bam 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 bam. The second explosion caused the Chaos Beast to spit out blood. The third explosion caused the Chaos Beast's internal organs to be in a mess. The fourth explosion caused the Chaos Beast's internal organs to be smashed into pieces. The fifth explosion caused the Chaos Beast's lower abdomen to explode. The huge body was torn into pieces. The sixth explosion caused the Chaos Beast to die. The ferocious fist technique killed the Chaos Beast under the sixth explosion. It's finally dead. Lin Fei slumped onto the ground. A sense of tiredness rose from his heart. This was the first time that Lin Fei had fought with a Chaos Beast for such a long time before he finally killed it. Exciting. This is really exciting. The Chaos Beast clapped its hands and the sound of explosions could be heard. I didn't expect you to kill a Chaos Beast. You're the first one to do so. What a genius. Especially the last fist technique. You can explode your strength 10 times in a row. Amazing. Lin Fei wanted to have a good rest now. You flatter me. I'll rest for 3 days. I'll come again. The Chaos Beast turned around and disappeared without a trace. The Chaos Beast is too strong. This is limited to one place. If it was outside, it would not be so easy to deal with. But at least I killed it. How could Lin Fei not be excited about a Chaos Beast that was comparable to a Celestial Lord? Chaos Divine Stone. Sure enough, a small piece of Chaos Divine Stone was left outside. The Chaos Beast was very trustworthy. Keep. Lin Fei grabbed it and it landed on his hand. It emitted a chaotic aura as he kept the Chaos Divine Stone and the Chaos Beast's corpse on the ground. This was a great tonic. Lin Fei wanted to refine the Chaos Beast into a divine power pill. One Chaos Beast was already difficult enough to deal with. If there were two, it would be even more troublesome. Moreover, this Chaos Beast's temperament was unstable. Who knew what it would use to test him? Refine. Lin Fei started to refine the Chaos Beast. Under the burning of the divine fire, the huge body finally became a white divine pill that was filled with a fragrant smell. Without a word, Lin Fei swallowed it. Increased the strength of 5 dragons. Lin Fei was already very satisfied with increasing the strength of 1 or 2 dragons. In the end, he increased the strength of 5 dragons. The divine power in his body reached the strength of 46 dragons. Good. I was just worrying about how to increase my divine power. If I can absorb more divine power in the next 5 years, I will have a higher chance of success. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with joy. Lin Fei opened the heaven and earth furnace and started to refine the divine power to replenish what he had expended. 3 days later, the Chaos Beast came again. This time it wasn't a dragon mount. Instead, it looked like a huge bear. Just like the previous time, it was killed with a punch. Lin Fei naturally obtained a portion of the chaos flesh. After roasting it, he increased the strength of 1 dragon. Indeed, this time the Chaos Beast threw 2 Chaos Beasts. Their auras were similar to the previous time. However, they were even more violent and terrifying. The second time he faced the Chaos Beast, Lin Fei was prepared. Even so, he couldn't block it the first time. The 2 Chaos Beasts worked well together and didn't give Lin Fei a chance to attack. They kept suppressing him. This fight lasted for 3 days. Lin Fei didn't know how much divine power he had used. However, his god-fiend body improved a little. The divine power of the 2 Chaos Beasts was endless. It was hard for Lin Fei to find a chance to attack. 5 days later, Lin Fei finally found an opportunity and used his sword Intent Tempest to trap one of the demonic beasts. He then used his 10 consecutive explosions to kill one of the demonic beasts, and then used his 10 times burst to heavily injure the other one. This time Lin Fei obtained 2 Chaos Beasts and 1 Chaos Divine Stone. The third and fourth time, he rested for 3 days before the Chaos Beasts came back. From the 5th time onwards, the Chaos Beasts provided by the Chaos Beasts were different. They contained the power of the nomological laws. They were powerful demonic beasts that combined their physical bodies and nomological laws. In the Against the Heavens space, in the blink of an eye, 9 years had passed. In these 9 years, Lin Fei fought against the Chaos Beasts. He was in the midst of training. He didn't know how many times he faced death. However, he managed to survive. The duration of the battle was getting longer and longer. In the beginning, it was only a day. Later, it was half a month or even a month before he could kill the Chaos Beasts. Pung pung pung. On the platform, there was a young man. His upper body was bare, revealing his strong muscles. He looked like a demonic beast in human form. With a single punch, he sent the Chaos Beasts flying. Every part of his body could be used as a weapon. It was an eye-opening experience. Roar. While the Chaos Beasts were unwilling to give up, another Chaos Beast fell. I won again, the young man shouted. His eyes were like the stars in the sky, vast and boundless. Bastard, how did you win again? A roar came from outside. Then a piece of stone flew over and landed in the young man's hand. This young man was Lin Fei, who had stayed in the sky-defying space for 9 years. In these 10 years he had changed a lot. Among the Chaos Beasts, his close combat skills improved the fastest. His concept of wind had reached the large success realm. Together with his close combat skills, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Heh heh heh, if you're not satisfied, let's continue. Lin Fei smiled and accepted it. He was already used to the Chaos Beast's expressions. There was nothing to be surprised about. The human race is too sinister. In these 4 years you have improved a lot. Ordinary chaos beasts are no match for you. Instead, they became your training targets. The chaos beast said, "You even took away so many chaos divine stones. You are even more evil than the evil dragon." At first, Lin Fei thought that the chaos beast wanted to eat him. But as time passed, this thought disappeared. The chaos beast seemed to have a purpose. It seemed to be training him. Every time he fought with a chaos beast, it was always stronger than him. So, he had been training until now. Lin Fei was very grateful to the chaos beast. Although it looked ferocious, it was not as ferocious as he imagined. Hua hua hua, suddenly a huge whirlpool appeared above Lin Fei. A tearing force pulled him. "Senior, I have to leave." Go you bastard," the chaos beast said. "Come and visit me when you have time." Lin Fei was stunned. Was this a request? "Senior, don't worry. I will be back soon." The tearing force pulled Lin Fei into the whirlpool. Chapter 8:14. Holy Heaven Institute, in a valley among the mountains. "Deacon Zhang, what should we do now?" A middle-aged man had a solemn expression on his face as he repeated these words over and over again. "Old Jiang, please don't walk anymore. My eyes are going blurry because of you." The one who spoke was Deacon Zhang, and he looked very helpless. The person who was called Old Jiang was also a deacon here. However, they were worried about one thing these days, and their expressions were not very good. Today, junior brother Lin is going to come out, but those people outside are like wolves and tigers and they want to cause trouble. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Old Jiang let out a long sigh. The most sensational thing in the past month was the appearance of a conferred king in the outer court, and it was a domineering title like the Invincible King. Previously, a group of outer court disciples tried to suppress Lin Fei, but they failed miserably and made a fool of themselves. The outer court was in an uproar, and everyone knew about it. Now that the Nine Nether Mystery Realm was about to open, it brought about another change. Someone spread the news that the conferred King Lin Fei among the outer court disciples would obtain one of the qualifications to enter the Nine Nether Mystery Realm and obtain a great opportunity. When the news came out, everyone could not sit still anymore. The Nine Nether Mystery Realm had always been the right of the inner court disciples. If one could obtain a small opportunity in there, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. The outer court disciples could only watch helplessly. The conferred King Lin Fei, a young disciple with a low cultivation and an arrogant disciple, had obtained a precious qualification. Many senior outer court disciples expressed their dissatisfaction and returned from the outer court. There were countless opportunities in the Nine Nether Mystery Realm. If one could obtain one of them, they would become a Daluo Golden Celestial and become an immortal king. Now that a conferred king disciple had obtained one of the qualifications, how could they not be angry and furious? Other than that, the king-conferred disciple Lin Fei was arrogant and did not take the outer sect disciples seriously at all. The way he treated the outer sect disciples was infuriating. The outer court disciples were furious. 1 month was almost up. Tens of thousands of outer disciples had gathered outside the kernel. Most of them were experienced disciples who had just returned from training outside. Other than teaching Lin Fei a lesson, they also wanted to fight for the qualification to enter the Nine Secluded Secret Realm. The higher-ups have indeed gone too far. Warden Zhang said. Now we can only ask junior brother Lin Fei not to meet them for the time being. More than 10,000 outer disciples and 10 great outer disciples had arrived one after another. The 2 attendants were under a lot of pressure, but fortunately, they didn't dare to barge in. Right now, the only thing they needed to do was to prevent Lin Fei from going out. Even though Lin Fei had brutally beaten up the outer court disciples last time, many of them were newcomers. Things were different now. The veteran disciples had returned one after another, and their influence wasn't weak. In fact, some of them had even comprehended the power of laws and were invincible amongst the outer court disciples. They didn't think that junior brother Lin Fei could go against them. Looks like this is the only way. The 2 of them sighed softly. Junior brother Lin Fei is coming out. The teleportation portal flashed brilliantly. Someone was about to be teleported out from the heaven-defying space. They admired junior brother Lin Fei very much. For almost 10 years he had been training day and night, which was quite rare. Ordinary people didn't have this kind of patience. He's coming out. A young man suddenly appeared on the teleportation portal. He had black hair, black eyes, and was wearing a black robe. This aura. A terrifying beast aura. Back then, when Qing Ren appeared on the transmission array, the two deacons couldn't help but be startled. They could feel a terrifying and dangerous aura from him, as if he wasn't facing a human, but a terrifying beast that could tear them apart with a single move. Disciple Lin Fei greets the two attendants. The young man on the teleportation portal was Lin Fei, who was teleported out. The two attendants looked at each other in shock, especially Warden Zhang. A month ago, he had personally sent him over. After a month, he had a whole new level of respect for Lin Fei. Genius, what a genius! Junior brother Lin Fei, congratulations on your great improvement. Warden Zhang was the first to speak. Previously, Warden Zhang didn't think much of Lin Fei's strength, but this time he felt a sense of helplessness. Junior brother Lin Fei was stronger than him, and he was no match for him. Even he himself didn't know why he believed such a ridiculous thought. The two attendants didn't dare to put on airs when facing a king-rank genius like Lin Fei. Furthermore, Lin Fei was like a ferocious beast that would devour anyone it saw. Lin Fei chuckled and didn't say anything. Attendants, I'll take my leave first. After spending almost 10 years in the heaven-defying space, the only thing that Lin Fei wanted to do now was to have a good rest and relax. Junior brother Lin Fei, wait a minute. Can you listen to what I have to say? Warden Zhang hurriedly stopped him. Even though junior brother Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, there were a bunch of ferocious people outside. If he went out now, a genius might be destroyed in front of him. Apart from that, Lin Fei was someone that Sui Immortal Lord thought highly of. If he was allowed to go out, his cultivation talent would be ruined, and he would be hated by an immortal lord. He would never be able to make a name for himself in this lifetime. Stop, I have to stop him. Lin Fei stopped and said casually, Warden Zhang, is there anything else? What a huge pressure, how could this be? Warden Zhang's heart shook. His casual question was like a supreme emperor, and it made people want to say it out loud. Junior brother Lin Fei, you've been in seclusion for 10 years, so there are some things that you don't know. Warden Zhang explained the situation. The people outside wait for junior brother Lin Fei to go out. Junior brother must not go out. Revenge had come. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. More people came to him. Another warden said, Junior brother Lin Fei, just stay here. They won't dare to do anything to you. Lin Fei shook his head, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Disciple, thanks the two of you for your good intentions. I, Lin Fei, am immortal. I've cultivated until now and am fortunate enough to become a celestial. I've always followed a principle. Whoever dares to find trouble with me, I'll make them regret it for the rest of their lives. The two wardens' hearts shook. From the start, they knew that with Lin Fei's personality, he wouldn't be a coward. He would definitely fight with them. Wardens, don't worry. Disciple has cultivated for 10 years, and it's just the right time to test my strength. Lin Fei said, if I really can't handle it, it won't be too late to come back. Lin Fei was quick-witted. He rejected the two wardens' good intentions, but he didn't reject them right away. He didn't leave any room for discussion. They wanted to stop him, but since Lin Fei had already said so, what else could they say? He was giving them face. It's good to learn a lesson, it'll grind down his temper. For some reason, the two of them had the same thought. Chapter 8:15. Outside the call. Huge thrones, no less than 1,000 of them, occupied an area, surrounding the call so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The thrones in the sky were all experts. On the gigantic tree outside the call, the outer sect disciples stood on the towering tree and chose a good spot to wait for the heir to come to them. Looking out from the call, there were more than 10,000 outer disciples gathered. This was only a portion of them. The densely packed crowd was shocking. There were more than 1 million outer disciples in the Holy Heavens Academy alone. It was a huge number. To be able to become an outer disciple was something to be proud of. It's been a month. Will Lin Fei come out? Today is the end of the month. Lin Fei will definitely come out. We're already giving him face by waiting for a newcomer here. All sorts of voices resounded in the air. However, their gazes remained fixed on the 10 thrones in front of them. The 10 thrones were made by a great ability. They were like huge clouds that occupied a huge area. There was not a single outer disciple in the vicinity. The top 10 outer disciples. Among the million outer disciples, the top 10 outer disciples were imaginable how terrifying their strength was. Even a sect leader would have to be courteous to any one of them. Today, the top 10 outer disciples came one after another for a newcomer. This kind of treatment had never happened in the past thousands of years. It was also their first time seeing it. For a new disciple to attract the top 10 experts of the ranking list, it could be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. The Holy Heaven Academy should be proud of such a feat. I heard that you guys are waiting for me. A loud rumble came from below the colonel. Everyone was startled. They turned their gazes and saw a young man walking up from the call like an emperor ascending to the throne. Every step he took caused everyone's expression to change. I know him. He's Lin Fei. Ha ha ha, he's finally out. Lin Fei is so daring. He knows that everyone is here, but he still dares to come out. Gazes and spirit consciousnesses shrouded the entire sky and locked onto him. Lin Fei swept his gaze over the tens of thousands of outer sect disciples who were glaring at him like a tiger watching its prey. He couldn't help but laugh. Junior apprentice brother came out of seclusion today, and I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic, coming to personally welcome me. I am truly overwhelmed by the favor, ha ha ha. Facing over 10,000 outer sect disciples, under such pressure, Lin Fei actually laughed. He laughed without the slightest scruple. He clearly didn't take them seriously. Everyone's expression changed. This newcomer Lin Fei was indeed a madman. He still dared to boast shamelessly in the face of death. Bang 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 bang. Amidst the long howl, there was a terrifying sword intent that exploded in the air. Puff puff puff. This explosion caused many outer sect disciples to vomit 3 liters of blood. They were caught off guard. Even more people were like birds that had lost their wings. They fluttered in the air and fell to the ground. They had lost all their face. Enough! The deafening rumble was like thunder descending from the heavens, forcefully interrupting Lin Fei's howl. Lin Fei's roar caused at least a few thousand people to suffer greatly. More than half of the densely packed crowd in the sky disappeared. The remaining people all glared at Lin Fei angrily. Lin Fei, as a new outer disciple, you are so cruel. Today let me teach you how to be a newcomer. A scolding voice came from the sky. A young man in fluttering white stretched out his hand and grabbed. The sky and earth changed color as if everything fell into his grasp. Get lost! Rumble, with a glare from Lin Fei. The young man let out a groan and his body exploded. Sword intent filled the sky. What? He killed a golden immortal with a glare. Before the crowd could understand, the disciple who attacked him exploded and was killed on the spot. Amazing! He used his sword intent and integrated the concept of wind into his sword intent. He killed without leaving a trace. It's not a shame that he lost. A powerful sword cultivator saw through Lin Fei's attack at a glance. His speed was too fast, out of their range of detection. Lin Fei easily defeated a golden immortal. A fierce light flashed and he landed on the 10 thrones in front of him. I heard that you are the top 10 outer sect experts. I have long wanted to experience it. Challenge. Lin Fei, a king-rank genius, displayed an extraordinary sword art right from the start, instantly killing a golden immortal with a single strike. Not only that, Lin Fei actually took the initiative to challenge the top 10 outer sect experts. They almost thought that they had heard wrong. Which one of the top 10 outer sect experts wasn't famous? The true outer sect experts were peerless geniuses who had comprehended nomological laws. Lin Fei challenged them? He was simply overestimating himself. He didn't know how to write the word death. Junior brother Lin Fei, what qualifications do you have to challenge the top 10 experts? Take a strike from me first. In the void, a sword filled with destructive power came. This sword contained dozens of transformations. In an instant, it enveloped all of Lin Fei's vital parts. This sword was going to heavily injure him. So it's the veteran disciple Feng Yang. I heard that his sword art has reached great success. It contains the concept of destruction. His moves are complex and have thousands of transformations. He is an expert in the sword Dao. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Just a mere sword art, break for me. Using his finger as a sword, he pointed at the void casually. After integrating the concept of wind, Lin Fei's sword was already in a formless state. Therefore, he named his sword art Formless Sword. Pung pung pung, that powerful sword collapsed with a loud bang. Lin Fei pointed out with his finger again. With a single point, over 100 swords pierced out, exploding into a mist of blood in the air. Senior brother Fengyang had been killed. Too fast. Senior brother Fengyang is a veteran disciple. He can't dodge Lin Fei's ordinary sword art. You have the concept of wind. I also have the concept of wind. Xiao, another middle-aged man came out of the crowd. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looked ordinary. With a movement technique, he suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei. He slapped down with his palm and the wind howled. Ha ha, I am the fastest. You will lose for sure. Idiot. Lin Fei didn't even look at him. He grabbed with his big hand. The middle-aged man who was good at speed was shocked. He was actually caught. With a slap, his body exploded. Boring, too boring. Although these disciples were strong, after 10 years, Lin Fei's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Today was different from the past. They were destined to regret it. Junior brother Lin Fei, don't be so insolent. Let us fight you. In the sky, 5 identical young people appeared. They were quintuplets. Their minds were connected. Their aura and strength were exactly the same. It was impossible to tell them apart. The 5 brothers have made their move. Lin Fei is in trouble. They have cultivated a divine skill that can transfer their strength and gather it in one person. It is equivalent to them being a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven. Lin Fei's sword art is not bad. But he will definitely lose against a golden celestial of the great all-embracing heaven. No one was optimistic that Lin Fei could hold on. He would definitely lose. Today there were tens of thousands of outer disciples here. Lin Fei would definitely learn a deep lesson. Black Wind Drill. The 5 brothers launched a formation. Their aura combined and they created a storm that was tens of thousands of feet wide. It rolled toward Lin Fei. Bang. In the storm, one of them came out and threw a punch. Like the setting sun, it was beautiful. It hit Lin Fei's chest. The ancient aura filled the air. It was too fast and unexpected. The punch with the ancient aura fell on Lin Fei's body. It did not hurt him at all. Ancient fist art is just SOSO. How is it possible? You actually withstood it. Ancient sunset fist. Storm of sword will. Lin Fei ignored them and summoned the storm of sword will. The sword will was also tens of thousands of feet wide. It turned into a huge black dragon and began to strangle the storm. Crack, 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 crack. The black dragon of sword will continued to strangle. The storm cracked inch by inch. After the strangle, it suddenly broke. 5 people fell out. The black dragon of sword will roared. Its huge body wrapped around them and burst them one by one. The 5 brothers, who were connected to each other, were also defeated by Lin Fei. I told you, you are useless. It is better for you to fight. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pointed. It was the top 10 outer disciples. Lin Fei had defeated the senior disciples one after another. This had already made many people afraid. His combat strength was too abnormal. 70% sword will was so tyrannical. They were far behind him. Everyone, let's attack together. No matter how strong Lin Fei is, he can't stop us. Many of the senior disciples were envious. They shouted and gathered together. They chose to attack together to exhaust Lin Fei's immortal power. Yes, let's attack together. Let's attack together. I don't believe that Lin Fei can still not be defeated. A newcomer had stepped on their heads and effortlessly defeated a veteran disciple. How could this be? They had to be defeated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hundreds of golden immortals attacked at the same time. Fist techniques, sword will, and saber will converged. The sky changed color as if dark clouds were pressing down and a storm was coming. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't regret it. Lin Fei's face darkened. He held the divine sword in his hand and slashed outwards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in one breath, Lin Fei slashed out 1,000,000 swords. The sword will storm that filled the sky emerged one by one. Like a huge black hole, they constantly combined and formed a sword will storm that was 10 million feet wide. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This storm shattered the attacks that filled the sky one by one. The tyrannical tearing force pulled them into it. The sword will that filled the sky shredded their bodies, revealing their bones. Bang 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 bang, one by one, the golden immortals wailed as they were sucked into the sword-will storm. Their powerful bodies were extremely fragile at this moment. Their defenses were torn apart in a few seconds. Their flesh and blood were separated and turned into skeletons. Damn it, I was killed. Death is so scary. Under the sword-will storm, they were resurrected. They were immediately killed again. Hundreds of golden immortal disciples died again and again. It was a tragic sight. Lin Fei's methods were too savage. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. His methods were vicious and made one's hair stand on end. An exceptional great demon had descended. Chapter 8:16. The veteran outer sect disciples had gathered, wanting to teach Lin Fei a lesson. But in the end they were swept away, unable to withstand a single blow. Violent. Too violent. The sound of the battle could be heard on the ground. Ultimate move. A true ultimate move. Junior brother Lin Fei, you really surprised us. Above the call, Executive Zhang and Executive Zhang looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't just sit back and do nothing about a titled king genius like Lin Fei. If they crossed the line, they would step out to be the peacemaker. Custodian status was still useful. In the end, they couldn't help but blush. Junior brother Lin Fei didn't need their protection at all. We're all old, and each generation is surpassing the last. Especially that sword skill just now. He fused the concept of wind into it. When he attacks with his full strength, it is extremely terrifying. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei is planning on suppressing them so that they won't dare act recklessly. If they were in Lin Fei's shoes, they probably wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Their chances of becoming a perfected golden immortal in the future would be even slimmer. The evils they brought upon themselves were the hardest to bear. Lin Fei's attack was like a bolt of lightning, incomparably powerful. Over 10,000 outer sect disciples, including the veteran outer sect disciples, all paled. Especially the last move, Sword Intent Tempest, sweeping away all obstacles. If they were caught in it, they might not be able to block it. This new disciple Lin Fei was too arrogant. But they didn't dare to say anything. The difference in strength was there. They didn't want to experience the feeling of being killed and resurrected. In fact, they felt guilty, completely guilty. Even if they were veteran disciples, not far from becoming perfected golden immortals, it wasn't worth it to ruin their future for something like this. In their hearts, they cursed Lin Fei countless times. A new disciple was so strong, how were they supposed to live? Their cultivation was like a dog's body. They couldn't even take a single step forward. Junior brother Lin Fei is indeed worthy of being a titled king genius. I'm ranked 10th, Yelu Hong has finally seen it. Lin Fei's actions finally made the outer sect's top 10 experts visibly moved. Lin Fei's great storm of sword intent frightened more than 10,000 outer sect disciples into losing their will to fight, intimidating some of the veteran disciples. The 10 great outer sect experts finally couldn't sit still anymore. Yelu Hong, ranked 10th, had appeared. A huge throne rose in the air, and a young man with black hair fluttering in the wind sat on it. Immortal runes flickered in his eyes, and a majestic aura pressed down like a mountain. A single look from him caused the void to collapse, layer by layer. This is the outer sect's 10th expert. His strength is indeed extraordinary, not something those veteran disciples can compare to. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and stood tall with his head held high. Lin Fei, you're just a new disciple. Yet you're so arrogant and don't know when to back down. Yelu Hong is one of the top 10 experts, and although he's ranked last, defeating Lin Fei is as easy as flipping his hand. Junior brother Lin Fei, you have to be careful. Yelu Hong is a genius who has comprehended the will of Great Earth, and at the same time, he has also comprehended a trace of law energy. If you're not careful, you'll suffer a great loss. Attendant Zhang's voice sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Will of Earth, a trace of power of law? Lin Fei thought to himself, that's good too. The top 10 experts will be a good opportunity for me to test my strength. You flatter me. This title is just an empty title. It's nothing but an outsider's work. Lin Fei's expression was calm, cutting the pressure of the mountain into pieces. He looked at the outer sect's 10th ranked Yelu Hong. Yelu Hong exuded an evil aura, his voice sinister. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, you're just a lowly new disciple who has no regard for the law. killing an outer sect senior apprentice brother like a stray dog. How should you be punished? Dong dong dong, the void crumbled again. Every word turned into a tall mountain, crushing down one after another. The mountain stretched for tens of thousands of li with no end in sight. Only a perfected golden immortal would have the Dharma idol, containing supreme power. Just this sentence alone was enough to suppress an ordinary golden immortal. In that instant, Lin Fei found himself in the middle of the mountain range. The 10,000 zhang tall mountain crashed down, wanting to crush him. The top 10 outer sect disciples' reputation was well deserved. Senior brother Yelu is too strong. A single will of earth turned into a mountain, and that arrogant disciple Lin Fei was defeated. Every single one of the top 10 outer sect disciples was a peerless genius. A mere titled king genius is only so. Yelu Hong laughed evilly. The qualification to enter the 9 nether arcana will be mine. The outer sect's 10th ranked expert's combat strength is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei was in the middle of it, his god-devil physique resisting the mountain. If it wasn't for the 4 years of tempering that had improved his god-devil physique, he would be at a disadvantage. Open for me. Lin Fei punched out, throwing over 100 punches in one breath. The wind howled as the punches collided with the mountain, causing it to crumble. Bang bang bang. Under Lin Fei's violent attacks, the 10,000 zhang tall mountains crumbled one by one, the intent they formed collapsing. If that's all you've got, senior brother Yelu is going to lose for sure. Lin Fei calmly walked out from the mountain range. As expected of the rumors, your divine strength is astonishing. Yelu Hong said disapprovingly. Let this senior brother tell you, divine strength is too weak in front of absolute strength. Law of gravity. Behind Yelu Hong, an enormous pillar of golden light shot up into the sky. It wasn't complete, and was only an illusory image. It glittered with immortal symbols, and heavenly music filled the air. Flying dragons and beasts circled around in the air. Pillar of Law. The crowd exclaimed. Senior brother Yelu Hong is indeed a genius. He has already condensed the Pillar of Law. With enough time he can enter the perfected golden immortal realm, and become an immortal duke. Under the power of the law, all are ants. Junior brother Lin Fei is going to lose for sure. Yelu Hong's release of the Pillar of Law caused a commotion. Not good, junior brother Lin Fei is in danger. Officer Zhang's face darkened. I didn't expect a genius like Yelu Hong to have already condensed the Pillar of Law. It won't be long before he becomes a perfected golden immortal. Officer Zhang's heart sank. Once junior brother Lin Fei can't bear it, we'll act immediately. No matter what, we can't let junior brother Lin Fei get hurt. The Pillar of Law, the only way to become a perfected golden immortal? It was Lin Fei's first time seeing the Pillar of Law, but his gaze was a little strange. In Yelu Hong's eyes, Lin Fei's expression was that of fear. The power of the law was above everything. What was a mere divine strength? Junior brother Lin Fei, as long as you admit defeat, give me the qualification to enter the 9 nether secret realm, and give me the supreme grade materials, I won't do anything to you. Yelu Hong had already put on a victorious attitude. He wasn't worried that Lin Fei wouldn't agree. Senior brother Yelu, have you not woken up from your daydream? Lin Fei laughed. Don't tell me you think you can defeat junior brother with a broken pillar. Yelu Hong's face darkened. Humph, I gave you face but you don't want it. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I'll let a country bumpkin like you see the power of the law. Law of gravity. Yelu Hong shouted and pointed a finger at Lin Fei. A mysterious force spread out, turning the area within 100 li into a gravitational space. PFFF. PFFF. Chapter 817. The outer sect's 10th ranked disciple, Yelu Hong, unleashed his law of gravity, causing the winds and clouds to change color. It's too heavy, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore if it's not 10% of the law's power. If it's 10%, it'll be terrible. The law's power is too terrifying. I thought my perfection realm strength was enough to take on the 10 outer sect disciples. Forget it, forget it. One outer sect disciple after another was killed. The power of law was another mysterious power between heaven and earth. Its power extraordinary, akin to the difference between mortals and immortals. Yelu Hong's law power, even if it hadn't reached 10%, sent chills down everyone's spines, forcing them to endure bitterly. This was merely the aftermath of the law of gravity. The core was 10 li around Lin Fei. Just the outer perimeter was already too much for them to handle, not to mention the core. Yelu Hong's law of gravity caused the outer sect disciples' hearts to sink to the bottom. Just the law of gravity alone was enough to suppress their battle prowess, less than 30%. Life or death was a matter of a single word. This Yelu Hong is indeed a formidable opponent. 100 li away, the 10 outer sect disciples paled, completely unaffected by Yelu Hong's law power. I hope this new disciple Lin Fei doesn't lose so quickly, or else it'll be boring. The 10 outer sect disciples were all enchanting beauties. They didn't feel any pressure from Yelu Hong comprehending the power of law. Among the 10 outer sect disciples, which one of them didn't comprehend the power of law? Otherwise, their seats would have been taken long ago. Law of gravity? The power isn't small at all. Standing in the center of the gravity field, it was like carrying 10,000 mountains on one's back, making it hard for one to stand straight. The gravity here is at least 100 times stronger than outside. Lin Fei thought to himself, even my god-devil physique is affected, cracks are starting to appear. The 10 outer sect disciples truly live up to their reputation. Junior brother Lin Fei, I'll give you one more chance. Once I use my law attack, you'll lose without a doubt. Yelu Hong was in high spirits. So what if Lin Fei was a king-conferred genius? He would still lose to him. Ha ha ha, it's just this 100 times gravity. Open your dog eyes and see. Lin Fei's fiend god aura soared into the sky, and he turned into a giant. The gravitational force on his body was forcefully sent flying. In the primordial era, gods and demons roamed the world. Mere gravity was unable to suppress them. Yelu Hong exclaimed, "Divine gravity hammer, die!" Relying on his fleshly body to block the gravitational pressure, Yelu Hong was finally going all out. Tens of thousands of heavy hammers suddenly appeared within the gravitational field. They glowed with a dark light and shot out a cold light. All of them locked onto Lin Fei. Swish, swish, swish. Tens of thousands of hammers whizzed over. Their speed wasn't affected at all. They executed unparalleled hammer arts, and it was as if many giants were smashing down. Bang bang bang, Lin Fei was in shock. My gravity hammer technique is augmented by a supreme hammer technique. So what if you have monstrous divine power? I'll still smash you into a pulp. Bang! A huge hammer, 1,000 zhong in size, smashed onto Lin Fei's body and sent him flying. Rumble! A huge crater was smashed into the mountain range below. It was incomparably terrifying. The power of the laws is too terrifying. A hammer formed from the law of gravity, and it can even execute a supreme hammer technique. How terrifying! The outer disciples secretly sucked in a cold breath. If it were them, just the law of gravity alone could crush them to death. In the ruins below, Lin Fei charged up. Hammers filled the sky, appearing and disappearing like ghosts, formless and colorless. It was truly terrifying, able to hurt people without being seen. The law of gravity is strong, but it's not as strong as the chaos beasts. Yelu Hong's law of gravity is only SOSO, not even a part of it formed. I only need one move to defeat him. Lin Fei had an idea. Scram! The hammers attacked again. Lin Fei reached out and slapped. As if he had locked onto them, the hammers flew out one by one, shattering in the void. Senior brother Yelu Hong, you can admit defeat now. Lin Fei stood tall under the law of gravity. Ha ha ha, admit defeat? Yelu Hong laughed maniacally. The one who admits defeat should be you, junior brother. You should know that I already have the upper hand. Do you think I can still turn the tables? Crazy, he's definitely crazy. Junior brother Lin Fei's physique refining skills are amazing, but under the law of gravity, the one who loses will definitely be him. Everyone thought Lin Fei was crazy, daring to say such words in such a disadvantageous situation. Not even a part of the law of gravity break for this daddy. Lin Fei roared, a violent aura surging out, like a ferocious beast descending upon the world. His fist smashed into the law of gravity, but they didn't think he could break through the law of gravity so easily. Fierce is fierce, but it's useless against law of gravity. Yelu Hong laughed even louder. Although Yelu Hong had only comprehended 50% of the law of gravity, It was enough for the outer disciples to be proud of. For a newcomer like Lin Fei to think he could break it, he was simply daydreaming. Not necessarily explode for me. Under the law of gravity, the sound of explosions rang out. 1 explosion, 2 explosions, 3 explosions. With each explosion, the law of gravity behind Yeluhong shook. Bang, 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 bang. Every explosion would cause a huge tremor. After 10 consecutive explosions, the law of gravity on Lin Fei's body was reduced to ashes. Yeluhong, an outer sect expert, coughed up a mouthful of hot blood, his face filled with shock. You actually broke my gravity law. The top 10 outer sect experts all revealed strange expressions. Lin Fei, this newcomer, had broken through the power of the laws. A miracle in the outer sect. You've only comprehended a few % of the power of the laws of nature, and you're already so smug. Now it's your turn. With a thought from Lin Fei, the devil god hand slashed out, breaking through the layers of defenses to appear right in front of Yeluhong, grabbing him by the throat. Even the laws he had set up couldn't block this hand. You lost. No, I didn't lose. Yeluhong shouted, his expression extremely ugly. In the blink of an eye, he had lost. Bang! Lin Fei exerted his strength and broke the neck of the outer sect's 10th-ranked disciple, Yeluhong. His voice stopped abruptly. Once again it was silent. Yeluhong, who had comprehended the power of the laws of nature, still lost to Lin Fei, dying with his neck broken. There was nothing more cruel than this. The 2 deacons who wanted to play peacemaker once again looked at each other in dismay. Lin Fei's strength was beyond their imagination. Even the outer sect's 10th-ranked disciple, Yeluhong, was defeated. You actually killed me, I'll kill you. The resurrected Yeluhong flew into a rage. He actually died at the hands of a newcomer. With a roar, a sword and tent shot out, mincing him to pieces. After resurrecting, Yeluhong was temporarily in a weakened state. Lin Fei flicked his fingernails. Is the power of the laws that amazing? I'll kill you until you're injured. Let's see how you can comprehend the power of the laws of nature then. Hiss. Too vicious. Lin Fei, your methods are too vicious. This time the top 10 disciples couldn't hold on anymore. Lin Fei had defeated Yeluhong in 1 move, which meant he had the qualifications to stand against them. Lin Fei raised his brows. Who the hell are you? Tell me your name. Outer sect's 7th-ranked disciple, Divine Spear Wang Yifei. A burly man jumped down from the throne, his thick brows and big eyes fixed on Lin Fei. Now you're qualified, right? Vicious methods. I think it's normal. Lin Fei laughed. Because this daddy's fist is harder than yours. At this time, Yeluhong came back to life again. Lin Fei pointed a finger at him, and before he could speak, Yeluhong died again. See that? He's weaker than me now, I can kill him if I want to. Lin Fei laughed, killing the top 10 disciple right in front of them. Wang Yifei's hair stood on end. A new disciple dared to be so arrogant, killing the top 10 disciples on the spot. He really didn't put them in his eyes. Arrogant and ignorant new disciple, let me Divine Spear Wang Yifei. Use my strength to teach you what it means to be a tall tree attracts the wind. A long spear appeared in Divine Spear Wang Yifei's hand, deep black and gleaming with a cold light. A black vortex formed at the tip of the spear, as if it could suck in one's consciousness, pointing straight at Lin Fei. Kill! Wang Yifei made the first move. As soon as his spear appeared, a divine dragon appeared, swallowing clouds and spitting out mist. In everyone's eyes, there was only one divine dragon left. As the 7th-ranked disciple, Wang Yifei was known as the invincible divine spear god. He personally took care of a new disciple, killing him in 1 move. They could see that this new disciple, Lin Fei, didn't have a high cultivation base, but his immortal energy and god force were abundant. The best way was to strike first and gain the upper hand, not giving him any chance to retaliate. They had all witnessed Yeluhong's crushing defeat. This new disciple, Lin Fei, was truly heaven-defying. When he attacked, he showed no mercy. They were worried that he would run into Yeluhong's situation again, and be turned around in the end. Wang Yifei, the invincible divine spear god, immediately attacked with a killer move. This move, direct assault on the yellow dragon, contained boundless divine might. The divine dragon roared, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Before the killer move arrived, cracks appeared on the god-devil body, torn open by the spear will. Even so, it was clear that Wang Yifei's invincible divine spear god was quite powerful. Tenfold explosion. Lin Fei used one of his trump cards. Over the past 4 years, Lin Fei had mastered this move at will. The demon god's hand expanded and rushed towards Wang Yifei, grabbing the divine dragon. At this moment, with 10 times the power, the divine power was terrifying. Crack, crack, crack. Wang Yifei's divine spear was forced back to its original form. Crippled. Everyone cried out in shock. Lin Fei's first move was to crush the divine spear. 10 times the power was nothing to scoff at. He appeared above Wang Yifei, and without a word, he slammed his palm down on Wang Yifei. I have an immortal physique. It's useless against me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Yifei's face fell. His incomparably powerful fleshly body was torn apart inch by inch, and under the howling wind, his body was torn to pieces, revealing a set of white bones that exploded. Tenfold explosion. The power of 2,000 dragons. In the past 4 years, Lin Fei had used the stone-steel explosion to unleash a power of 2,000 dragons. Compared to his original power of 400 dragons, he was many times stronger. Chapter 8:18. Is there a need for this? Lin Fei shook his head. His words caused everyone to pale. If Lin Fei had defeated the 10th-ranked Yelu Hong, they wouldn't be convinced, as they couldn't see through Lin Fei's true strength. But now Lin Fei's godly strength descended from the heavens, blowing up the 7th-ranked Wang Yifei. His brutal aura was like a nightmare, imprinting itself in everyone's hearts. Godly strength was shocking. A powerful immortal body was like scrap metal destroyed just like that. True vicious people were like wild beasts that walked out of the ancient mountains. They didn't think they could block that punch just now. Fuck, I still have to go hunt immortal beasts today. How could I forget such an important thing? One of the senior disciples slapped his forehead, then turned to leave. Wait for this old one. Let's hunt immortal beasts together. Another person shouted. His movements weren't slow, chasing after them. I still have to concoct pills today. I'm leaving first. I'm going back into seclusion. One by one, the senior disciples picked a reason to leave, not caring about losing face. Who would expose them? Instantly, many of the outer sect disciples left, not daring to stay any longer. This newcomer Lin Fei was a freak with unparalleled godly strength. Even the 7th-ranked Wang Yifei wasn't his match, so why did they stay? They didn't want to be hated by Lin Fei. Those who were watching the show fled to a safe place. I'm actually dead. After Wang Yifei came back to life, his face was blank. Before Lin Fei could make a move, he begged for mercy. Don't kill me, I admit defeat. The domineering wind was so close that Wang Yifei broke out in a cold sweat. He cursed in his heart. Scam, this is too much of a scam. I haven't even used my nomological force, this is a big loss. Do you know what to do? Wang Yifei squeezed out an ugly smile. Junior apprentice brother Lin, I know. The 7th-ranked Wang Yifei of the outer sect's top 10 experts was like a dog, causing the remaining experts to gape in shock. This was too shameful, too shameful. Alright, you can go now. Lin Fei glanced at Wang Yifei's senior brother's card. There were 6 million contribution points on it. This was the largest sum of contribution points Lin Fei had ever received. Wang Yifei, you are such a disgrace. Suddenly, a red-haired fellow sitting on a throne opposite them said with a mocking expression. Wang Yifei's forced smile disappeared. Senior brother Huikuan, if you have the ability, why don't you give it a try? I'm not going to keep you company. After leaving behind these words, Wang Yifei disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Continue attacking? Let the other party kill him. Wang Yifei didn't want to waste his talent and become an ordinary cultivator. Junior brother Lin Fei couldn't beat him, so why bother holding on? Resentment? After dying once, Wang Yifei completely lost all thoughts of revenge. I admit defeat. Please forgive me. As soon as the words left Wang Yifei's mouth, the resurrected Yelu Hong clutched his head and begged for mercy. He couldn't wait to hand over the card and leave this embarrassing place. Alright, you can leave too. Thank you, junior brother Lin Fei. Thank you, junior brother Lin Fei. Yelu Hong's words were already incoherent. I'm more than happy to welcome you back for revenge. Yelu Hong lost his balance, nearly falling to the ground. He turned into a streak of light and disappeared. With 2 of the top 10 experts gone, no one dared to make a sound. In front of junior brother Lin Fei, admitting defeat was the best way out. Lin Fei's gaze swept over the remaining experts. If any of you want to teach junior brother, feel free to do so. If not, junior brother will be leaving. Humph, what an arrogant tone. The red-haired young man harumphed coldly. His eyes were filled with dread. Just as the words left his mouth, a large hand appeared in front of him, exuding a supreme fiend god aura, grabbing the red-haired young man's neck. I look down on people like you the most. Bang! With the strength of 200 dragons, the red-haired young man died just like that, enjoying a taste of death. Absolute silence. The 6th-ranked Huakuan was crushed to death with a single sentence. How was it? Not bad, right? Lin Fei asked with a smile. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Huakuan shouted, his speed even faster than the previous 2. His heart was filled with depression. Lin Fei received another sum of contribution points, and the contribution points on his card broke through 10 million. Junior brother Lin Fei. I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished today's homework, so I'll be leaving first. The 9th-ranked outer sect disciple laughed dryly, then turned and left. Junior brother Lin Fei, your divine skills are unparalleled. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. Junior brother Lin Fei, if you have time, you can come to my peach blossom grove. In the blink of an eye, 7 of the top 10 experts had left. 4 of them were scared witless and didn't dare to make a move, choosing to play it safe. The remaining few had suffered great injuries, and after experiencing the cycle of death, they were no longer a threat to them, so it was better for them to leave and not offend junior brother Lin Fei. They weren't idiots. How could they not tell that with Lin Fei's strength, he would definitely become an inner sect disciple? Going against him? Wouldn't that be boring? However, 2 hours ago they didn't have such thoughts. They had treated Lin Fei as a stepping stone to help them obtain a higher position. Now only 3 were left. Senior brothers, could it be that you want to give your junior brother some guidance? Lin Fei looked at the remaining 3. Junior brother Lin Fei, your strength is really impressive. A young man flickering with starlight removed his throne from one of the thrones, and a huge law pillar appeared out of nowhere. The aura of the law was clear, and the bright moon and starry sky were all on the law pillar. However, senior brother still wants to exchange pointers. The 1st-ranked first senior brother, Xing Chunzi, is finally going to make a move. He even comprehended a portion of the starry sky law. Deacon Zhang's expression was solemn. He cried out involuntarily when he saw the pillar of law. He really comprehended the starry sky law. Attendant Zhang said nervously. It's a very difficult law to comprehend. Once he uses it, he can banish his enemy in the starry sky world. It's one of the 3,000 laws. The 1st-ranked first senior brother, Xing Chunzi, made a move, causing a wave of exclamations. Especially the starry sky law pillar, which could allow one to become a great overarching golden immortal, and become an immortal lord. Before, they had thought that Lin Fei would lose, but now they were starting to doubt their judgment. Their eldest senior brother, Xing Chunzi, had comprehended a portion of the starry sky law, causing his battle prowess to soar. They wondered if he could suppress the newcomer, Lin Fei, and defend his position as the eldest senior brother. Everyone was waiting to see how Lin Fei would handle the situation. Eldest senior brother, you alone aren't enough. Lin Fei's words were unacceptable. He didn't take their eldest senior brother seriously at all. You and you. If the 3 of you fight together, we'll pack up and leave. It's boring to fight one by one. As the eldest senior brother, Xing Chunzi's face darkened. Are you really that confident, junior brother? His voice was filled with anger. Chapter 8:19. What was domineering? At this moment it was vividly displayed. Lin Fei, this newcomer, had become a dark horse in the preliminaries and obtained the qualifications to become an inner disciple. He hadn't had a peaceful time until now, trampling on the status of an outer disciple to climb up. And now he was even more outrageous, saying that eldest senior brother Xing Chunzi wasn't a match for him. Among the outer disciples, who didn't know of eldest senior brother's divine might? He was the number 1 genius among the outer disciples, a peerless genius who was invincible. He had always been the number 1. Xing Chunzi was a disciple of a large clan, a genius of the northern region. When he was young, he had obtained a heaven-defying art and cultivated the starry sky divine art. Since then, his strength had improved greatly, and he had defeated many experts, entering the Divine Heaven Academy as the number 1. In 10 years, Xing Chunzi had fought his way up from a newcomer to his current position. Every time he fought, he would defeat experts in less than 10 moves. Eldest senior brother Xing Chunzi was famous among the outer disciples, and many inner disciples took care of him. From the moment he became the number 1 in the outer disciples, Xing Chunzi could have become an inner disciple. However, he had never become an inner disciple. He had even said that he wouldn't become an inner disciple without comprehending the power of laws. The huge gap between a golden immortal and a perfected golden immortal was because of the power of laws. Comprehending the power of laws from a golden immortal to a perfected golden immortal was a bottleneck for many geniuses, unable to take that step and become an immortal lord. When Xing Chunzi said that he would become an inner disciple in 3 years, everyone thought it was a joke. This year, in the 3rd year, eldest senior brother Xing Chunzi had comprehended 10% of the power of laws, shocking everyone. Genius, truly a genius. Most geniuses needed at least 100 years to comprehend law energy. Comprehending law energy in 100 years was already a sign of boundless potential. For example, the 10th-ranked Yelu Hong had spent 300 years to comprehend a fraction of law energy, not even a fraction. Xing Chunzi had comprehended it in 3 years. With outstanding talent, it wouldn't take long for him to become an inner disciple. But now, a newcomer thought that eldest senior brother Xing Chunzi wasn't good enough? Incomparably arrogant. Eldest senior brother Xing Chunzi was ranked 1st in the outer disciple tournament, and his combat prowess was outstanding. Last year in the outer disciple tournament, senior brother Wan Lishan, who was ranked 2nd, was defeated in just 3 moves. Even after using a portion of the power of the laws of the heavenly Tao, he was still able to defeat Xing Chunzi so thoroughly. As for eldest senior brother Xing Chunzi, who was deeply rooted in their hearts, they believed that Lin Fei was overconfident. Once eldest senior brother Xing Chunzi made a move, he would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're too arrogant. You don't have any respect for our Wan Lishan. Among the 3, a young man walked out. His white hair fluttered in the wind. Snowflakes fell from the sky, and the void seemed to be frozen. A stairway appeared, allowing someone to walk down. This was the 2nd-ranked Wan Lishan, another true expert. Boom boom, Wan Lishan glared angrily and a huge white pillar flew out from behind him. It was a world of ice and snow. Even the people who were thousands of miles away could feel the bone-piercing cold. They kept using their celestial power to resist. Another one has comprehended a magical law. Last year, senior brother Wan Lishan was defeated by eldest senior brother Xing Chunzi. I didn't expect him to make another breakthrough this year and comprehend a magical law. He's truly reached a higher level. Eldest senior brother Xing Chunzi alone is enough to put pressure on Lin Fei. Not to mention Wan Lishan, a great overarching golden immortal. Wan Lishan displayed a magical law and shocked everyone again. He was no less famous than Xing Chunzi. If Lin Fei hadn't appeared, this year's outer sect disciple competition would have been a battle between dragons and tigers. Interesting. You also comprehended a magical law. Lin Fei's words undoubtedly ignited the fire. Are you afraid? As long as you kneel and admit your mistake, I can spare your life, Wan Lishan said proudly. Snowflakes fell from the sky. Otherwise, I'll freeze you into an ice sculpture. Eldest senior brother Xing Chunzi, senior brother Wan Lishan, you both have amazing talent. I didn't expect you to have comprehended a magical law. Junior brother is untalented, but I just comprehended a magical law a few days ago. Another heretic youth walked down from the 3rd throne. A fiery pillar of fire shot up into the sky, and a scorching aura burned for thousands of miles. A blazing sun hung above his head. Junior brother Blazing Sun, you also comprehended a magical law? Wan Lishan asked suspiciously. The magical law was very difficult to comprehend. Usually, one could only comprehend a portion of it, which was equivalent to a few tenths of a magical law. It was already very impressive. But today, the top 3 had all comprehended a portion of nomological power, and they were all relatively powerful nomological powers. I am young Lord Blazing Sunday. I have outstanding talent, so comprehending a magical law is a piece of cake for me. Scorching Sun Gongzijang's face was filled with disdain. Flames danced in his eyes, burning the air. Initially, I wanted to have a showdown with my senior brothers on the dueling ring. But today, junior brother Lin Fei has been too overbearing. I believe that I should teach him a lesson and make him suffer. The top 3 experts comprehended the power of laws one after another. It was seriously too shocking. Eldest senior brother Xing Chanzi comprehended the Starry Sky magical law. Senior brother Wan Lishan comprehended the power of ice. And young Lord Blazing Sun, who ranked 3rd, comprehended the power of fire. The 3 magical laws were all powerful and domineering. This is bad. Attendant Zhang's heart sank. Lin Fei's divine strength is unparalleled. But if 3 magical law experts fight, he'll be at a disadvantage. We must stop them. They are all geniuses of the immortal sect. Nothing must happen to them. Attendant Zhang said. Comprehending a magical law and becoming a perfected golden immortal was just around the corner. He was a trusted force in the immortal sect. If he couldn't become a perfected golden immortal, he wouldn't be able to speak. Attendant Zhang flew over and said, Son of Stars, since the 3 of you have comprehended the magical law, why are you making life difficult for junior brother Lin Fei? Why don't you listen to my advice and let this matter go? No, young Lord Blazing Sun shouted, and a wall of fire rose into the sky, blocking the 2 attendants. His eyes were fixed on Lin Fei. Don't go too far, young Lord Blazing Sun. Attendant Zhang said with a cold snort. You're all the favored ones among the outer sect disciples. When you become perfected golden immortals, you'd better be amiable if you want to bully the weak. The 2 attendants had also comprehended a magical law. Naturally, they didn't want the 3 of them to attack at the same time, lest there be casualties. They were a bit displeased. Why couldn't Lin Fei think straight? Why did he have to fight the 3 of them? Even if it was just one of them, the 2 attendants felt great pressure. Attendants, why are you siding with junior brother Lin Fei? This isn't good. The Son of Stars flickered with starlight. With a wave of his hand, the power of the starry sky enveloped the 2 attendants and sent them out. Eldest senior brother is too strong. The 2 attendants are both immortal monarchs, but they were sent out. This is too scary. No matter how hard they looked, they couldn't see anything. How did eldest senior brother make a move? The power of the starry sky was too terrifying. With a wave of his hand, he sent them out. Of course, the Son of Stars didn't really send them out. He just sent them a few million li away so that they wouldn't get involved. Not good. Lin Fei is really in trouble now. The 2 attendants appeared in a mountain range a few million li away from the Holy Heaven Institute. They were surrounded by the power of the starry sky. Even though they knew they were in the mountain range, they couldn't get out. The Son of Stars has a fortuitous encounter, and will become a perfected golden immortal in 3 years. Attendant Zhang let out a long sigh. We can only inform Elder Void first. The power of the starry sky that the Son of Stars had unleashed made it impossible for them to break out. Once they came out, it would already be over. Junior brother Lin Fei. Let's see who can protect you now that the 2 attendants are gone. Prince Lai Ri took a step forward, sending out raging flames. Eldest brother, senior brother Wan, why don't we attack together? Let's see who's faster and defeat him. Sure. The Son of Stars said decisively. Wan Lishan agreed. Without asking Lin Fei, he used him as a target to determine the winner. The 3 of us are the chosen ones among the outer disciples, and have long comprehended the power of laws. We can use Lin Fei to see who is the strongest among us. Awesome. Young Master Lai's battle prowess soared. 1, 2, 3, let's attack together. No one had expected the 3 experts to use Lin Fei to see who was the strongest. Of course, no one would stop them. They naturally wanted to see the dark horse, Lin Fei, suffer a crushing defeat. They had to learn a lesson. Starry Sky Major World 3000 Dreams. The Son of Stars unleashed one mysterious power after another. The boundless starry sky gave birth to numerous planets, and a dreamlike aura spread out. This was the attack that the Son of Stars was famous for. Starry Sky Major World 3000 Dreams. In fact, it was equivalent to banishment. which would cause one to lose themselves in it and be unable to extricate themselves. World of ice and snow freeze. In the void major world, a chill spread out. The sky was covered in ice and snow, and the mountains down below were covered in silver and white. Everything was white. Raging flame world burning 10,000 kilometers. The blazing sun above young Master Lai's head suddenly grew larger, and as it did, raging flames appeared out of nowhere, burning a huge area of the void with crackling sounds. 3 kinds of magical power came from 3 different directions, drowning Lin Fei and sealing off all his escape routes. No one believed that he could withstand the attack. As expected, the arrogant Lin Fei failed to block it. Young Master Flame shook his head disdainfully. He didn't believe that Nie Tian could withstand the attack with the power of laws. Not enough, not enough. The heavens and earth shook violently. Lin Fei's voice could be heard. Tenfold burst. Tenfold burst. Lin Fei walked out from the rift. His fists held like long sabers, shattering the power of laws in the heavens and earth. The force in the storm exploded, leaving the power of laws everywhere. The force of 2,000 dragons was unstoppable. Bang! 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 The tenfold burst shattered all the attacks. 2 giant hands slapped at 2 of them, and the tenfold burst took the opportunity to surround them, tearing their defenses apart. Chapter 820. Even 3 peerless experts with magical laws can't suppress a newcomer like Lin Fei. Is King Invincible Lin Fei really going to defy the heavens? Those 3 are going to become perfected golden immortals very soon. Lin Fei's strength had crushed the 3 peerless geniuses, blowing them up one by one. It could be said that this was the most heaven-defying thing that had ever happened among the outer sect disciples. In such a short time, this king had defeated everyone in the outer sect and taken the number 1 spot. Everyone looked at each other in shock. I've known for a long time that junior brother Lin Fei is the number 1 disciple in the outer sect. The disciples who had thought that Lin Fei was going to lose immediately changed their minds. Ignoring the disdainful looks from the others, they began to praise him. That goes without saying. Junior brother Lin Fei is convinced that he's the number 1 disciple in the outer sect. Don't forget that His Majesty has bestowed him the title of King Invincible. He's going to be invincible under the heavens. Lin Fei stood proudly in the sky, emanating a violent aura like that of a primeval beast. With every move he made, he seemed to be able to blast a hole in the sky. Everyone would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. My junior brother said that you're no match for him. Lin Fei remained calm and collected as he allowed the 3 of them to revive. What a joke. In the past 4 years, he had gone through hundreds of battles against chaos beasts. This was no joke. The Son of Stars, Wan Lishan, and young Master Blazing Sun were really nothing. Unfortunately, they didn't know that, and insisted on showing their strength. Good. The Son of Stars is convinced of his defeat. The son of eldest senior brother said decisively. He threw out a card that was brimming with fighting spirit. Ever since I took the position of eldest senior brother, I've been lonely at the top. Today's defeat has helped me achieve my goal. Let's fight again when I become a perfected golden immortal. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to take half of the contribution points that had been delivered to him. You're very much to my liking. I look forward to that day. The Son of Stars turned and left without any hesitation. What about you 2? Lin Fei wasn't a good person. It was his fault that he lacked contribution points. If he lost, he had to pay the price. You're good. The 2 of them took out their cards. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. They had learned their lesson from the past. They were not willing to continue fighting with a fellow like Lin Fei. Sai, I was born a good person, but you just had to find trouble with me. Lin Fei shook his head and transferred the contribution points away. You're a good person. It's best if you return the contribution points. Wan Lishan and young Master Lai Ri were cursing in their hearts. You don't look like a good person at all. You're a complete villain. You're infuriating. My contribution points. Seeing that the card was in the air, the 2 of them wanted to cry but had no tears. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The mountains don't turn, but the mountains and rivers will meet again. Let's wait and see. Lin Fei chuckled. I'll be waiting. Remember to bring enough contribution points next time. His words scared the 2 of them, and their faces turned pale. Lin Fei looked around. What, you guys still want to fight? Hua hua hua. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of people scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing without a trace. They wished their parents had given them more legs, afraid that Lin Fei would catch up to them and take their contribution points. A bunch of blind guys, giving me contribution points in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei was elated. The contribution points in the card in his hand had reached 30 million. He had earned enough contribution points. If I can do this a few more times, it'll be great. Lin Fei started daydreaming. He used his movement technique and returned to his invincible peak. The outer sanctum disciples were completely annihilated, all of them defeated by Lin Fei. The news spread like a gust of spring wind, and it even spread to the inner disciples. Many of them could not sit still anymore. Lin Fei was actually able to suppress 3 law experts, even if it was only 1 law. This was truly unexpected. As for those who wanted to teach Lin Fei a lesson, when they heard this news they all began to curse. Do you, Lin Fei, really want to be invincible? Do you want to defy the heavens? Qi returning to Qi, however, he could only be angry at himself. He would not make a move again. An inner disciple teaching an outer disciple a lesson was indeed going too far. It was like bullying the weak. Everyone held their breaths. Awesome. On Invincible Peak, Lin Fei was soaking in the hot spring lazily with his eyes closed. I've taught the outer disciples a lesson and robbed their contribution points. The inner disciples must be furious right now. Lin Fei picked up a glass of wine beside him and took a sip happily. His whole body felt incomparably comfortable. For the past 4 years he had been constantly training. Lin Fei had no time to rest at all. Taking advantage of the limited time he had, he wanted to take a good rest and relax. With my current strength, I can contend with the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal with 1% of the Dharma. I can barely do it with 2% of the Dharma. As for an expert with 3% of the Dharma, I can only leave. He can't suppress me. Lin Fei raised his left hand. I'll make use of the time I have to refine all the chaotic divine stones and create the chaotic emperor's hand. It will be my other trump card. In the past 4 years, Lin Fei's biggest gain was the chaotic divine stones and the increase in his divine force. With the strength of 200 dragons, a single slap would be terrifying. In the remaining month, Lin Fei decided to refine the chaotic divine stones. After refining it, it would become one of his trump cards. With the hand of the celestial demon, he would be invincible. 3% of the Dharma? He would still be heavily injured and killed. On a majestic mountain, the 2 deacons were shocked when they heard the news. Standing in front of them was a man in a white shirt. He looked like an immortal. Unknowingly, they had the urge to worship him. Junior brother Lin Fei is the king of invincibility, conferred by the emperor. You can't treat him like an ordinary person. The man in white said indifferently. The sons of stars Wan Lishan and young Master Lai are rare geniuses, but they can't stop Lin Fei's rise. Deacon Zhang and Deacon Zhang's hearts shook. In fact, they were more shocked than anyone when they heard that Lin Fei had defeated the 3 of them and robbed them of their contribution points. His battle prowess was mysterious and unfathomable at the profound immortal realm. He was indeed a peerless genius that was 1 in 10,000. They seemed to understand that the sons of stars were geniuses, but unfortunately, they had met Lin Fei. The emperor's conferment had taken hundreds of years. Naturally, he was extraordinary. You did well this time. Go to the heaven-defying room and cultivate for 3 days. The man in white said. The 2 were overjoyed. Thank you, Elder Su. In the blink of an eye, only 1 person was left on the majestic mountain. Lin Fei, you really surprised me. In just 10 years you can already defeat experts with 1% of the laws. Your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Sui looked at the sky. I'm really looking forward to your performance in the 9 Nether Secret Realm. Sui had bet on Lin Fei. At this time he believed that investing in Lin Fei would only bring him benefits. Causing trouble? That was nothing. Which genius didn't cause trouble? As long as your fist was big, who would dare to criticize you? Chapter 821. I'm sorry, but my master is in seclusion. He won't be seeing you. Outside the Invincible Peak, many outer disciples and even some inner disciples came to visit the King of Invincible, Lin Fei. They wanted to get to know him better. Ever since Lin Fei became invincible, his name as a genius had spread far and wide. He was already a Xian immortal. No one dared to imagine that he would become a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal in the future. He might be able to defeat all Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals. He might even be comparable to an immortal king. Instead of adding flowers to brocade, it was better to send charcoal in the snow. Therefore, all the famous disciples came to visit Lin Fei, regardless of whether it was good or bad. Unfortunately, by the time they arrived, Lin Fei had already gone into seclusion. His answer shocked them. Of course, they were not unhappy. They admired Lin Fei even more. He went into seclusion for 10 years in the heaven-defying space. Now that he came out, he went into seclusion again. Everyone sighed. The title of invincible was indeed true. No one could compete with him. The status of the servants on the invincible peak rose. The strength of a peak determined their status. Now that they were outside, no one dared to do anything to them. Even though some people were looking at them coldly and insulting them, everyone knew that Lin Fei, the invincible king, was standing behind them, and he seemed to be unreasonable. They did not dare to do anything. If they did, they would be in trouble. They would be killed more than 10 times and become useless. Their lives would be ruined. They might as well swallow their anger. When the servants of the invincible peak went out, many people started to curry favor with them. Among the outer disciples, everyone knew that the invincible peak was the most powerful peak. Who would dare to offend them? Not long later, the outer disciples became inner disciples. After hearing the servants' reply, they all tactfully left. Even if they did not have a chance today, they would still have a chance in the future. Why rush? In the sky, 2 rays of light could be seen flying towards the invincible peak like meteors. That's the invincible peak. Lin Fei is really arrogant. Among the inner disciples, none of the senior brothers dared to name it Invincible Peak. Yet, he chose to name it so casually. How arrogant. The 2 of them had imposing appearances and a fierce look flashed in their eyes. They were extremely dissatisfied with Lin Fei. Call your Lin Fei out. The 2 of them were extremely fast and appeared outside the mountain peak's array in the blink of an eye. One of the taller disciples raised his eyebrows and coldly snorted, putting on a superior attitude. A mysterious immortal realm servant flew over and spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I'm sorry, my master is in closed-door cultivation. Please forgive him. Seclusion? Let him come out. The man continued to snort coldly. The Xian immortal servant said, My master is really in closed-door cultivation. Please come back in a few days. Humph! How dare you, Lin Fei? We are an inner sect disciple, and yet you want us to wait for him. Another young man glared at him and said sternly. Bang, bang, bang. The mystic immortal servant was sent flying and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One person's accident alarmed the servants below. Hundreds of heaven immortals flew up and glared at them angrily. Their auras were linked together, and even though they were separated by the array, they were still filled with murderous intent. What do you want? This is our master's territory. I advise you not to cause trouble here. These 2 were both inner sect disciples with distinguished status. Now that they were being glared at by hundreds of heaven immortal servants, how could they bear it? A group of lowly servants, who allowed you to speak to us like this? The tall man sneered, and a chill soared into the sky. Cold air filled the air. To lowly servants, all of you will become popsicles. Even though they were separated by the array, when the cold air blew in, the void seemed to be frozen. The hundreds of heaven immortals all coughed out blood and resisted with all their might. Unfortunately, the casual aura of an inner sect disciple was not something they could resist. Ha ha ha, bitches, Amir Lin Fei really thinks that he has a great backing. Your Lin Fei won't even dare to say a word when I kill you. The 2 of them looked up to the sky and laughed arrogantly. They were indeed qualified to do so. The disciples who were about to come to visit all gasped when they saw the 2 inner sect disciples. The inner sect disciples were looking for trouble. How dare you 2? How dare you attack my people? Who gave you the guts? Rumble. The ice seal's chill exploded with a bang, like a broken mirror. The hundreds of heaven immortal servants regained their freedom. A vast immortal force descended on them and healed their injuries. Master! Master is here. The hundreds of heaven immortals knelt down at the same time. Lin Fei, you dare to attack us? The tall inner sect disciple sneered. Slap him. Whoosh. In the void, a 10,000 zhang long giant hand rushed out, broke through the seal, and grabbed the neck of the inner sect disciple, suppressing his strength. Slap. 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 Another giant hand slapped down. After 10 slaps, the inner sect disciple's face became like a pig's head. Inner sect disciple, how arrogant. So what if I hit you? Come and bite me. The tall inner sect disciple's eyes narrowed into a line. You're dead. You're dead. I'm an inner sect disciple. Slap. 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 This time he used more force, and a tooth flew out of his mouth. I'm hitting you. I'm hitting you. Apologize immediately, or I'll smash your body. Lin Fei, how dare you? The other inner sect disciple was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. The giant hand came and grabbed the inner sect disciple's neck, suppressing his strength once again. In the void, a sword intent pierced through the inner sect disciple's body, and blood gushed out. In the blink of an eye, the two groups of inner sect disciples screamed in pain. Inner sect disciples? What right do you have to attack the servants? I'll teach you a lesson today. Being an inner sect disciple is nothing. I want you to know that I'm a very protective person. Lin Fei's angry voice echoed in the invincible peak. Senior brother Lin Fei, you're awesome. Damn it, inner sect disciples are all trash. Senior brother Lin Fei did a good job. People like them won't learn their lesson if they don't get beaten up. That's awesome. I didn't know that the high and mighty inner sect disciples would have their necks pinched. Those outer sect disciples who thought that Lin Fei would swallow his anger felt as if they had drunk a cup of hot water in the summer. Even though they did not attack Lin Fei, it was as if they had done it themselves. There was a huge difference between an outer sect disciple and an inner sect disciple. Inner sect disciples never took outer sect disciples seriously, and many of them had been taught a lesson. However, Lin Fei, this dark horse, personally made a move and taught an inner sect disciple a lesson, allowing them to vent out their resentment. The sword intent pierced through their bodies continuously, causing them to vomit blood. At the beginning, they were arrogant and threatened Lin Fei, but soon they started begging for mercy. Junior brother Lin Fei, we were wrong. We admit our mistakes. We won't do it again. We'll apologize now. Blood flowed out of the two of them. They had heard that Lin Fei was powerful, but they didn't believe it. But now they were in such a state, and they were filled with regret. They were truly worried that Lin Fei would kill them. You know your mistakes. Weren't you very cool just now? Lin Fei strode over and appeared on the mountain peak with a cold look in his eyes. Thump. We were wrong. Sorry. Under the cold, they were scared out of their wits. Hand over your contribution points. You know that you beat up my people. Even though they were unhappy, Lin Fei's tone was firm. They had to hand over their contribution points or else. We'll give it to you. Lin Fei transferred the contribution points to the Xian immortals. Distribute them to them. This is their compensation. Everyone was shocked. Lin Fei is so generous to give his people contribution points. That's more than 1,000,000 contribution points. Maybe even more than that. The servants were also dumbfounded. Not only did Master help them vent their anger, but he also gave them contribution points as compensation. All of them were extremely excited. Seeing the contribution points being distributed, their hearts were bleeding. They wanted to kill them, but the moment they released their killing intent, their bodies were pierced. Why? Are you unwilling? We're willing. We're willing. The two of them were like chickens pecking at rice. Lin Fei chuckled. Looking at your expressions, you should be unwilling. I'll be a good person and let you experience the taste of death. Junior brother Lin Fei, show mercy. Suddenly, an anxious voice came from afar. A stream of light came. Lin Fei's eyes flashed. You still want to stop me? Dream on. With a thought, he rubbed his hands. One in each hand, the two inner sect disciples were crushed into meatballs. They were directly crushed to death. With a single breath, they exploded. Too cruel. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Fei was indeed cruel. He crushed the inner sect disciples into meatballs just to teach them a lesson. This lesson was too deep. Junior brother Lin Fei, you're so bold. How dare you kill intersect disciples? The figure rushed over. It was a middle-aged man with a sage-like appearance. At this moment he frowned and was furious. The surrounding temperature dropped. Lin Fei didn't care. Kill intersect disciples? Don't falsely accuse others. When did I kill them? I just checked their bodies. They were too weak. How disappointing. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. The middle-aged man almost vomited blood. Lin Fei actually turned black and white upside down. I saw it with my own eyes. Do you think it's fake? The middle-aged man glared angrily. At this moment the two resurrected. Their faces were pale. Then they met Lin Fei's cold gaze and his words. Did I kill you just now? Don't hide anything or I'll be unhappy. The foreheads of the two inner sect disciples were covered with cold sweat. It was as if they were being stared at by a demon. The taller inner sect disciple hurriedly said, Senior brother, you're mistaken. Junior brother Lin Fei didn't kill us. We were just sparring. Yes, sparring. Yes. We can only blame ourselves. Our bodies are weak. You can't blame junior brother Lin Fei for this. The two wanted to cry. Not only did they lose their contribution points but they also died once. After saying that they turned around and left. They didn't dare to stay any longer. They were afraid that Lin Fei would kill them again. 2 pieces of trash. The middle-aged man snorted. Lin Fei smiled. Senior brother, I'm not wrong, right? We were indeed sparring. The middle-aged man suppressed his anger. Lin Fei was too domineering. They just ran away. He said coldly. The 9th secluded mystery realm is about to start. Follow me to the main hall. He turned around and left. Chapter 822. Shocking. It was a shocking feeling. Lin Fei, the king-conferred genius, had killed 2 inner disciples and extorted them. Not only that, he was not injured at all. He even made the inner disciples leave in anger. They were inner disciples. Any one of them could come out and act tyrannically. When had they ever suffered? Instantly Lin Fei became the idol of all the outer disciples. They should learn from Lin Fei. Even if they were inner disciples, they should still beat them up if they were not happy. I don't care if you're an inner disciple or not. I'll beat you up first. The 9th secluded mystery realm is about to start. No wonder there are 2 inner disciples here. Lin Fei touched his chin and suddenly realized that it was about time. No wonder they came. However, their tone was not good. Did they think that he was a pushover? Lin Fei had nothing to fear from an inner disciple. If you wanted someone to be afraid of you, you had to be scarier than them. Therefore, Lin Fei killed them and gave them an unforgettable memory. Alright, go back and activate the formation. I'm going out for a while. Lin Fei turned into a black light and left. Goodbye, Master. Goodbye, Master. Hundreds of immortals said at the same time. Their voices were earth-shattering. Those who did not know what was going on were shocked. Lin Fei's protectiveness was destined to spread. Therefore, no one came to find trouble with him anymore. The inner sanctum disciples killed as they pleased, and they did it without hesitation. This Lin Fei is really fast. It's a pity that he is too arrogant. The inner disciples who had left earlier were very unhappy when they saw Lin Fei chasing after them. A guy who was not even an inner disciple did not give them face and killed an inner disciple. He was too bold. You are strong, but it doesn't mean that you are faster than me. Although he could not teach Lin Fei a lesson, he could attack Lin Fei in another way. When the time came, he would be able to scold Lin Fei and vent his anger. Suddenly, he sped up and left. Haha, interesting. Lin Fei was calm. It was just a competition of speed. As soon as he activated his immortal force, Lin Fei stepped forward like a flash of light. An outer disciple is just an outer disciple. What's so great about him? After a long distance, when he did not see Lin Fei coming up, he heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a pleased expression. When I get to the inner sanctum hall, I'll definitely report Lin Fei's arrogance. It'll be best if the inner sanctum elders punish him. Humming a tune, he headed toward the inner sanctum hall. Very soon, above the mountains, a floating city appeared. Great Emperor City. Trash is trash. The Great Emperor City had appeared, but there was no sign of Lin Fei. Senior apprentice Brother Zhong was in an extremely good mood. He was pondering how he should mock Lin Fei later. Senior brother, I'm here. The voice that he did not want to hear the most appeared in senior apprentice brother Zhong's ears. Immediately he saw Lin Fei standing at the entrance of the city, calmly waiting for him. Senior apprentice brother Zhong was momentarily stunned. How could he be faster than me? It was as disgusting as swallowing a fly. His face sank and he said coldly, "Follow me." The inner sanctum hall was a huge palace. At this moment, there were more than 10 young men standing in the palace. The men were all extraordinarily handsome, and the women were all beautiful. They were elegant and dignified, and their auras were powerful. They were all big shots in the inner sanctum. So when two people appeared at the entrance of the palace, their arrogant and unruly gazes were drawn over. The focus was on a certain person. The outer disciple Lin Fei has arrived. Senior apprentice brother Zhong said expressionlessly, but he was sneering in his heart. The inner sanctum hall is a gathering of heroes. You are just an outer disciple. Let's see how you deal with them. You are destined to be eaten alive by them. He is Lin Fei? The genius conferred king in the outer sanctum? I think he is just as so. In a corner on the left, there was a burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was like a small mountain. Those with small arms and legs, I can kill them with one slap. Senior apprentice brothers and sisters, you can't say that. Senior apprentice brother Zhong said seriously. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei is the pride of the heavens. Just now he killed 2 inner disciples. They are not small arms and legs. Damn. This guy is really a piece of trash. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. It was obvious that they were trying to help him attract hatred. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, the eyes of the more than 10 inner disciples present turned hazy. Obviously, they were provoked by these words. An outer disciple dared to kill 2 inner disciples. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. I heard that your divine strength is unparalleled. A low and deep voice suddenly rang out. A black-faced man waved his hand, and a black figure broke through the air and headed straight for Lin Fei. He did not utter a single word of warning. Senior apprentice brother Gao is bullying children again. The crowd began to watch the show with great interest. Testing me? Lin Fei knew from the beginning that his trip to the Nine Nether Mystery Realm would not be easy. As he expected, someone was testing him. Comparing strength? Who's afraid of who? Lin Fei casually reached out his hand and grabbed it. It was ordinary and light. The crowd could not help but laugh, as if they were waiting to see a certain someone get into trouble. It's so heavy. Lin Fei's heart sank. His grab brought with it a huge force, which was going to crush him and make a fool of himself in front of everyone. Inner disciples were indeed ruthless. 30% of his strength. Divine strength burst out and stopped the force from sinking. It landed on his hand. With a casual look, he found out that it was a black stone smaller than a fist. Unbelievable. I caught it. That's possible. Everyone knows that senior apprentice brother Gao is good at using gravity attacks. This brat Lin Fei is really something. The expressions of those who were about to watch him changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. In their eyes, Lin Fei was just a person with divine strength. His cultivation realm was far from theirs. It's too light. I'll return it to you. With a toss, Lin Fei sent the stone flying straight at the black-faced man. He dared to attack. The crowd was slightly stunned. Since when did an outer disciple dare to attack an inner disciple? How audacious! As mentioned earlier, the difference between an outer disciple and an inner disciple was like heaven and earth. Who would dare to attack an inner disciple? The black-faced man's eyes flashed with displeasure. Lin Fei was indeed arrogant. He dared to attack an inner disciple without any regard for him. Humph! The black-faced man harumphed coldly. The air shook as if there was a huge earthquake. He reached out his hand to grab Lin Fei. He wanted to let Lin Fei know that not everyone was qualified to attack him. I'll grab it. When his palm came into contact with the stone, a powerful force exploded out. The dark-faced man's expression changed, and he felt a sweetness in his throat as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He was forced back 10 steps, leaving behind a shocking footprint. I'm sorry, I was too heavy just now, Lin Fei said with a face full of fear. The stone that he threw just now looked ordinary, but it actually contained divine power. It exploded at the crucial moment, making an inner disciple look like a fool. You dare to scheme against me. Gao Dazhuang's tone was cold, and he shot a murderous gaze over. Don't slander me. When did I scheme against you? Speak clearly. Lin Fei's expression changed. You're an inner disciple. You're really thick-skinned to say such words. No one expected that Lin Fei would scheme against senior brother Gao, and even spit out a mouthful of blood. He still dared to deny it. They had finally witnessed the insolence of a king-rank genius Lin Fei. Comparing divine power? No one here could compare. Of course Lin Fei wouldn't admit it. So what if I scheme against you? What can you do to me? Bastard, I'll tear you apart. Gao Dazhuang had originally wanted to test Lin Fei and teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't be so arrogant. After all, a king chosen didn't count for much. However, in the end he had failed miserably. His anger soared to the heavens, and how could he let the matter rest? Who allowed you to attack in the inner disciples' hall? Chapter 823. Space fluctuated and ripples appeared as a figure floated over. It was a middle-aged man with a dignified face. He didn't smile, and his cold aura shrouded the entire hall. The originally tense atmosphere disappeared in an instant, and the tall, strong and fierce aura disappeared without a trace, returning to its original appearance. This should be an elder, Lin Fei thought to himself. Immediately after, he sensed a divine sense sweep over his body. It's an extremely powerful elder. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 more elders appeared in the void. Their auras were strong, and they were surrounded by the aura of the law. They were top-notch experts. You're Lin Fei. The middle-aged man who came down first glanced over, and his eyes were full of majesty. I'm Lin Fei. Lin Fei replied. Who allowed you to attack an inner disciple? The middle-aged man's voice was cold, and it made people feel like they were in a world of ice and snow. If this happens again, you'll be punished. You'd better be prepared. Just one sentence was enough to seal his fate. Lin Fei didn't speak. He was thinking that he didn't know this elder. Could it be that he's another inner disciple's backer? Otherwise, why would he attack me the moment they met? The middle-aged man withdrew his gaze. All right, you're all the best among the inner disciples. This trip to the 9 secluded secret realm is your opportunity. You must grasp it well. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Let's go. In the boundless sky, a huge cloud turned into a giant hand, and it carried a group of people forward. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled millions of miles. On the giant hand, everyone sat down. They had been out for a few days. Even with an elder leading the group, they wouldn't reach the designated place in less than 10 days. The elder who controlled the giant hand was an elder who cultivated the law of speed, and he was best at speed. Even so, it still took 10 days. In a corner of the giant hand, Lin Fei was sitting cross-legged, and he didn't sit with them. From the beginning, they had formed a group and pushed Lin Fei out. Of course, this didn't affect Lin Fei at all. If you ignore me, I will ignore you. This saves me trouble. Lin Fei could sense intense hostility from them. With a quick thought, he understood what was going on. None of the inner disciples were king-rank disciples. They were searching for opportunities in the 9 secluded secret realm. Compared to Lin Fei, who was a king-rank disciple, they shouldn't be hostile towards him. In the past few days, Lin Fei had learned that these 3 elders were inner sect elders. The one who had warned him was called Elder Fei Yang, and the other 2 were called Elder Bai Yun and Elder Suzhua. Comparatively speaking, the 2 inner elders had a better temper, and they didn't speak much. Elder Fei Yang, on the other hand, was different. He was basically targeting Lin Fei, and he was just short of telling Lin Fei to scram. Lin Fei was sitting cross-legged when he suddenly opened his eyes. A huffing phoenix had appeared not far away. There were quite a few people on it, and a scorching aura assaulted him. Elder Fei Yang, long time no see. The enormous huffing phoenix flew up, and a middle-aged man said proudly, Phoenix Academy's Elder Jiang. Elder Fei Yang replied coldly, It's indeed been a long time since we last met. Phoenix Academy? Lin Fei immediately knew the origin of this Phoenix Academy. It was the 2nd-ranked academy in the Northern Domain, close to the Heavenly Academy. The 2 academies were enemies, and they couldn't get along. In recent years, the Heavenly Academy had been declining year by year, While the Phoenix Academy's influence had been expanding, and they were on the verge of catching up to the Heavenly Academy, Elder Jiang casually glanced at them. Elder Feiyang, your academy doesn't have any king-rank geniuses this time? That's a pity. Our Phoenix Academy has produced 2 king-rank geniuses this time. Our academy's luck is too good. Elder Feiyang's face sank. So what if they're king-rank geniuses? Elder Jiang smiled. Your Heavenly Academy has fallen behind, and there are no more king-rank geniuses. You might as well not go there in the future since you're just going to die anyway. Ha ha ha. He urged the Huafeng Phoenix to fly away. Face slapping. Phoenix Academy was purposely slapping their faces. After being tormented like this, Feiyang's face turned uglier, especially when he looked at Lin Fei. His expression didn't look good. Damn! Lin Fei cursed in his heart. I'm a king-rank genius who asked you not to tell me, and now you're blaming me? Following this, as they got closer, more academies appeared one after another. The people they brought were all geniuses, and there was no lack of king-rank geniuses. The Heavenly Academy was clearly lacking in this aspect, and they didn't have enough confidence. We're here, the Primal Chaos City is in front. Over 10 days later, Elder Feiyang finally spoke. Everyone stood up and looked ahead. This was their first time heading to the Primal Chaos City. Hua 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 hua. In front of them was a vast land. All of a sudden, a myriad of colorful lights appeared, and a huge city was faintly discernible, looking extremely sacred. Primal Chaos City. Lin Fei also stood up and looked at the huge city in the multicolored light. Why can't my body move? What's going on? At this moment, a mysterious force appeared, suppressing them to the point where they couldn't move. Their faces were filled with fear. After all, they were all peerless geniuses. Being suppressed and losing their strength, the first thing they felt was fear. Everyone, don't be afraid. This is the pressure of the primal chaos. Only the students of the academies are allowed to enter. If outsiders enter, their strength will be suppressed and they will fall to their deaths. Elder Feiyang took out a token and took out 4 large words. It was precisely the flamboyant words Holy Heaven Academy. As the multicolored light blew past, everyone discovered that they could move again and let out a long sigh of relief. Primal Chaos City. Primal Chaos City, looking down from above, looked like a circle. In the center was a plaza, and according to the plaza, there were many different regions, different sizes forming different regions. Elder Feiyang said, the plaza below is called the Primal Chaos Plaza. We will enter from there. He then pointed at the regions. The regions below are of different sizes, and each region represents an academy. Our academy is in the north, the largest one. So many academies are participating? They were shocked. Lin Fei himself was shocked too. A mere 9 secluded area and so many academies were participating. One could imagine how big the competition was. A total of 108 academies are participating. They are peak, first rate, second rate, and third rate. Among them there are 4 peak, 16 first rate, 40 second rate, and 48 third rate. Alright, let's go down. Elder Feiyang brought them to a huge region in the north. Looking down from above, there were countless palaces. It was extremely luxurious. Elder Su, we are here. After descending, Elder Feiyang stood respectfully in front of the palace, as if he was waiting for someone to come out. Elder Su? Lin Fei was startled. He was here too? Elder Feiyang, Elder Suzhua. Elder Baiyun. Thank you for your hard work. Elder Sui walked out of the palace with a few other elders beside him. So they were already in the Primal Chaos City. Not at all, not at all. Elder Feiyang's solemn expression changed to a smile. Alright, someone will bring you to rest later. There are 3 more days before the 9 secluded area opens. Rest well and recover your energy. Elder Sui said lightly. Everyone was excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Among the inner sect disciples, who didn't know that Elder Sui was a true expert, and had the potential to become an immortal king in the future. Immediately, a servant came up and brought them to rest. Master, this is where you will rest. The servant brought Lin Fei to the front of a palace. It was luxurious and magnificent, even more majestic than a palace. After reaching the palace, Lin Fei sent the servant away. Finally, I can have some peace. Lin Fei let out a long breath. These days, He had been troubled by Elder Fei Yang. His ears were about to grow calluses. Finally, he could leave that guy. Primal Chaos City, what an interesting place. At first, Lin Fei thought that the 9 secluded area would be somewhere else. Who would have thought that it would be in such a remote place with chaotic energy protecting it? Even with his strong body, he was still restricted by the chaotic energy. Forget it, I'll rest first. Once the 9 secluded area opens, it will be another thrilling adventure. Nightfall. Who would have thought that I would sit here until nightfall? Lin Fei stood up full of energy. When he was outside, he did not dare to let his guard down. At this moment inside the palace with the protective spell outside, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He did not have to worry about anyone trying to harm him, because outside the palace there was chaotic energy. Even though it was very faint, it was still detected. He was completely relieved. You're awake. Lin Fei had only just moved his body when a voice rang out beside his ear. Next, an illusory figure appeared. Senior brother. The person who came was Elder Sui. Lin Fei did not call him Elder Su like the others, but directly called him senior brother to get closer to him. Lin Fei was never worried about people with ulterior motives. If they could benefit each other, it would be a good thing. Sui smiled. I heard that on the way here, Fei Yang made things difficult for you. You even know about this? It's just a small matter. There's nothing senior brother doesn't know. Sui said. You must be curious why Elder Fei Yang would target you, right? This was indeed a question. Lin Fei shook his head, revealing a ferocious look. I don't want to know now, it's meaningless. It's just that they were ordered by someone. In the future, when my strength increases, I will personally teach them a lesson. Sui thought that Lin Fei would be resentful and wanted to know who was behind it. Who would have thought that the other party did not want to know and would beat them up in the future? That's true, they are just a bunch of fleas, nothing much. Sui smiled. When the 9 secluded area opens, the 108 academies are destined to have a bloody battle. You must be mentally prepared. Junior brother has been preparing. Lin Fei nodded. Chapter 824. Elder Sui came personally and told Lin Fei a piece of good news. The whereabouts of the first Yuan heavy water. Lin Fei's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a fairy. Ah, senior brother. You have information about the whereabouts of the first Yuan heavy water. God-fiend body advancing to the 4th transformation. The main and important materials were severely lacking. This had become a big problem for Lin Fei. That was why he went to the 9 secluded area to try and obtain the first Yuan heavy water and other materials. Just as he arrived at the city of Primal Chaos, the news came. More importantly, this news was related to the first Yuan heavy water. And your luck is not bad. There is information about the whereabouts of the first Yuan heavy water in the city of Primal Chaos. Sui smiled and said, however, don't be happy too early. The value of the first Yuan heavy water is not low. When refining treasures and merging it in, it can increase the power of gravity. This news to you is not a small problem. Senior brother, don't keep me in suspense. Lin Fei was anxious to know. No matter what trouble there is, junior brother is not afraid. And most we will fight. The first Yuan heavy water was too important, he could not lose it. Whoever fought with him for the first Yuan heavy water was his enemy. This was equivalent to killing one's parents and stealing one's wealth. It was unforgivable. Tomorrow night, there will be an auction in Primal Chaos City. Sui was not in a hurry. Amongst the items being auctioned, there is a map. It was a disciple who coincidentally found the whereabouts of the first Yuan heavy water. Unfortunately, his strength was too low. Plus, the first Yuan heavy water was a treasure, and there were chaos beasts guarding it. He did not dare to try, so he recorded it down. Ah, a map. A map of the first Yuan heavy water. Lin Fei's eyes lit up even more. 9 secluded area. Lin Fei only knew a little about it. He simply knew that it was a dangerous place with dangers everywhere. If he wanted to find the first Yuan heavy water, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. The news that Elder Sui brought was not inferior to the celestial music. Lin Fei's original problem was instantly solved. As long as I have this map, the chances of getting the first Yuan heavy water is very high. I won't have to fly into a wall and not know where to go. Lin Fei thought. With the first essence heavy water, my God-fiend body will have a 50% chance of advancing from the third refinement to the fourth refinement. The map has appeared, but it won't be easy for you to get it. Su-1 dropped another bomb like a bucket of cold water. This time, when the 9 secluded secret realm opens, geniuses from all the great academies will come. Many of them are king-rank geniuses. Many of them have their eyes on the first yuan heavy water. You must be aware of this. Lin Fei wasn't someone who would be easily intimidated. In that case, tomorrow's auction will be a gathering of geniuses. Will it be very difficult for me to get the map? You can say that it's not easy. Many king-conferred geniuses are eyeing it, and the price is fluctuating greatly. Elder Void first said. Alright, that's all for the information. As for how to obtain it, think about it yourself. Lin Fei sank into deep thought. By the time he raised his head, Elder Void first had already left without a trace. *CK, why are you running so fast? Could it be that you know I want to borrow money from you? The whereabouts of the first essence heavy water was known, but for Lin Fei, it was not a small amount of pressure. Firstly, he didn't have any money on him. Secondly, he didn't have any money. As the saying goes, it's hard to be a hero without money. Lin Fei was indeed stumped. *CK, don't tell me you want me to go to the auction empty-handed? Lin Fei frowned. I must get the map of the first yuan heavy water. Without the first yuan heavy water, when will I be able to advance to the fourth refinement God-fiend body? Lin Fei started to count what other good things he had on him. Celestial stones? There weren't many left. Normally, Lin Fei would refine them directly. There was no use for him to keep them. Elixirs? Just like the celestial stones, they were all refined by Lin Fei. The third refinement God-fiend body had strong resistance. Things like elixirs were not essential to Lin Fei. It was normal that Lin Fei didn't have any valuable elixirs on him. 8-headed flood dragon horse. After opening the pet space, Lin Fei finally found something valuable. The flood dragon horse that he had stolen from outside the valley was now in the pet space. If it was a normal auction, Lin Fei could easily get the map of the first yuan heavy water with the flood dragon horse. This was Chaos City, a gathering of peerless geniuses. The 8-headed flood dragon horse was really not much. It was dispensable. Lin Fei scratched his head. Did he really have to rob it? Would it be too high profile? Would he expose himself? Just as Lin Fei was feeling depressed, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He smacked his head. Damn it, how could I forget about my own system shop? Lin Fei had indeed neglected the system shop. He only needed to buy some items from the system shop and auction them at the auction. Would he have to worry about not being able to gather enough money? Alright, I'll do that. The next day, Lin Fei stayed in the palace for an entire day, all the way until nightfall. I can finally go out. Once night fell, Lin Fei was full of energy. He hummed a tune as he walked out of the palace. After asking the servant for the specific location, he walked out leisurely. Lin Fei was a loner, and no one cared about him. 108 academies were in Chaos City. Walking out of the palace and on the streets, one could see enchanting disciples everywhere, exuding a powerful aura and arrogance. Chaos Commerce Chamber. The place where Lin Fei was preparing to go. This commerce chamber did not belong to anyone. It was formed by 108 academies, and it was rich and overbearing. As expected, many people on the streets know about the auction. As Lin Fei walked, he left a message. He really did hear many people discussing about the commerce chamber. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, Lin Fei felt a tremor under his feet. A dangerous aura was approaching. A bunch of trash scram, don't block the way. Lin Fei turned around and saw a huge figure coming from the streets. He squinted his eyes and recognized it. It was the violent ape from the ancient mountain. It could reach a height of 100 zhang, and now it was tens of zhang tall. Peng! An enchanting disciple hesitated for a moment, and the violent ape stepped on him, turning him into a meat patty. Luckily, there was a formation in Chaos City that could revive after death. Trash, you dare to block my way. You deserve to be trampled to death. On the violent ape's palm was a young man. His black cape fluttered in the wind, and he was arrogant and unruly as he walked over. Such a scene sent chills down everyone's spine. He is the violent young master of the southern mountain range. If there's nothing else, it's better to avoid him." Just as this person finished speaking, the violent ape slapped down with its palm. This person did not even have the chance to make a sound before exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Ha 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 ha. I hate talking bad about people behind their backs the most. His cold, bloodthirsty and violent eyes swept across, and everyone subconsciously shivered. As expected, it was violent. Everyone listed the violent young master as one of the people that could not be offended. Originally they were discussing in private, but now they stopped. They did not want to be beaten to death. Chapter 825. Lin Fei didn't expect to see such a powerful fellow in such a short time. His body exuded a strong aura of violence. Using the primordial mountain's violent giant ape as a mount was indeed incomparably flashy. Just because he said a single sentence, he was beaten to death, and if he was in the way, he would trample him to death. He was incomparably arrogant, worthy of being a violent fellow from the primordial mountain. As he got closer to the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei saw many geniuses. Their tempers were not any lower than the violent young nobles, and they almost crushed everything along the way. Apart from them, the primordial mountain's geniuses also appeared. They were equally violent, and if something went wrong, they would start fighting. It was as if others didn't know they were primordial mountain's geniuses. Lin Fei finally understood. For great academies, 108 academies, geniuses gathered together, and even primordial mountain's geniuses could appear. Tonight's auction was bound to be very lively. Soon, Lin Fei arrived at the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. What a terrifying aura! From far away, Lin Fei raised his head and saw a giant black door. For large words seemed to be imprinted in the air, illusory and illusory. The 4 words had different auras, and were filled with a domineering aura. This should have been left behind by the 4 great emperors, and it even contains the existence of the law of space. After a glance, Lin Fei recognized the aura of one of the words. It was like the great emperor's aura from back then, and it was still fresh in his memory. There was still a will in his mind. At this time, in front of the door, chariots appeared one after another. They were all gorgeous and ancient, and they all represented geniuses. Do you see that? The one who came down from the white carriage is the southern region duke's son, Xintian Ho. I didn't think he would come to the auction. An armored young duke came down from the white carriage. With a sweep of his gaze, it was as if thousands of men and horses were sweeping over, wanting to crush everyone into pieces. His aura was extremely terrifying. He doesn't count as a young duke. There are quite a few marquises here tonight. Speak of the devil. Do you see that one over there? He is the Western Duke, and he is not inferior to the Zhenqian Ho. Someone immediately said. He doesn't count as a duke. The true genius is here. Phoenix Academy's king bestowed genius Lu Yong, titled Spear King. His spear art is world-shaking. What does the Spear King count for? That Thunder King from Crepe Myrtle Academy is here. Once his thunder strikes, the world will be shocked. Whatever spear techniques, they will all be destroyed. Lord Marquis, the conferred king, is far less powerful than the primordial mountains variant. Every single one of them is not inferior to a Regis genius. Outside the door was a large group of people, and they were arguing non-stop. Whenever a genius appeared, it would immediately cause a wave of exclamations. Lin Fei observed for a good while. He had to admit that the Holy Heaven Academy selection back then had been filled with experts. However, the scene before him was many times more powerful than the previous one. An expert, a true expert. Lin Fei was filled with a strong desire to fight. This was a true expert. Every expert here could completely defeat the top 10 experts of the last selection, and even the top 10 experts of the Outer Sanctum. The 4 great academies, the titled king geniuses, the noble princes, the archaic mountain's unique species, every single one of them had a powerful background and outstanding strength. They were the exceptional geniuses of their generation. Lin Fei walked towards the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Now that the show was over, it was time to enter the auction. No matter what kind of exceptional genius it was, Lin Fei did not need to worship them. He himself was a unique exceptional genius. Stop! Lin Fei swaggered over. Unexpectedly, 2 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals appeared in front of him. The nomological aura lingered around them, and their chi was locked on Lin Fei. Look, there's another idiot who wants to participate in the auction. Only at the Xian immortal realm. Are you kidding me? What academy arranged this person? It must be a third-rate academy. I can't even enter at the golden immortal realm. He's just a small Xian immortal. I bet he'll be thrown out immediately. Idiot, it's obvious. If we can participate in the auction, why do we have to stand outside and stare? The people outside were gloating and ready to watch a joke. Lin Fei frowned slightly. What, you're not allowed to enter? That's right. One of the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals said coldly. The nature of this auction is different. You must have an invitation to enter. Otherwise, you can't enter. What a scam. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. Senior brother, can you at least prepare an invitation for me? The sudden scene interrupted Lin Fei's rhythm. As long as I have an invitation? Lin Fei repeated. You must have an invitation. That's our rule. As long as you have an invitation, we'll let you in immediately. The Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal sneered. He did not think that a Xian immortal could produce an invitation. The invitation this time was issued to exceptional geniuses. How could a small Xian immortal be qualified to have the right to have an invitation? Stinking brat, get out of the way. Don't block the young master's way. At this moment, a dissatisfied voice came from behind Lin Fei. A servant opened the door of the chariot. A red-haired young man came down from the chariot. His eyes were red, and he had a bloodthirsty aura. These words came from the servant's mouth. The servant valiantly puffed out his chest. Xiu, did you hear that? Get out of the way. If you offend the young master, I guarantee that you won't be able to bear the consequences. Lin Fei turned around with a strange look in his eyes. You have an invitation? The red-haired young man coldly snorted. This young master is a genius of the archaic mountain. Of course I have an invitation. Take advantage of the fact that this young master is not angry. Get out of here and admit your mistake. So it was a mutant from the archaic mountain. Mutants were the descendants of the archaic mountain. Their strength was tyrannical and terrifying. In addition to mutants, there were also pure-blooded mutants. They had inherited ancient inheritances, and were many times stronger than ordinary mutants. The archaic mountain was famous because there were many powerful pure-blooded existences living on the mountain. It became a unique force in the heavenly realm. So it's a bear. What mutant? It made me think for a long time. Lin Fei said in all seriousness. All right, now I announce, hand over the invitation on you and scram. It's that simple. Bold brat, you're courting death. The servant's face darkened. There was still someone who dared to snatch the invitation? With a loud shout, he rushed in front of Lin Fei and slapped down with his palm. A strong wind whistled and a sky full of saber lights slashed down. Scram. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He casually slapped the servant's body and the saber lights exploded. As for the servant, he was sent flying far away and was on the verge of death. The two perfected golden immortal guards revealed a strange look in their eyes. A Xian immortal dared to snatch the invitation of a mutant from the archaic mountain. They had never seen someone so daring to attack a mutant. The important thing was that the gap was too big. The other party could crush it with a finger. You dare to attack my servant? The mutant's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. I will beat you to death. Dong dong dong. A barbarian bear appeared behind the red-haired young man. Its fierce aura covered the surrounding area. With every step it took, its aura became stronger. It was trying to scare this Xian immortal brat to death. That brat is doomed. The barbarian bear is a mutant. It is born with infinite strength. The crowd didn't dare to watch anymore. Die. She took 3 steps forward, and her vicious aura was so thick that it even froze the void. Her fair and tender hand clawed at the air, transforming into a gigantic palm that shone with a cold light. She was going to crush him to death. Lin Fei was still calm. A trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. He grabbed casually. The crowd shook their heads. What kind of attack was this? Could it block the barbarian bear's claw? Is that all you have? The mutant of the archaic mountain's violent claw would make even a golden immortal's scalp go numb. They would kneel and admit their mistakes. The Xian immortal brat was caught? They were dumbfounded. They were collectively dumbfounded. The barbarian bear's claw fell into the opponent's hand. His face revealed a look of horror. No matter how he used his divine power, he couldn't escape. A mutant was a mutant. His other hand punched out. The fist light arrived and his eyes revealed a sinister smile. This was the rhythm of beating the opponent and greatly injuring his vitality. You can't. Lin Fei shook his head. He moved his hand and pulled forward. The barbarian bear fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. The attack missed. Bang! Lin Fei's speed was fast. He stepped on the barbarian bear's head, causing dust to fly. The barbarian bear that had just raised its head was suddenly pressed down by a mountain. Impossible! I am a mutant of the archaic mountain. I have infinite strength. How can he suppress me? Boom! Boom! Every time his aura exploded, the person on top of him would step down with a shout. A dignified mutant was continuously stepped on by a human. Its back was a bloody mess and its aura was weaker than before. It was incomparably shocked. Hand over the invitation. Lin Fei stood on the mutant's body and directly suppressed it. He beat it up again. When had the barbarian bear ever suffered? It just had to encounter a Shiena mortal and was beaten up on the spot. He beat it up in front of everyone. It wished there was a hole in the ground to crawl into. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. An invitation letter, yet he kept on getting beaten up? He would rather choose the former. Isn't that right? An exquisite invitation appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Bang! Lin Fei stepped down again. The barbarian bear thought that it could breathe a sigh of relief and take revenge. Immediately the sky darkened and it fainted. What a terrifying person. He knocked out the mutant of the archaic mountain. Another genius. Lin Fei walked down and didn't even look at it. Is it okay now? The two Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals looked at each other. They had never seen a Shiena mortal snatch an invitation from a mutant. The invitation letter was anonymous, so they really couldn't say anything. Young man, if I were you, I would rather choose to leave. After beating up the mutant of the archaic mountain, they will definitely take revenge. Lin Fei said lightly. Since I dared to make a move, I am not afraid of the mutant of the archaic mountain. I just want to know, can I go in now? Seeing that he didn't listen to their advice, the two Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals shook their heads. You can go in. Chapter 826. Bastard! As soon as Lin Fei stepped in, a furious voice rose into the sky. The primordial mountain mutant bear rushed out, its bloodthirsty eyes flashing with cold light. Everyone looked into his eyes and shuddered subconsciously. I'm going to kill you. The primordial mountain mutant had regained its freedom and was about to transform into its true form. There were two Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals at the door. The primordial mountain mutant had a complicated expression as it turned around and gave up on forcing its way in. Young master, this way please. After entering the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, a white-clothed fairy immediately greeted Lin Fei and led the way. Lin Fei looked around. Tonight, other than the people who received the invitation, there was no one else here. Lin Fei did not care about the threat of the primordial mountain mutant mountain at all. A first essence layer was nothing in front of it. This is your private room. The white-clothed fairy brought Lin Fei to a luxuriously decorated private room. One of the walls of the private room was transparent, allowing one to see the outside. Outside was a cylindrical existence, and one could see the private rooms. However, the glass seemed to be transparent, so one could not see the private rooms clearly. Young master, the auction will begin in an hour. The white-clothed fairy smiled. If you have any services, feel free to let me know. Call the person in charge here. I'm going to auction something. Lin Fei leaned back. It was soft, and he did not know what it was made of. Lying on it was very comfortable. Young master, wait a moment. The white-clothed fairy turned around and left. Lin Fei poured himself a cup of hot tea. The tea's fragrance filled the air, and when he took a sip, he felt a different kind of feeling. This Chaos Chamber of Commerce really has a background. Not long after, the private room door opened again, and a middle-aged man came in. Young master, I heard that you have something to auction? The middle-aged man smiled when he came in. He was surprised to see a Shiena mortal, but his face did not show any contempt. The invitation did not ask who it was. Those who could appear in the private room were naturally not ordinary. It was not worth looking down on a person. If he had a powerful background, they would be the unlucky ones. I'm going to auction some pills. See how much they're worth. Lin Fei waved his hand and a bottle appeared and flew towards the middle-aged man. Please wait a moment. The middle-aged man caught the bottle and opened it. It was colorless and odorless. However, he fell to the ground with a plop, unable to get up. A look of shock appeared on his face. What a powerful poison. This is called drunken breeze, and it can bewitch experts below the zenith heaven golden celestial level. Lin Fei waved his hand and a pungent smell appeared. The middle-aged man regained his strength and was shocked. How much is it worth? Drunk breeze was something that Lin Fei had specially prepared. As one of the people in charge, the middle-aged man had seen all kinds of good things. However, he had never seen this kind of drunken qingfeng before. Its effect was so overbearing. It was colorless and odorless, and his divine sense could not capture it. Its effect was not ordinary. After some thought, the middle-aged man said, I can sell it for 100 origin immortal stones. Only 100 origin immortal stones? Lin Fei frowned. The middle-aged man was shocked. My little ancestor, 100 origin immortal stones is already a huge number. It's not something that ordinary immortal stones can compare to. Then what about the drunken qingfeng that can make a zenith heaven golden celestial pause for a breath? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Yes, this is an enhanced version. What, there's an enhanced version? The middle-aged man couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Drunken qingfeng could bewitch a golden celestial expert. Its effect was not bad, but it was not the best. In the heavenly realm, zenith heaven golden celestials were the true supreme experts. To be able to make a zenith heaven golden celestial lose a breath of time was absolutely heaven-defying. The middle-aged man could already imagine that once this drunken qingfeng appeared on the auction stage, it would cause quite a stir. What's the point of asking so much? In any case, it can make a zenith heaven golden celestial lose a breath of time. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. You only need to tell me how much this drunken qingfeng can fetch. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and didn't dare to continue asking. It should be able to fetch 3000 to 4000 origin immortal stones. Alright, take this and auction them all. Lin Fei took out a bottle of drunken qingfeng and an enhanced version. Right, I don't want anyone to know that this thing came from my hands. If you do this well, you will be heavily rewarded. He released some of the Emperor's might. The middle-aged man was just a golden celestial. The moment he released the Emperor's might, he broke out in a cold sweat and almost couldn't move. Don't worry, young master. I will definitely keep my mouth shut. I won't dare to leak anything. The middle-aged man trembled. This young man was a member of the royal family. Only a member of the royal family could have such divine might. Alright, you can go out now. The middle-aged man didn't know how he came out. After he came out, he gasped for breath and thought, too terrifying, such a terrifying aura. The aura of the ancient royal family. I must do this well. After recovering a little, I left in a hurry. Using the Emperor's might to scare people is quite effective. Lin Fei crossed his legs. He had done it on purpose just now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good thing if the other party had any ideas. The enhanced version can fetch 3000 to 4000 origin immortal stones, while the origin heavy water map can probably fetch a few hundred to 1000 origin immortal stones at most. Lin Fei thought to himself, if the price is too high, I'll just have to take advantage of the situation. Something like drunken qingfeng was worth a lot in Lin Fei's system store. Lin Fei wouldn't casually buy it, as it would cost too many points. Paying too much for a single origin heavy water map was far better than taking advantage of the situation, especially since he had recently begun to study and comprehend divinity radiance. An hour later, palanquins of heaven filled the boxes as everyone waited for tonight's auction to begin. I am today's auctioneer, Zhou Buchuan. Welcome to tonight's auction, beauties and geniuses. A high platform appeared in the cylindrical space outside. Everyone could see a cultured and refined middle-aged man, exuding the aura of a scholar and erudite. In this auction there are countless fine treasures. It will definitely be a great eye-opener for everyone. Zhou Buchuan was very eloquent. His words were like lotus flowers, and he quickly livened up the atmosphere. Alright, enough nonsense. The auction officially begins. Now, please bring out the first treasure. Someone immediately came up carrying a tray. The tray was covered in a brilliant array. Tonight's first treasure is the ancient eye left behind by an ancient immortal. The crowd saw a closed eye on the tray. It was about the size of a fist, and a weak aura flowed through it. Chapter 827. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce's auction had a deep foundation, and was extraordinary. The first item, the ancient eye, stunned all the geniuses present. As expected of a chamber of commerce created by the 108 academies, the first item was already so grand. It was hard not to be shocked. An ancient item was bound to be of extraordinary quality. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce is so generous. The ancient eye. It's rumored that immortals were extremely powerful in ancient times. They cultivated every part of their body to be so powerful that even after they died, they could still kill powerful existences and shake the universe. A destructive attack? Isn't that equivalent to a life-saving attack? 50 Origin Immortal Stones. This is too worth it. I'll take it. After a wave of astonishment, someone immediately placed a bid. The price soared until it finally stopped at 2,900 Origin Immortal Stones. It was bought by a wealthy young duke. This wasn't expensive, but the effects of the ancient eye had weakened over time. Otherwise, it would have cost more than 10,000 Origin Immortal Stones. The moment the auction was over, someone immediately sent the ancient eye over. After the first item was sold, it stirred up the atmosphere. Zhou Buchuan then moved on to the second item. It was also an ancient treasure, but it was incomplete. Amazing, truly amazing. A part of an ancient immortal's body can be auctioned for 2,900 Origin Immortal Stones. In the private room, Lin Fei was extremely shocked. Lin Fei had taken a look at the primordial eye when it was being auctioned. It contained a massive amount of power, and just as it had been said, it could unleash a powerful attack. Unfortunately, it was only a one-time use. Each of the following items could be called a fine product, and people would occasionally fight over them. All of them were wealthy and didn't care about the Origin Immortal Stone. Alright, the next item is an exotic knockout drug called Intoxicating Breeze. It can knock out even golden immortals. Lin Fei's spirits were lifted. The auction for Intoxicating Breeze was his only way to make money. It can knock out golden immortals? Did the alchemy school refine it? Golden immortals can be killed with a wave of a hand. This kind of thing is dispensable. Many people shook their heads, not too interested. The first bottle of Intoxicating Breeze was an ordinary one, and it only sold for 50 Origin Immortal Stones. Damn you! Lin Fei wanted to vomit blood. Just 50 Origin Immortal Stones was too little. I don't believe that you won't like the enhanced model. Lin Fei thought to himself. After the first bottle of Drunken Clear Wind was auctioned, the second bottle of Enhanced Drunken Clear Wind was brought up. Now the auction item is still Drunk Breeze. Zhou Buchuan said with a smile, "Everyone pay attention. This is not the previous Drunk Qingfeng. This is a heaven-defying knockout drug that can make a Deluo Golden Immortal stagnate for a breath." When the second bottle of Drunk Clear Wind was brought out for auction, they indeed frowned. Even if it wasn't enough, they believed that the Chaos Commerce Chamber of Commerce wouldn't use ordinary items to trick people. Stop for one breath. Is it real or fake? If the effect is really that good, it's definitely a good thing for sneak attacks. Those who were not interested before now looked at Zui Qingfeng. Zui Qingfeng's movement could make a Zenith Heaven Golden Celestial lose a breath of time, which was equivalent to giving them an extra breath of time to kill him. In a battle between experts, many things could be done in a breath of time, such as killing someone or defeating a powerful enemy. Our Chaos Commerce Chamber of Commerce's words carry enormous weight, so don't worry. Alright, the Enhanced Drunk Qingfeng is a must-have item for self-defense. The starting price is 500 Deluo Immortal Stones. The 9 Nether Pocket Realm was about to open, and everyone was preparing for it. Drunk Qingfeng was a good item. This marquee bids 1,000 Deluo Immortal Stones. A loud voice came from one of the boxes. When everyone heard this, they knew that the Western Marquis had opened his mouth, bidding 1,000 Deluo Immortal Stones in one go. Western Marquis, this old man wants this item, 1,000 Deluo Immortal Stones. A fierce person shouted from another box, not putting the Western Marquis in his eyes at all. Stop fighting, this young master wants drunk Qingfeng, 2,000 Deluo immortal stones. The proud sons of heaven began to compete, none willing to give in to the other. Fight, you have the money anyway. Lin Fei smiled from the box, wishing that they could keep raising the price so that he could get a large number of Deluo immortal stones. 400 Deluo immortal stones. This young master wants it. In another private room, another bid was called out. Everyone fell silent. Young Master Xiaoyao, you're amazing. We don't want it anymore. I don't want it either. The Eastern region's young Master Xiaoyao bid 400 Deluo immortal stones for the enhanced drunk Qingfeng. 400 Deluo immortal stones in hand. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, feeling a little more confident. After all, his goal was the map of the first origin heavy water. He wasn't interested in anything else. Lin Fei didn't know how many people would fight over the first origin heavy water. If he was lucky, no one would fight over it so he could get it. If he was unlucky, 4,000 Deluo immortal stones might not be enough. Young master, your Deluo immortal stones are here. After a while, the middle-aged man returned with a bag. There are a total of 400 Deluo immortal stones in there. As for the other 50, it's our cut. Fuck 50 as a cut? Black heart, truly black heart. Lin Fei was a little dissatisfied. How much could he get from this auction? It was definitely not a small number. You did well. Here's your reward. Lin Fei gave the middle-aged man 5 Deluo immortal stones with a wave of his hand. The middle-aged man beamed with delight. Many thanks for young master's reward. If young master has any orders, please don't hesitate to ask. This lowly one will definitely complete them for you. There's no need for now. The middle-aged man turned and left, feeling like he could die from happiness. 5 Deluo immortal stones. Deluo immortal stones. What dense immortal energy. It seems to be purified from primal chaos energy. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen an Deluo immortal stone. It was rumored that immortal stones of this quality contained immense energy. Once absorbed, the effects would multiply. It was a true hard currency. After the drunk Qingfeng auction, many more items appeared. There were sabers, spears, swords, immortal bones, and all sorts of other things, all of them of good quality. Lin Fei had been watching this entire time, not making a move. He just waited. Now for the auction is the origin heavy water map from the 9 Nether Pocket Realm. Zhou Buchuan took out a map that exuded an ancient aura. Everyone knows that the 9 Nether Pocket Realm is fraught with danger, but at the same time, many great opportunities await you. Everyone knows the effects of the origin heavy water, so this map will end here. The starting price for the origin heavy water map is 500 Deluo immortal stones. The origin heavy water had caused quite a stir. After all, the effects of the origin heavy water were inestimable. This prince bids 4,000 Deluo immortal stones. This prince will kill anyone who dares to speak. Just as the crowd was about to speak, someone from one of the boxes suddenly spoke up. The first bid of 4,000 Deluo immortal stones frightened the crowd. Many divine senses looked over, and at this moment, the aura of an ancient imperial clan surged out. Just who is that person in the box? Why does he have the aura of the ancient imperial clan? Someone from the imperial clan? The aura is heavy and the might of an imperial clan. Where did this ancient imperial clan come from? So it's the imperial clan, and from the looks of it, it's the ancient imperial clan. As expected, they're rich and imposing. The appearance of the imperial clan immediately struck fear into the hearts of the crowd. After all, the ancient imperial clan's former glory was obvious to all. Even though this was no longer the era of the ancient imperial clan, the ancient imperial clan still had deep resources, and was a true hegemon that had been passed down through the ages. For a moment, everyone was apprehensive. No one was willing to offend an expert of the ancient imperial clan. The members of the ancient imperial clan had always been domineering, and the imperial aura just now was especially domineering. One could easily imagine the attitude of the person inside. 4,000 Deluo immortal stones going once. 4,000 Deluo immortal stones going twice. 4,000 Deluo immortal stones going thrice. The origin heavy water map is sold. Zhou Buchuan announced the result. The crowd finally came to their senses. They had apparently been fooled and had been scared silly by the ancient imperial clan. Good, we finally got the item. In Lin Fei's box, he breathed a long sigh of relief. He had learned this method from the books he had read, and for the sake of safety, he had used the Imperial Aura. In truth, Lin Fei had been very nervous. 4,000 Deluo immortal stones was his entire fortune. If someone were to make a move, he would truly be dumbfounded. Fortunately, Lin Fei had succeeded. 4,000 Deluo immortal stones had scared them silly, and then the Imperial Aura had caused all sorts of doubts to arise in order to buy them enough time. All of a sudden, I've become a pauper. Lin Fei bitterly smiled. He was already satisfied with the Origin Heavy Water map. While Lin Fei was happy, a roar came from another box. I'm going to kill him. My map. A ruthless aura permeated the box, causing all the servants to kneel on the ground and shiver in fear. Only one quick-witted person roared. Hurry and find out who that person is. How dare he steal something that young master has taken a fancy to? Yes, we'll go immediately. Several servants, including the steward, hastily rushed out. Damn my map. I don't care if you're a member of the ancient Imperial clan or someone else. Anyone who provokes me will be reduced to ashes. Chapter 828. In the private room. Young master, your map. With the map of the first Origin Heavy Water in hand, Lin Fei was completely at ease. His biggest problem had been solved. After painfully paying 4,000 Origin Immortal Stones, the map of the first Origin Heavy Water was finally in Lin Fei's hands. It was a warm map that he had snatched from the mouths of the crowd. After dismissing the staff, Lin Fei impatiently opened the map. It was an unknown beast hide. It was soft and extraordinary, and it exuded a vaguely familiar aura of a vicious beast. Chaos monster? Lin Fei finally remembered. Wasn't the beast hide in his hand a chaos monster? The aura was exactly the same. He carefully opened it, and the array on the beast hide quietly dissipated. This proved that it was the original item, and no one had opened it before. On the inside of the beast's skin, thick lines could be seen clearly. The Land of Chaos? After looking at it for a while, Lin Fei frowned. The last place marked on the map was the Land of Chaos. It was surrounded by mountains, and just from the name, one could tell that it was not a good place. A red dot was drawn in the center of the Land of Chaos. It was obvious that this red dot was the location of the first Origin Heavy Water. No matter where it is, no matter how dangerous it is, I have to go. Lin Fei put away the first Origin Heavy Water map. He could finally put down his greatest worry. The auction was still going on outside. Lin Fei had spent all his wealth, so he naturally had no interest in the treasures below. At most, he would admire and entertain the eyes to pass the time. The treasures were of all shapes and sizes, and they broadened Lin Fei's horizons greatly. Now we are auctioning a stone found in some ruins. This stone is hard and contains the aura of primal chaos. It should be a special material that we've determined can be melted into an immortal weapon to increase its power. However, this stone cannot be broken by an Origin Golden Immortal, so be prepared. The starting price is 10 Origin Immortal Stones. A stone? Since Lin Fei was bored, he released his divine senses to take a look so that he could broaden his horizons. It was a black stone about the size of a fist. It contained the aura of primal chaos and was hard and indestructible. Why does it look so familiar? In the private room, Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He scanned the fist-sized rock again. F*CK, I'm too lucky. Lin Fei observed it again and came to a conclusion that was hard to accept. The black stone being auctioned on the stage was a Chaos Divine Stone. There was no way he was mistaken. Lin Fei could almost pat his chest and guarantee it. Chaos God Stone? How is that possible? Lin Fei was indeed shocked. This inconspicuous stone was actually a Chaos Divine Stone. Logically speaking, they should be able to recognize it, right? Why is it being auctioned? Lin Fei examined it from top to bottom, and finally confirmed that it was a Chaos Divine Stone. Could it be that the Chaos Divine Stone is an ancient artifact, and as time passed, no one recognized it? The possibility is very high. Otherwise, the upper echelons of the 4 academies would definitely recognize it. Lin Fei was exultant. If I hadn't seen a Chaos Divine Stone before, I really would have missed out on a great opportunity today. No one had touched this stone. Even the almighty heavenly golden immortals couldn't open it, let alone them. While no one was looking, Lin Fei had spent almost 30 origin immortal stones to get his hands on the black stone. As for whether anyone would suspect anything, he didn't know. Ha ha ha. It really is a chaos divine stone. After paying the origin immortal stones for the black stone, Lin Fei was ecstatic. Good, wonderful. My primal chaos divine hand is still missing a part, so I've never been able to refine it. Now that I've refined this fist-sized chaos divine stone, my primal chaos divine hand will be complete. Without another word, Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and began to rub the heaven and earth furnace, furiously refining the chaos divine stone so that he wouldn't be noticed by others. This one remembers. A one-eyed giant in a private room stared venomously at a certain room, his cold eyes gleaming with cold light. I finally know why that black stone gave me such a familiar feeling. The one-eyed giant was vexed. An ancient chaos divine stone, and the size of a fist at that. Truly inconceivable. An ancient chaos divine stone refined and claiming to be an emperor-grade immortal artifact. Damn, the ancient imperial family bought it. The one-eyed giant's eyes were filled with resentment. This won't do. An ancient chaos divine stone must be obtained. Once this one refines it, it will become the eye of death. With one eye all things will die. At the same time, in another private room, did the ancient imperial family discover that the black stone is a chaos divine stone? The ethereal voice was like that of a goddess from above the 9 heavens, captivating and irresistible. Big sister, you can't be mistaken, right? A chaos divine stone. That's an ancient chaos divine stone that was born in the primal chaos. It's priceless. It shouldn't be wrong. The black-clothed woman said regretfully. I've seen an ancient chaos divine stone in an ancient book. It's a pity that I didn't expect it and lost a chance for no reason. Once the auction is over, we'll go meet the ancient imperial family and snatch it from their hands. The red-clothed woman said nonchalantly. The ancient imperial family is struggling at death's door. I don't think they would dare to refuse. The auction continued. Treasures of various colors were displayed one after another, dazzling the eyes of those who saw them. The various great enchanting disciples were going all out, and their wealth was extremely high. For a time, the competition was extremely intense. This was especially true for the final treasures. They incited a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, and the price rose steadily. Everyone who saw this gasped. The geniuses of the Eastern Domain and Southern Domain were truly rich. They didn't hold back at all, and the origin immortal stone was enough to crush someone to death. Lin Fei was completely unaware of the frenzied competition for treasures. At this time, he was completely focused on refining the chaos divine stone. The color of his palm was constantly changing, exuding primal chaos energy and a rare dangerous aura. 1 hour later, Lin Fei opened his eyes, and a look of joy flashed across his eyes. I did it, I finally did it. Today was different from the past. In the past, refining the primal chaos divine stones was extremely slow, but now it was extremely fast. Lin Fei stretched out his right hand. His appearance was the same as usual, but he knew that his palm had changed greatly. Whoosh, with a wave of his right hand, a layer of primal chaos appeared on the surface. The chaos runes flashed in the air and fused together. This is an emperor grade? Lin Fei gently clawed at it. Bang bang bang. Space was directly crushed and continuously collapsed. Chapter 829. P.S. Double monthly votes. I also came out to ask for it. 1 or 2 to Xiaoka is full of motivation. The auction is over. At this moment, a large group of people gathered in the Primal Chaos Commerce. The Primal Chaos Commerce held an auction, and many precious treasures were gathered. Although the people outside did not have the qualifications to enter, it did not prevent them from learning about the auction from others. The 4 great academies, 108 academies, specially held an auction, who did not want to know what good things would be auctioned. When the first enchanting genius walked out, everyone knew that the auction was over. Look, the immemorial mountain genius 5-colored god Luan has come out. Suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on a young man dressed in fiery red clothes. This person was not old, and there were runes between his eyebrows, showing that he was different. With every step he took, The terrifying aura of a ferocious beast spread out in all directions. The five-colored god Luan was a purebred from the immemorial mountain. A purebred genius from the immemorial mountain, with an extremely noble bloodline, was extremely powerful from birth, reaching the golden immortal realm. This was the power of a purebred. As for the birth of a mutant, at most a Xian immortal or a heaven immortal, a purebred would reach the heavens in a single step from birth. The difference between a purebred and a mutant was huge. The geniuses that others could only reach after painstakingly cultivating could reach such a high position from the moment they were born. The five-colored god Luan was a purebred, a golden immortal expert. In addition, the race was powerful, and no one could stop its sharpness. Especially the background behind it. It was destined to be brilliant in the future. Boss! As soon as the five-colored god Luan came out, a huge figure welcomed it. When everyone saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. The geniuses of the immemorial mountain were indeed united. That guy was going to be in big trouble. Barbarian Xiong, you trash, who injured you? The five-colored god Luan saw through everything and saw that Barbarian Xiong was injured. The previously arrogant Barbarian Xiong did not dare to breathe loudly. He lowered his head. Boss, it's a human. He stole my invitation letter. I'm not his match. Trash. The five-colored god Luan attacked, slapping Barbarian Xiong to the ground. No one could see clearly how it attacked. Its strength was too strong, sending Barbarian Xiong, a mutant from the immemorial mountain, flying with a single palm. Why didn't you two stop him? The five-colored godly Luan's gaze turned and landed on the two guards. Divine flames enveloped the two guards out of thin air. Thousands of runes smashed down with a thunderous strike. The two guards were immediately caught in the attack. They coughed up blood and begged for mercy. The geniuses of the primordial mountain were too overbearing. Without a single word of disagreement, he directly attacked. The two great golden immortals did not even have the chance to resist and were directly blasted away. It was a tragic sight. If this were to kill people, it would be unimaginable. Brother Kong extinguished the fire. At the door, another young man walked out, waving the folding fan in his hand, talking cheerfully and wittily. Scram! If you anger me, I'll teach you a lesson. The five-colored divine Luan was a top-notch purebred, so it naturally wouldn't take ordinary people seriously. Ha ha ha, Brother Xing, you've suffered a loss, haven't you? Those fellows from the immemorial mountain are not so easy to deal with. A young man slowly walked out from behind Sir Folding Fan. It seemed that there was something wrong with the immemorial mountain. The five-colored divine Luan waved its hand and flew into the sky. A giant fire sparrow spread its wings and flew high into the sky, becoming its mount. It just hovered in the sky like this. Brother Gao, I heard that you've killed a mutant from the immemorial mountain. Don't get me involved. That Sir Folding Fan said with a smile. I don't want to incur enmity with an expert from the immemorial mountain. He turned around and left. Humph, coward. You're not worthy of being a genius disciple. The person who was called Brother Gao coldly snorted. Purebred from the immemorial mountain, humph. Scram, you're blocking the way. Another giant came out from inside. It was like a small mountain with a vertical eye. Evil, bloodthirsty, sinister. All kinds of emotions gathered together, like a demon from hell. Evil giant. That Brother Gao's face sank, revealing a rare expression of fear. He quickly left, not daring to make a move, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. The descendant of the ancient giant, the evil giant. Don't look at his eyes can confuse people, turning them into walking corpses. Many people hurriedly left, not daring to get close to this giant, so as to avoid being attacked by the evil light. The evil giant laughed. A group of ants, I really want to slap one to death. The evil giant's huge body walked out, surrounded by vengeful spirits, wailing unceasingly. It was a ghastly sight. Just how many people had this evil giant killed? This kind of person could not be offended. Brother Kong, who made you angry? The evil giant stood outside, unexpectedly not leaving. A human beat up a mutant from the immemorial mountain, and even snatched the invitation letter. I want to see which side this genius is. The five-colored god Luan coldly said. Even from far away, people could feel the killing intent from it. Humans should indeed be taught a lesson. The evil giant sinisterly said. It's best to capture their vengeful spirits and let them suffer day and night until their souls scatter, so that they know that the title of genius is not so easy to sit on. 5-colored God Luan, evil giant. You are quite bold, daring to attack us humans. 2 young women appeared in the sky at some unknown time, one in black and one in red. The one who spoke was the woman in red, mocking the two. So it's the 2 peerless geniuses of the eastern region. The 5-colored God Luan said indifferently, but a hint of fear clearly flashed in her eyes. Their immemorial mountain was incomparably powerful, but there were still many places in the heaven realm that the immemorial mountain feared. At least you are knowledgeable, the woman in red said indifferently. The 2 peerless geniuses of the eastern region, people of the divine palace. The evil giant looked at the 2 with a different gaze, also with fear. Evil giant, could it be that you also want to experience the power of the divine palace? The divine palace was a top sect in the eastern region, with as many experts as there were clouds. It was said that there was a celestial king overseeing it, a half-step great emperor existence and ancient existence. The evil giant smiled evilly. The name of the divine palace shakes the heaven realm. I want to taste the fragrance of a little girl. I wonder if you are willing? Bold madman, the red lady is not someone you can profane. A cold voice rang out in the air. After that, a black spear pierced out. The spear whistled through the air, bearing its fangs and claws, causing the space around it to explode. This was none other than the Spear King of this generation. Spear King Lu Yong is here. This spear is so powerful, it contains the will of destruction, worthy of being the Spear King of Phoenix Academy. The evil giant didn't care. With a wave of his hand, a mass of vengeful spirits formed a wall of chi, blocking the spear. The Spear King is only a Spear King Lu Yong's spear contained the will of destruction. With one spear, thousands of resentful souls were destroyed, but unfortunately, after being destroyed, they were resurrected, endless, unkillable, undetectable. Lu Yong, when is it your turn to meddle in this Mrs. Matter? The red lady coldly snorted, revealing an unhappy expression. Lu Yong's spear did not succeed. He retracted his spear, his expression ugly. Evil giant, wait until the 9 secluded secret realm opens. I will let you see what a real spear art is, and kill you in the secret realm. In such a short time, the geniuses were already exchanging pointers. The spectators were terrified. Their strength was too tyrannical. The auction was over, but such a thing happened, it was unimaginable, beyond their imagination. More importantly, they seemed to be waiting for someone. The 5-colored divine Luan was waiting for a human who injured their immemorial mountain. Evil giant, where are the people from Eastern Region Divine Palace? Interesting, I didn't expect everyone to be here. It seems like you are all here for the first Yuan heavy water map, right? A young marquis with a dignified appearance, wearing a battle armor, walked out in large strides, and said what everyone was guessing in their hearts. Heaven-suppressing marquis, you guessed wrong, the first Yuan heavy water is useless to me. The evil giant chuckled. However, looking at your appearance, the first Yuan heavy water map is very important. I am already interested in snatching it. First Yuan heavy water map? Everyone was enlightened, so it was for this thing. The first Yuan heavy water was a good thing. Not only could it be used to refine immortal artifacts, but it could also wash away the murderous aura on the body, reducing the effect of the inner demon invasion. Heaven-suppressing marquis, could it be that you want to get a foot in the first Yuan heavy water map? Another peerless genius walked out. Are you preparing to make an enemy out of this young master? Heaven-suppressing marquis's eyes were spirited. So it's brotherly, I don't like what you are saying. The first Yuan heavy water has fallen into the hands of the ancient imperial family. It will depend on everyone's ability to get it. If you don't have the ability, then scram. Heaven-suppressing marquis, you sure talk big. We are interested in the first Yuan heavy water map. 7 or 8 geniuses stood out from the crowd, all of them staring at the first Yuan heavy water map. Sister Yu, the ancient imperial family is in trouble. The red-robed girl transmitted her divine sense. I didn't expect them to all be here for the first Yuan heavy water, but the evil giant and 5-colored divine Luan's goal is unclear. Sister, don't worry, the ancient imperial family was glorious back in the day, and left behind a certain amount of power. Let's just watch the show and let them test the power of the ancient imperial family. Sister, you is right. The red-robed girl nodded. Heaven-suppressing Marquis's words attracted the attention of many people. He laughed in his heart. The ancient imperial family was glorious back in the day, and even though they declined later on, they still inherited the ancient methods. When that person comes out, I will let them experience the power of the ancient imperial family. And I will be the fisherman, ha ha ha. Chapter 830. In the private room. It's over. Lin Fei was fully focused on refining the fist-sized chaotic divine stone. Time had passed unknowingly, and he only realized it when the people outside reminded him. Lin Fei broke out in a cold sweat. He had been refining the chaotic divine stone until the end of the auction. I'll be out in a moment. After successfully refining the chaos divine stone and forging a divine-grade divine hand, Lin Fei was in an extremely good mood. He now had another trump card. After refining the chaotic divine stone, Lin Fei had no doubt that it was a saint-grade celestial artifact. He could easily crush it and turn it into a pile of scrap metal. After restoring his right hand to normal, Lin Fei checked it up and down. There was nothing wrong with it. Others might not be able to tell, but he could show it with a thought. If I don't like anyone in the future, I'll just slap them to death. Lin Fei thought happily. I'm afraid they won't know that my right hand has become an emperor-grade celestial artifact. Once I use it, it will destroy everything. Lin Fei stood up, loosened his neck, opened the door of the private room and strode out. Their gazes are a little strange. After coming out of the private room, Lin Fei walked outside and inadvertently discovered that many people were looking at him. They were all gloating over his misfortune. Lin Fei immediately understood what was going on. It seems that many people are obsessed with the map of the first Yuan heavy water. They are planning to intercept me outside. Lin Fei thought. Maybe some of them are eyeing the chaotic divine stone. Lin Fei easily figured out the ins and outs of the matter. If not for the fact that he was in a hurry to refine the chaotic divine stone, Lin Fei believed that they would not suspect him. It was because he was refining the chaotic divine stone that he was the last person left. The first essence heavy water and the primal chaos divine stone are all on me. It's impossible for me to hand them over. If they know what's good for them, then we can all live in peace. If they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. The first essence heavy water map was too important. It concerned the fourth God Fiend refinement stage. Chaos God Stone? After completely refining it, Lin Fei couldn't possibly say that he had refined an Emperor-grade divine hand and possessed an Emperor-grade celestial artifact. If that was the case, the entire heavenly realm would be in chaos. Outside the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. At this time, many people had gathered, and most of them were here to watch the show. Of course, some people wanted to see for themselves just how powerful the ancient imperial family was. Everyone knew about their past glory. The matter of the auction could not be hidden. In a short while, everyone knew that a member of the ancient theocrats had taken the map of the first essence heavy water when no one was paying attention. This had incurred the displeasure of a peerless genius. Do you think that person from the ancient royal family slipped away in advance? Are you a fool? The Chaos Chamber of Commerce has layers of arrays. Anyone can slip away. If they want to come out, they have to go through the main door. I've seen many members of the ancient royal family, but I've never seen anyone from the ancient royal family. Tonight, I'll be able to broaden my horizons and see how powerful they are. Naturally, people were very interested in the ancient royal family. On the contrary, there were fewer people paying attention to a Xian immortal kid. There was no comparison between the two. On one side was an unknown kid, and on the other side was a member of the ancient royal family. Their statuses were different. Someone's coming out. Could it be someone from the ancient royal family? Swoosh, swoosh. Streams of divine consciousnesses tore through the air and sealed off the surroundings in an instant, as if to prevent the people of the primordial royal family from leaving. No. Xian immortal realm. Not someone from the ancient royal family. Those who were about to test the water saw a black-robed man walking out. His body rippled with Xian immortal realm aura. Not someone from the ancient royal family. What made people disappointed was that no matter how powerful a Xian immortal kid was, how powerful could he be? They couldn't see through him. Brat, you're finally willing to come out. The barbarian bear's eyes were blood red. It roared and strode forward. An enormous black barbarian bear appeared behind it, and its violent aura turned into a storm that filled the sky. It cut through the void and pounced forward. I want you to die. Learning from the previous opportunity, the barbarian bear didn't give his opponent any chance to make a move and pounced forward. Loser, Lin Fei said lightly. His right hand grew and slapped the barbarian bear's face. Its teeth flew out and its eyes were filled with horror. With a loud bang, it was slapped to the ground. This kid is so powerful. He was born with divine strength and sent the barbarian bear flying with one slap. He's quite capable. The peerless geniuses who were watching were slightly surprised. This young man was really powerful. After fusing with the chaotic divine stone, my slap is purely a physical attack. Less than 10% of my strength is enough to send the barbarian bear flying. Strong, too strong. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. The mystic immortal kid sent a primordial mountain beast flying with one slap. The scene was silent. Human, tell me your name. I never kill a nameless person. The five-colored godly Luan was high up in the sky, looking down at the common people. The pressure of a pureblood hit him in the face. No comment. Lin Fei sent a primordial mountain beast flying with one slap and forbade it from moving forward. As for the five-colored godly Luan's words, he directly said, no comment. What a cocky kid. Reject the five-colored godly Luan's words. Whoosh. 8 pillars of fire suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei. Each pillar was extremely thick and had runes circling around it. They emitted an ancient aura and a scorching aura. Everyone was shocked and used their celestial force to resist the scorching aura. Oh my god, this is an ancient array, the 8 dragons killing array. A peerless genius exclaimed, his eyes filled with horror. Legend has it that once this array is used, boundless divine fire will descend and burn the enemy. I didn't expect the five-colored godly Luan to bring this ancient killing array out. Just such a great array was enough to make people feel fear. The primordial mountain's purebloods were indeed worthy of their reputation. Before they even made a move, they could already feel the terror within. Our primordial mountain is sacred and inviolable. You, a tiny ant, actually dare to make a move against a primordial mountain beast. You don't know what's good for you. Kneel down and repent for me. The 8-dragon annihilation formation spun madly. 8 evil dragons descended from the sky. The huge ancient formation turned into a huge millstone. Kacha kacha kacha, it crushed down. The void began to collapse, shattering like a mirror. The five-colored godly Luan is too strong. I can't stop this great array. Inside the 8 dragons killing array. What a primordial mountain, they want to kill me as soon as they make a move. Even if they don't die, their vitality will be greatly damaged. Lin Fei's heart sank. The people of the primordial mountain were indeed overbearing. They wanted to kill him as soon as they made a move. Break for me. The demonic god's hand rushed out. The huge palm slammed onto the millstone. The ancient great array showed some stagnation and cracks appeared. The cracks continued to spread, like broken glass. Chapter 831. The power of the ancient grand formation was not as great as it was in the past, so Lin Fei naturally broke it with brute force. Don't forget, the demon god's hand had already leveled up. With a single palm strike, the key point of the ancient formation would naturally be destroyed. That bird in the sky, if you continue to attack sooner or later, I will pluck off all your feathers. Lin Fei was inwardly shocked by the might of the primal chaos right hand. Even though he had not used a single strand of the primal chaos right hand's power, after fusing with the primal chaos divine stone, the holy light demonic hand's power had increased significantly. That was how Lin Fei was able to break through the ancient formation. Birds in the sky. 5-colored godly Luan? Everyone was left speechless, not daring to say a single word. This was especially true for the peerless geniuses. Who didn't know that the 5-colored divine Luan hated to hear these words the most? Of course, there were others who were in a good mood. The 5-colored divine Luan's attack wasn't effective. Instead, it broke through the great formation, causing it to lose some of its power. It let out a huge breath of relief. You're amazing. I've underestimated you. The 5-colored divine Luan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. His physical body is powerful, and he can break through formations with a single palm. In the entire archaic mountains there aren't many who can do this. He can be considered a genius. Not angry. Everyone thought that the five-colored divine Luan was a purebred of the archaic mountain. Now that its attack had failed, in addition to the previous mockery, it would definitely fly into a thunderous rage and teach this human a lesson. The five-colored divine Luan was a purebred existence. It wasn't something that a mere bird could compare to, but the result was unexpected. Genius? The archaic mountain's five-colored divine Luan's casual words pointed out that the other party's strength was extraordinary and could be called a genius. Overpraised to death? Or was it something else? I don't care if you're a genius or not. Lin Fei shook his head and kept his guard up. I'm leaving now. Not going to stop them. Surprisingly, the five-colored divine Luan didn't stop him, surprising everyone. No one knew what he was thinking, and no one could tell what he was thinking. After all, that brat beat up the Primordial Mountain's variant, which was a provocation to the Primordial Mountain. Brat, stop right there. Who allowed you to leave? Just because the five-colored divine Luan didn't make a move didn't mean that others wouldn't. The evil giant was one of them. Why? You want to give it a try? Lin Fei stopped. The evil giant looked at Lin Fei up and down with a venomous gaze and said eerily, Kid, I suspect that you're someone else. No one knew how the evil giant had stopped them. Everyone remembered that the young man had brutally beaten up the Primordial Mountain variant. What did the evil giant's words mean? Lin Fei chuckled. I'm quite curious. Who do I look like? The evil giant said. I suspect that you are a member of the ancient theocrats. What? The ancient royal family? Him. How is this possible? Quite a few people were shocked. It was truly difficult to link them together. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fei threw his head back and laughed. Ancient royal family? If I were a member of the ancient theocrats, you would still be alive. According to the theocrats' temperament, they would have killed you long ago. Evil giant, are you mistaken? How can he be a member of the ancient royal family? A peerless genius said. Look at him. He's just an ordinary person. I think he's from a third-rate school and is here to try his luck. Someone from the ancient theocracy? How dare the evil giant say that? This evil giant is indeed evil. He wants to get someone to deal with me. Lin Fei thought. When I get to the 9 secluded mystery realm, I must kill this guy. At this moment, Lin Fei did not want to be exposed. Even though there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. Once he was exposed, it would definitely be troublesome to find the first Yuan heavy water. For the sake of the first Yuan heavy water, Lin Fei had to bear with it. Especially after obtaining the chaotic divine stone, he could not guarantee that others would not be able to tell. Once he admitted it, he would be in big trouble. Many people present did not believe that this black-robed man was a member of the ancient royal family. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce's auction was a secret. Outsiders could not find out who the ancient royal family was. At most they could only guess. However, the person in front of them was definitely not a member of the ancient royal family. Lin Fei usually concealed his divinity radiance and did not reveal any of it. Even a celestial sir would not be able to tell. Whether you are or not, it's enough for me to recognize you. The evil giant did not give up. He laughed and his negative emotions poured out, turning into a demonic palm that was hundreds of miles wide. The aura of wrong souls filled the air. This person is so young. He must have some secrets. Kill him and let the five-colored godly Luan owe me a favor. The evil giant was not a good person. Although Lin Fei did not know why the evil giant was staring at him, he vaguely guessed that this evil giant was trouble. You've gone too far. Lin Fei's face was full of anger. His celestial demon aura rippled and his momentum increased. He struck out the celestial demon palm and clashed with the evil giant's palm. Boom! Lin Fei's palm contained divine power. When the divine power blew, the wronged souls were crushed. Evil giant, if you piss me off, you'll be in big trouble. After blasting away the clouds with his palm, sweat appeared on Lin Fei's forehead. It seemed that he had used all his strength in this palm. The evil giant was shocked. This kid's divine power is unparalleled. The divine power that he swept up can crush my wronged souls. However, this kid is a stubborn guy. If I piss him off, he might really die together with me. It seems that this kid only has amazing divine power. His divine power is not high and he doesn't have much celestial force. He even had to use a secret technique to attack just now. It's better not to provoke this kind of person, especially in this place. I thought he was a genius. He is destined to die because his celestial force is not enough. Everyone started to doubt the five-colored godly Luan's words. Is this kid really a genius? The evil giant's casual attack was used to use a secret technique. How could he be considered a genius? Heh kid, we'll meet again in the Nine Nether Mystery Land. The evil giant withdrew all his negative emotions. Humph! I'm not afraid of you. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Then he turned around and left. His body was slightly trembling. Although this scene was very secretive, everyone could see that the black-robed kid had used a secret technique to affect himself. A kid at the mysterious celestial stage and an ancient imperial family. Basically, no one would think that they were the same person. When he used the emperor's power, Lin Fei was like an emperor. Every move he made could suppress everyone. However, once he restrained his aura, he was just an ordinary mysterious celestial. That was close. Finally, Lin Fei wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. In fact, he had kicked the evil giant on purpose. The evil giant's negative emotions were overwhelming and created the divine law. However, for Lin Fei, his divine fire could destroy everything. It was not difficult to defeat him. But if that was the case, he would definitely be in big trouble in the Nine Nether Mystery Land. You guys can take your time to guess. Lin Fei knew very well that they were waiting for him to get the map of the first Yuan heavy water and the chaotic divine stone. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced that he had beaten up a primordial mountain exotic species, which gave him an opportunity to avoid being exposed. Right. The five-colored celestial Luan is not simple. He is very cunning. Could it be that he saw something? Lin Fei secretly guessed. Forget it. I'll take one step at a time. Sister Yu, what are you looking at? Is there something different about that black-robed kid? The woman in red was quite curious. Since when did the arrogant Sister Yu pay attention to a black-robed kid? The woman in black said, I don't know why, but I feel that this person is not ordinary. It seems that he is hiding something. Don't you think that the black-robed kid is too calm? The woman in red thought carefully and frowned. What you said is a little bit true. No matter how strong a Xian immortal kid is, there is a limit. Ordinary people would be shocked when they meet the evil giant and the five-colored celestial Luan. Is there really something strange? This is just my guess. Maybe I am wrong. The woman in black was not sure. Let's wait for the ancient royal family to come out. If Lin Fei knew that he was being suspected by the woman in the deity palace, he would probably be shocked. A woman's intuition was indeed not simple. After Lin Fei left the Chaos Chamber of Commerce, he immediately returned to his palace in the Holy Heaven Academy. He planned to cultivate in seclusion. Maybe someone was already looking for him. Right now, Lin Fei needed to study the map of the first Yuan heavy water thoroughly. There was no need to think too much about other things. On the other side, the peerless genius of the Chaos Chamber of Commerce had waited for nothing. The ancient royal family did not come out at all. It was as if he had disappeared, leaving a big suspense and all kinds of guesses. Some said that the ancient royal family had a sage artifact in their hands, and they left calmly, causing them to work for nothing. Some said that the ancient royal family had always been in the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. Unfortunately, they couldn't ask them. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce was formed by the 108 academies. There was no trace of the ancient royal family, which made the peerless genius roar. But no one had ever looked at Lin Fei with suspicion. At most, they would think that the ancient royal family had a powerful sage artifact in their hands, and they could leave right in front of their eyes. But someone was not willing to give up. After midnight, someone barged into the Chaos Chamber of Commerce. It was just a trace of negative emotions, but it contained supreme power. It drilled into their bodies unknowingly. I don't believe that I can't find out your true colors. In a certain palace, the evil giant formed a complicated hand seal. Countless eyes floated behind him with all kinds of emotions. One look and they would collapse. Not this one. Not this one either. No hurry, no hurry. Take your time. The evil giant was still not willing to give up. A piece of chaos divine stone slipped out of his hand. He used a supreme secret art to use negative emotions to search their memories. Got it. Suddenly, the evil giant opened his eyes and revealed a rare look of joy. Chapter 832. Yes. Thank you, Zhao Junjie. Thank you, Zhao Junjie. The City of Chaos. With the rise of the sun, a new day had arrived. 108 outstanding students gathered in the City of Chaos, preparing to enter the 9 nether space created by the 4 emperors. 3 days passed by in a flash. To the peerless geniuses, it was just a blink of an eye. In fact, it was not even a blink of an eye. At most, it was just a blink of an eye. Is the 9 nether secret area finally going to open? I can't wait any longer. In a splendid palace, someone stretched his body and let the sun shine on him. It was warm and comfortable. After returning from the auction, Lin Fei didn't go out. He just stayed in the palace and waited for the arrival of this day. The land of chaos, here I come. Lin Fei smiled and walked out of the palace. 2 days was enough for Lin Fei to recharge his energy and raise his combat power to its peak. As soon as he walked out of the palace, Lin Fei saw that all the inner disciples were arrogant and couldn't hide their excitement. Only a few of them looked at him coldly like a poisonous snake. Lin Fei ignored their gazes. The inner disciples of the Holy Heaven Institute looked like the heaven's favored ones, but in fact, they were too weak. They were not as strong as the pure breeds of the immemorial mountain. Junior brother Lin Fei, I heard that you have been in secluded cultivation. Did you succeed in your cultivation? Gao Zhuang, who tried to test Lin Fei last time, said coldly. His words attracted a lot of mocking laughter. Senior brother Gao, you can't say that. Junior brother Lin Fei is a genius. It's normal for him to break through in secluded cultivation. Junior brother Lin Fei, don't you think so? Another man added. It was obvious that he was trying to flatter Gao Zhuang. Boring. Lin Fei said indifferently and no longer paid any attention to them. Humph, it won't be too late to deal with you when we reach the 9 nether secret area. Gao Dezhuang was very unhappy, and a cold expression flashed on his face. Back then, he had been taught a lesson in the inner sect main hall, and he would never forget it. Senior brother Gao is right. Junior brother Lin Fei is just lucky. There are countless geniuses in the 9 secluded secret realm. 108 students from different academies are all gathered together. He is the easiest to die. The inner court disciples were all enchanting, and indeed did not take Lin Fei seriously. However, they were very fearful of his potential. If he was already like this as a Xian immortal, wouldn't he be stepping on their heads when he stepped into the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal? A peerless genius, a tall tree attracts the wind, and a hidden arrow is hard to guard against. Alright, everyone is here. Let's go. At the entrance of the palace, Elder Fei Yang casually glanced over and said calmly. His tone lacked the authority from before. Go. Elder Fei Yang's immortal energy surged out, forming a gigantic hand that was thousands of feet in size. Everyone felt as though they were being imprisoned. In an instant, it landed on his palm. At this moment, Elder Fei Yang displayed his overwhelming strength. Sometime, Elder Fei Yang brought them to the Chaos Plaza. At this moment, the Chaos Plaza was crowded with people. All kinds of auras were rising into the sky, and some were even shouting out loud. Ha ha ha, 9 secluded secret realm. I'm here. You Western region trash, what are you looking at? Be careful or I'll kill you. We, the disciples of the Eastern region, are the strongest. People from the 4 regions appeared at the plaza at different times, causing a commotion. If it wasn't for the fear, they would have already attacked. Elder Fei Yang, this time, our Phoenix Academy will surely surpass your Divine Heaven Academy. A gigantic phoenix flew out from the sky, blazing with flames. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared nearby with a group of disciples, and an arrogant voice could be heard. The second largest academy in the northern region, Phoenix Academy. Humph, Divine Heaven Academy is just yesterday's daylily. Don't let me encounter you in the 9 secluded secret realm. On the back of the phoenix was a young man in a battle robe. His eyes were like stars, and his words carried a great aura. Third military marquis, if you're so capable, let's see who's going to kill who. On the side of the Divine Heaven Academy, there was also a young man with an imposing appearance. His aura was soaring into the sky, and his eyes were piercing through the sky as the two faced each other. Ha ha ha, this Marquis is invincible. The Marquis of the Three Armies laughed heartily. Wherever the vanguard pointed, thousands of soldiers and horses would follow. Lin Fei stood in a corner, thinking to himself, Phoenix Academy's strength is truly tyrannical. This three-military marquis has a powerful aura around him. Coming out from the ranks of thousands of soldiers and horses, the power of law he comprehended should be extremely powerful. Humph! Elder Fei Yong harumphed coldly. His voice was like a heavy hammer from the 9 heavens, smashing everything into pieces. Elder Mu, although your Phoenix Academy has been doing well for the past few years, the gap between you and our Divine Heaven Academy is too big. Elder Fei Yong said. The 9 secluded secret realm will let you know the difference. The middle-aged man on the other side was called Elder Mu, and he said calmly, Elder Fei Yong, times have changed. Didn't you want to watch? Let's wait and see. He controlled the phoenix and flew toward one of the regions. Listen up, once you meet the disciples of the Divine Heaven Academy in the 9 secluded secret realm, kill them without mercy. I want them all to die. Elder Mu transmitted his voice. Disciple understands. All the disciples were filled with killing intent. Senior brother Lu Yong, did you see someone familiar? Could it be a genius? One of the disciples said. Lu Yong retracted his gaze. That person is interesting. Alright, if you guys meet him, it's best if you kill him. Don't let him make the first move. That person's divine strength is astonishing. Everyone followed his gaze and saw that it was a Xian immortal. They were slightly stunned. Did senior brother Lu Yong say something wrong? What threat could a Xian immortal pose? However, Lu Yong was a conferred king genius among them. Although he agreed to it on the surface, he did not take it seriously in his heart. Humph, a bunch of fools. Lu Yong sneered in his heart. To think that there's such a genius in the Divine Heaven Academy. It'll be interesting to kill him. The people from the Glorious Academy are here. From the east, a black dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long broke through the air, its violent aura crushing the void. The peerless geniuses on its body all resisted the astral winds and were as steady as Mount Tai. They emitted the aura of ferocious beasts, terrifying to the extreme. When everyone saw the arrival of the people from the Glorious Academy, they instantly gasped. Before they even arrived, they could already feel their terrifying aura. A casual glance from them was enough to send chills down their spines. The Glorious Academy of the Eastern region is indeed a top-notch academy. Elder Fei Yang's expression was solemn. With a single glance, he saw that the people from the Glorious Academy were extremely powerful. Just their aura alone was filled with provocation. Elder Fei Yang, your Divine Heaven Academy is getting worse every year. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 833. The Splendor Academy of the Eastern region looked down on the Elysium Academy the moment they appeared. Among the 108 academies, every academy had a competitive relationship, not to mention the 4 great academies. Who knew how many people were trying to replace them and become famous in the heavenly realm? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the geniuses of the Eastern region's Splendor Academy had surpassed the previous batch. Just by standing there, one could tell how powerful they were. On the surface, the gap between the Elysium Academy was too big. Just from their aura alone they lost. Elder Fei Yang had a gloomy expression. Old thing, you can't speak nonsense. Our Elysium Academy is one of the 4 great academies. Just by putting on a frightening aura, you want to prove how powerful we are? He who doesn't know how to. These words coming from Fei Yang's mouth didn't sound very confident. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Splendor Academy was powerful. Once they made a move, the Elysium Academy might lose. There's no point in talking anymore. The result will prove everything. The elder on the black dragon chuckled, his eyes filled with disdain. You people of the Elysium Academy, listen up. I advise you not to go. I will kill whoever goes. A tall and sturdy man on the black dragon, like a deity, said disdainfully, Remember my name, Iron Blood Marquis. Bang bang bang, cyclones suddenly exploded around the palm. The violent energy turned into a myriad of astral winds and swept over. The Iron Blood Marquis had yet to make a move, but many geniuses already felt a great pressure. This Iron Blood Marquis was a formidable opponent. The Elysium Academy disciples glared angrily, wishing they could immediately make a move. Elder Fei Yang, the Iron Blood Marquis, is this time's king conferral genius, known as the Champion King. Countless people have died in his hands. The Splendor Academy elder was proud. I advise you not to participate. Oh, I almost forgot. Your Elysium Academy hasn't produced a king conferral genius for hundreds of years, ha ha ha. The exceptional geniuses on the Black Dragon couldn't help but laugh in mockery. The Elysium Academy hadn't produced a king conferral genius for hundreds of years. Everyone knew that it was getting worse every year. Back then, when the Sacred Sky Emperor established the Sacred Sky Academy, there were countless geniuses conferred the title of king. Now, things have changed with the passage of time. Indeed, the Holy Heavens Academy is getting worse with each passing year. It has been several hundred years since they produced an emperor-conferred genius. On the other hand, the Phoenix Academy, which is at the same level as them, has been displaying great strength since 100 years ago, producing emperor-conferred geniuses time and time again. There is a high chance that the Holy Heavens Academy will be ousted from the #1 position. A few hundred years or even 1,000 years later, the Sacred Heaven Academy will probably fall to a second-rate academy. Everyone sighed. The glory of an academy depended on the number of king-rank geniuses they had. Once they had enough king-rank geniuses, they would become the pillars of the academy and spread their fame. If an academy hadn't produced a conferred king in several hundred years, it meant that the academy was going downhill. I reckon that there won't be any regal prodigies appearing in the Holy Heaven Academy this time. Without a regal prodigy, we will miss a lot of opportunities in the 9 Nether secret realm. The reason the Splendor Academy could strut around was because the number of king-titled geniuses had always been balanced. The king-titled geniuses were the same, and they were the ones who strengthened the Splendor Academy. Elder Fei Yang, is it true that there aren't any king-titled geniuses in your academy this year? This time it wasn't the Splendor Academy that spoke, but an old man on the back of a black tortoise. The old man was 10,000 zhang tall, and the aura of a divine beast covered the sky. His aura was as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible to penetrate through. Black Tortoise Academy. Elder Fei Yang's brows sank once again, especially when he saw the disciples of the Black Tortoise Academy behind him. Why are they all king-titled geniuses? They're even stronger than the last time. Every time the 9 Nether secret realm opened, Elder Fei Yang would be the one leading the team to witness the strength of the other academies. But this time, the Splendor Academy and Black Tortoise Academy had a strong lineup, and each academy had at least 5 to 6 king-titled geniuses. Under such a lineup, the Holy Heaven Academy was indeed pale in comparison. Back when the Holy Heaven Academy was at its peak, there were many king-titled geniuses. The Splendor Academy and Black Tortoise Academy were no match for the Holy Heaven Academy. Elder Fei Yang, long time no see. It's a pity that the disciples of your Holy Heaven Academy are getting worse every year, the old man said with a smile. You Black Tortoise disciples only have a few king-titled geniuses. What's so great about that? Elder Fei Yang was vexed. He glanced at Lin Fei from the corner of his eyes, as if he was making a decision. Ha ha ha, who said that the Holy Heaven Academy doesn't have any king-titled geniuses? They might really have one. Black Tortoise old man, you can't say that. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, and a huge chariot filled with ancient aura rushed out from the lightning. This chariot wasn't as big as the Black Dragon or the Black Tortoise, but its ancient aura was overwhelming. It was an extremely rare ancient chariot, and it was pulled by a huge thunder beast. It was swallowing and spitting lightning, blasting everything in its path. The people of the Thunder Academy are here too. The 4 great academies of the heaven world had all gathered. 3 of the 4 great academies were targeting the Holy Heaven Academy. At this moment, in the depths of the Chaos City, astral winds blew, destroying everything. There were 4 people whose bodies flickered with golden light. Their radiance was boundless, and they didn't treat the astral winds as anything. Brother Su, your Holy Heaven Academy is getting worse every year. If it was me, I wouldn't be in the mood to come. A thunder god had eyes of lightning that flickered. Just a single sentence from him was enough to blast everything apart. Brother Lei, your temper is still as bad as ever. The Brother Su in the sky was Su Yi. His law revolved around him, and he exuded a high and mighty aura. Brother Su, you look so calm and composed. Could it be that a genius has appeared in your Elysium Academy? Another dark-faced man asked with a probing tone. Hee, don't fall for it. Brother Su is just deliberately mystifying us. Lei Meng laughed and lightning rumbled. The Holy Heaven Academy hasn't produced a king-titled genius for several hundred years. Oh right, I also saw a profound immortal. Interesting. Sui was indeed calm. Everyone, you'll know if you don't go. These people were the leaders of the 4 great academies. They rarely showed themselves and protected them in the dark. Every time the 9 Nether secret realm opened, they liked to mock Immortal Lord Sui and attack the Holy Heaven Academy indirectly. Immortal Lord Sui couldn't sit still every time. But it was different this year. Immortal Lord Sui was acting mysteriously. It was confusing. The moment the 3 great academies appeared, they suppressed the Holy Heaven Academy, as if they were trying to push them out. Elder Song is right. There is indeed a king-titled genius in the academy this time. Elder Fei Yang was continuously attacked. He finally decided that he couldn't embarrass the academy again this year. It's a king-titled genius that you guys can't even imagine. Damn, are you trying to make me hate you? Lin Fei originally had the mentality of don't look for me. But when he heard Elder Fei Yang's words, he instantly cursed. You're causing trouble. Lin Fei didn't really care about the competition between the 4 great academies. You guys can do whatever you want. I'll just keep a low profile. Junior brother Lin Fei, you are a member of the Holy Heaven Academy, and a king titled Invincible. This is your destiny. Just as Lin Fei was feeling unhappy, Elder Suyi's voice sounded in his ears. Senior brother, junior brother's days won't be good if you announce it in front of everyone. Lin Fei also sent a voice transmission through Divine Sense, complaining about the injustice. This junior brother is even throwing a tantrum. Immortal Lord Sui naturally knew what kind of person Lin Fei was. Junior brother, the Emperor naturally has his reasons for conferring you the title of king titled Invincible. How can you back down? Suyi's tone sank. Junior brother, you are the first king-titled genius in the past few hundred years. If you can get a good result this time, it'll be best if you can get rid of the people from the 3 great academies. I'll help you collect the materials. Lin Fei already knew that it was only a matter of time before his title of king was exposed. It was just a matter of a little sooner or a little later. The reason he said that was just to ask for benefits. An immortal lord would definitely have top-quality materials, right? At least he wouldn't have to look around blindly. Senior brother, don't try to trick me. Sui smiled. Our Holy Heaven Academy has always been restricted by others in the 9 secluded secret realm. If junior brother can display the might of the academy, the sect master will personally help you collect the materials. His words carry enormous weight. Lin Fei didn't expect that senior brother Sui would bring out the sect master to help him collect the materials. He was indeed shocked. A large amount of materials were needed to advance the God-fiend body to the 4th transformation. It was unknown when Lin Fei could do it alone. If the sect master helped, it would be faster than him. Senior brother, don't worry. Junior brother will definitely do his best. Lin Fei clenched his teeth and agreed. As the sect master, he wouldn't act shamelessly. Sui finally heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fei wouldn't let go until he saw the benefits. Subconsciously, Sui believed that Lin Fei would definitely cause a commotion in the 9 secluded secret realm. Elder Fei Yang, from your tone, it sounds like the king of your academy is very impressive. Why don't you say it? Let everyone witness it? There hasn't been a king of kings in a few hundred years. I'm curious what kind of genius will appear. The eyes of the 3 deans were filled with disbelief. They had taken a look just now and found the aura of the King of Kings. Holy Heaven Academy didn't even have a King of Kings. So what if it's an ordinary king? This time, our Holy Heaven Academy's emperor appeared and conferred a king of invincibility. Elder Fengyang said in a deep voice. This was the only thing that Elder Feiyang was satisfied with, a result that he could show off. King of invincibility? This king's name was indeed shocking. Ha ha ha, this marquis is the champion king. I have never killed a king of invincibility. The Iron Blood Marquis shouted. What bullshit king of invincibility? Come out. Chapter 834. Primal Chaos Plaza. Splendor Academy, Elysium Academy, Thunder Academy, Thunder Academy. The 4 top academies in the heaven realm. Every single one of the academies was a top-notch institution on the continent, and the founder was a great emperor, a powerful existence in the region. Countless people tried to join the 4 academies as a form of glory, bringing glory to their ancestors and spreading their name across the continent. 10,000 years ago, the Elysium Academy was the most outstanding academy in the continent. Then it started to go downhill. Not a single king appeared in the academy, causing them to be at a disadvantage in the 9 nether secret realm. As time passed, their reputation was greatly affected. However, this didn't affect the Elysium Academy at all. The Elysium Academy had a long history. Even if it started to go downhill, no one could replace it. However, in the past 1,000 years, Holy Heaven Academy had been declining year by year. Their king-level geniuses were few and far between. When the 3 great academies were ridiculing Holy Heaven Academy, they suddenly heard such a piece of news. It was no less than dropping a heavy bomb. Invincible king? A great emperor was conferred king. That was too terrifying. Thus, the Iron Blood Marquis of the Splendor Academy threatened the invincible king in public. In the eyes of the Iron Blood Marquis, this was a joke. A king would appear in the Elysium Academy? Are you kidding me? In reality, the Iron Blood Marquis reaction reflected everyone's thoughts. The title of King Invincible was something they could not accept. It was unimaginable. What they didn't expect was that someone actually insulted the Iron Blood Marquis in public, treating him like a mad dog. Bang, bang, bang. Cyclones exploded around the Iron Blood Marquis, forming a terrifying zone. If someone were to barge in, they would be crushed into pieces on the spot. Sneaky bastard, come out. The Iron Blood Marquis was the champion king conferred by the great emperor. When had he ever been insulted like this? If he didn't kill the other party, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Damn you, I'm right in front of you. Are you blind? If you're blind, then go home. That voice appeared again. It was loud and clear like a huge bell being struck. It's him. Ha ha ha, only at the profound immortal realm. What a joke, what a joke. The Elysium Academy is really hopeless, conferring such a title of invincible king. If the Iron Blood Marquis makes a move, he'll probably be able to kill King Invincible on the spot. This time Lin Fei didn't hide his tracks and openly appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, a wave of exclamations sounded. However, these voices were all disapproving and mocking. An invincible king at the profound immortal stage. Impudent. The Iron Blood Marquis snorted coldly and punched out with a boundless killing intent. A 10,000 feet long blood river gushed over with a torrential resentment. A mere Xian immortal is worthy of the title King of Invincibility? This Marquis has come to experience it. The peerless genius of the Splendor Academy. The Iron Blood Marquis' first move was a powerful killing move. It wasn't an exchange of pointers, but an undisguised attack. The Iron Blood Marquis wanted to slap the face of the Holy Heaven Academy, and it was the kind of slap resounding. Elder Feiyang was infuriated. The glorious academy truly didn't care about face. A marquis dared to attack in front of everyone. He prepared to block this move to avoid losing face. Elder Feiyang, you don't have to do anything. Just as he was about to make his move, an authoritative voice rang in Elder Feiyang's ears. Elder Su. Elder Feiyang's expression changed. He seemed to hesitate for a moment before gritting his teeth. Can he block it? You don't have to do anything. The great emperor's conferment naturally has its own meaning. There's no need to be anxious. Elder Su Yi's words were still as calm as before. No need to be anxious? This is going to burn the Great Wall. Elder Feiyang thought in his heart. He didn't have the guts to say such words in front of Elder Su. He could only silently curse in his heart. The moment the Iron Blood Marquis made his move, the 10,000 miles long blood river condensed with killing intent. It could be said to be a raging wave. Just the horrifying smell of blood alone was enough to suffocate people and completely lose the ability to fight. You guys don't have to do anything. Junior brother Lin Fei will do it himself. Elder Feiyang stopped the group of inner court disciples from making a move, causing the inner court disciples to be at a loss? With junior brother Lin Fei's strength, he probably wouldn't be able to block the attack, right? Wasn't this throwing the face of the Holy Heaven Academy? They simply couldn't understand why Elder Feiyang stopped them. Could it be that they really needed junior brother Lin Fei to make a move? Subconsciously, they had never taken junior brother Lin Fei seriously. Even for them, their expressions turned grave when they saw the Iron Blood Marquis attack. A conferment genius was indeed a conferment genius. His attack was ordinary and didn't even contain the power of law. It made people feel powerless. Single finger kill. When the Iron Blood Marquis was about to make his move, the Iron Blood Marquis changed his attack. The 10,000 miles long blood river transformed into a gigantic blood-colored finger. It was at least 3,000 feet long, and the sky and earth were dyed red. Too strong. Unless one uses the power of law, he won't be able to block it. The Iron Blood Marquis is indeed a conferment genius. The Iron Blood Marquis's change of attack caused everyone's expression to change. The 10,000 miles long blood river was already terrifying. Now that he changed his attack again, this finger was earth-shattering. He was truly a conferment genius. Too flashy. Facing this finger that caused everyone's expression to change, Lin Fei had a leisurely expression as he pointed at it. Condense. Swoosh, 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 tens of thousands of sword wills flew out. Sword mountains and sword rivers emitted a terrifying sword aura, cutting through the void and shaking the tens of thousands of celestial swords. A celestial sword turned into a beam of white light and slashed at the Iron Blood Marquis. 7 points of sword will, it's not enough. The Iron Blood Marquis laughed. This finger was going to kill the conferment genius of the Holy Heavens Academy. What bullsh * T sword will? It was useless. Bang! The blood-colored finger stabbed at the celestial sword. The sword light shattered as if it couldn't withstand this finger. What bullsh * T king of invincible? It can't even withstand a single blow. The Iron Blood Marquis laughed hysterically. Open your dog eyes. Lin Fei laughed. The celestial sword that was about to shatter turned into a huge whirlpool and swallowed the blood-colored finger. The horrifying sword will slashed at the blood-colored finger. It shattered. The crowd saw the Iron Blood Marquis's finger falling into the whirlpool. It was met with the attack of tens of thousands of sword wills. It was unbelievable. The sword will has fused with the concept of wind. What a genius! Speed is the only unbeatable martial art in the world. This genius of the Holy Heavens Academy isn't simple. Crack, 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 crack. The black whirlpool was like a powerful motor that kept shattering the blood-colored finger. In an instant, half of the finger was shattered. Good. You have some ability. No wonder you are so arrogant. The Iron Blood Marquis retracted his blood-colored finger. How can you beat a mad dog if your mouth isn't big enough? Lin Fei laughed again. If you are not happy, you can try. I will beat a mad dog like you. The profound immortal genius of the Holy Heavens Academy blocked the Iron Blood Marquis's attack. This scene was unbelievable. 7 points of sword will combined with the concept of wind could break the Iron Blood Marquis's killing move. Amazing. Chapter 835. P.S. Thanks to Liangliang Digital for the tip. Happy New Year to everyone. Also, please get a guaranteed monthly ticket. A profound immortal from Heavenly Academy, the King Invincible, blocked the killing move of the Iron Blood Marquis. Could it really be the King Invincible? Junior brother Lin Fei. He really blocked it. How is this possible? Even I might not be able to escape unscathed. How did he block it? Could it be that junior brother Lin Fei is really stronger than us? The inner court disciples of the Holy Heavens Academy looked at each other as a wave of doubt arose in their hearts. Did I see wrongly? They were all the best among the inner disciples, and they weren't any weaker than the king-rank geniuses. They were confident that they could fight against the king-rank geniuses. However, before the 9 secluded secret realm was opened, they already felt a great pressure. The disciples of the East Brilliance Academy, the South Black Tortoise Academy, and the West Thunder Academy were all peerless geniuses. Just their auras alone were many times stronger than theirs. The moment the Iron Blood Marquis made his move, they silently gauged the gap between them. However, they discovered that king-rank geniuses were indeed king-rank geniuses. They were peerless geniuses. Just a killing move that did not contain any nomological power was enough to force them to use their nomological power. Instantly, they felt a sense of helplessness. How terrifying would it be if he used the power of law? Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei had blocked the Iron Blood Marquis's attack with a single move. With his 70% sword intent and his concept of wind, he had blocked the Iron Blood Marquis's attack effortlessly. A burly man emerged from the black tortoise's back. He looked like a giant boulder and his skin was dark. He looked simple and honest, but his aura was as heavy as a mountain. Just by standing there casually, no one could find any flaws in him, and no one would be able to find out where to start. What are you? The Iron Blood Marquis didn't manage to teach a profound immortal a lesson. Instead, his attack was broken. He was obviously at a disadvantage. Ha ha, I heard you clearly. The man's voice was as loud as a gong. I'm the king invincible genius Luo Yijian. Whoosh, the Iron Blood Marquis actually took a step back. His eyes were filled with shock. A strand of his short hair fell down from his cheek. A sharp sword aura lingered in the air. It's you. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this name. This Luo Yijian is very strong. His sword intent is even stronger than mine. It's like a ruler and subject binding me. His sword intent must have reached at least 9 points, maybe even perfection. Lin Fei was astonished. The speed of his sword is too fast. It is beyond my imagination. He managed to defeat the Iron Blood Marquis in a single move. I know this Luo Yijian. An elder leading the team said. Rumor has it that this person was born with an extremely sharp Xiantian sword chi. It is suspected that he is the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor, and by chance, he cultivated the supreme protective divine art of the Black Tortoise Academy, the 9 heavens of the Black Tortoise. It is extremely terrifying. Rumor has it that Luo Yijian's fleshly body is extremely powerful. When he advanced to the perfected golden immortal realm, he killed 18 demon monarchs. All of them had the strength of a perfected golden immortal, and comprehended the power of laws. Tyrannical defense, sharp swordsmanship, Black Tortoise Academy's seated contestant. Whoever encounters Luo Yijian will be out of luck. Luo Yijian's eyes were sharp. His whole body was like an unsheathed long sword. Coupled with the protective divine art he cultivated, the imposing aura of a heavy mountain suppressed the sword intent, returning it to its original state. Iron Blood Marquis, you are not this seat's opponent. Luo Yijian was expressionless. He stretched out his hand and pointed. This seat can feel the aura of a conferred king from your body. Very good. I hope you have the ability to make this seat use the second sword. Lin Fei smiled. Don't boast too much. Do you believe that when the time comes, I will beat you until you look for your teeth all over the floor? Facing Black Tortoise Academy's Luo Yijian, Lin Fei spoke bluntly and even threatened him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of person did the Holy Heaven Academy produce? Could it be that he really had the might of invincibility? Sister Yu, there is indeed a problem with this kid. Eastern Domain Glory Academy. 2 girls, one in black and one in red, looked at Lin Fei. They had clearly recognized him. The girl in black had a rare look of doubt on her face. There is indeed a problem. Black Tortoise Academy's Luo Yijian is known as Sword King. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to face him. I suspect that he is from the ancient royal family. Evil Giant is right. We have all the time in the world. We can test him later. The girl in black smiled. Another academy. Black Tortoise Academy. Heaven-suppressing Marquis recognized the black-robed man, Lin Fei. It was the black-robed man from the auction. There is a problem with this person. Heaven-suppressing Marquis thought. Iron Blood Marquis's battle strength is not bad. He couldn't do anything to the opponent in one move and even had his killing move broken. It might seem like a draw, but in reality, Iron Blood Marquis lost. That day, the ancient royal family's mysterious disappearance might be related to this person. If we meet him on the way, we must capture him and ask him. Holy Heaven Academy, this Marquis will remember you. Holy Heaven Academy Invincible King In the Thunder Academy, Evil Giant grinned. He recognized the opponent at a glance. It was the guy from the memory search. That night, Evil Giant used a supreme secret technique to search for the ancient royal family's whereabouts. Hard work pays off and he was really found. Just when he was worried about not being able to find the shadow of the ancient royal family, it turned out that this person was from the Holy Heaven Academy. This guy has hidden himself well. What a person from the ancient royal family. No wonder he can be titled Invincible King. His ability is not ordinary. Almost everyone was fooled by him. Evil Giant was proud of himself. Luckily, the evil tribe has a secret technique to search memories. Outsiders won't be able to detect it. If I had missed such a great opportunity, first you on heavy water, primal chaos divine stone, ha ha ha, and the ancient royal family's treasures will all be mine. A blueprint appeared in front of Evil Giant. He grabbed a refined meatball and ate it in a few bites. The soul wailed as it was devoured alive. The 9 secluded secret realm is about to open. All of you return to your own areas. Don't mess around. A lazy voice came from the sky, suppressing all other sounds. The dense aura of the law suppressed them one by one. The square suddenly quieted down, and everyone's expression became solemn. They all knew that every time the 9 secluded secret realm opened, there would be a supreme expert in charge of handling the important items. Brother Su, you have really hidden yourself well. The Holy Heaven Academy has produced an invincible king. In the depths of the void, the complexions of the 3 academy elders all changed to a certain extent. From their position, they could see further, and they could vaguely capture something. The Holy Heaven Academy hadn't produced a king for hundreds of years. This time, an invincible king had indeed brought about a different atmosphere. The Glory Academy's elder, Qiu Shang, had a complicated look in his eyes. An invincible king had indeed caused a slight change in the Holy Heaven Academy. That sentence just now was actually to test immortal monarch Sui. Brother Qiu, what are you worried about? No matter how powerful a small profound immortal is, can he really defy the heavens? The Thunder Academy's elder Fu Bai had a bad temper and was very boorish. Brother Su, it's not that I want to criticize you, but it's not easy for your academy to produce a king. If you nurture him for 8 to 10 years there might be a chance. But now? The Black Tortoise Academy's beast-hide giant, Elder Xian Shan, said disapprovingly. I don't think he can even pass the first round. The 3 words invincible king still shocked them. A great emperor could confer any kind of king, but the main point was still one's potential. Throughout the history of kings, there had never been a heaven-defying title like Invincible King. Invincible? Can a person be invincible? Sui smiled. It seems like you are very confident in your disciple. How about this, let's add a wager. Fu Bai Immortal Monarch laughed. Interesting, interesting. I don't have anything else but I recently condensed 10 lightning cores. How about we bet on who will be the final winner? That's all I have to say. It was obvious that the other 2 were involved, and it was no longer limited to just one person. I like this. Qiu Shang Immortal Monarch waved his hand, and a herb appeared in his hand. It turned into a human shape, and it was very agile. How about my illusory dream herb? The lightning cores had to be purified from the lightning region, and it was very dangerous. Illusory dream herb was a kind of sacred herb in human form, and it was good at casting illusions. More importantly, the illusions it cast were layered, making it impossible for people to break them. They would forever be lost in them, and even Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals could be sucked into it. Good stuff. Black Tortoise Academy Xian Shan's eyes lit up. I'll also show my incompetence. He reached out and an arrow appeared in his hand. It was very old, but its dim color contained a destructive aura. Ancient Sunshot Divine Arrow. The 3 immortal monarchs were shocked. Xian Shan said proudly, that's right, this is the ancient sun-shooting godly arrow, which I acquired from a mighty mythological beast. It took me 3,000 years to refine. The ancient sun-shooting godly arrow still contains destructive power, and can even defend against an immortal king. Brother Su, may I know what good stuff you have prepared? The things that the 3 immortal monarchs had taken out were priceless. Since all of you have taken out good stuff, I can't fall behind. Brother Su said with a smile, and with a flip of his hand, an incomplete painting appeared. Within the painting there were mountains and rivers, clouds and mist, and it was very relaxing. This is a part of the ancient landscape painting. How about it? Good stuff, good stuff. The eyes of the 3 immortal monarchs lit up. It said that the true ancient landscape painting was refined by an ancient emperor, and with a single move, there would be mountains and rivers that would forever suppress it. Suwon could not help but feel proud. This painting can be used to block 3 attacks from an immortal king at a critical moment. Brother Su, you're willing to take out such a good treasure. Aren't you afraid of losing? Qiu Shang said with a smile. It's not worth it for this, right? You don't have to provoke me, Su Wen said with a smile. It's rare for us to play such a big game. Are you afraid? Who's afraid? Chapter 836. P.S. Thanks to Love You Will Never Change and Zhao Junjie for their tips. On the Chaos Square, the peerless geniuses and Emperor conferred geniuses from the 4 great academies, including the 108 academies, were all present. The peerless geniuses from the East region, South region, West region and North region had already activated the heavenly lightning and earth fire. They were all eager to show off their power. I hereby announce that the 9 Netherworld secret realm is open. Following the warning from the High Immortal Elder, the conflict between the two of them was instantly suppressed. In the air, a divine being radiating lightning could communicate with the heavenly lightning. Every word he spoke contained the supreme might of lightning. It was the true power of the law. Elder Fu from the Thunder Academy. The people below immediately fell silent. This was an incomparably tyrannical elder. This elder from the Thunder Academy is so powerful. He seems to have connected with an endless world of lightning. Lin Fei observed the other party. This was another peerless immortal duke who was on par with Elder Su Yi. He is 100 times stronger than the successor of the Thunder Emperor. The 9 Netherworld secret realm was opened by the 4 celestial emperors in the past. They refined a chaotic world to train the peerless geniuses. White lightning rumbled and runes filled the sky. The 9 Serenities secret domain is a place with 9 deaths and 1 life. Once you enter, there will be both risks and opportunities. The 9 Serenities secret domain will open for 10 days. After 10 days, you will be transported out. The elder from the Thunder Academy immediately announced what they should pay attention to. 10 days? Seems like I have to hurry. Lin Fei thought. Once I enter, I will find the chaotic land and get the first Yuan heavy water first. 10 days was indeed not a long time. Lin Fei had the map and knew the location of the first Yuan heavy water. Now I will briefly explain some small details of the 9 Netherworld secret realm, so that you won't lose your life. The elder smiled. The 9 Netherworld secret realm is divided into 9 regions. The 9th region is the outer region and is not very dangerous. After that, there are 8 regions. The 9th region is the safest, and the first region has terrifying existences. You should act according to your strength. 9 regions. Lin Fei's heart sank. This isn't good. We don't know where the land of chaos is. If it's in the level 2 or level 3 area, we'll be in big trouble. After a brief explanation, it was time for the 9th mystery realm to open. Brother Su, I beg you, Brother Xian, open the secret realm. The elder took out a huge flag from his storage space. It grew with the wind and pierced through the heavens. 3 powerful forces descended from the void and supported the flag. The space gate has appeared. Under the support of the power, the crowd saw a huge door open. It was at least 10,000 feet wide, like a huge black hole swallowing the crowd. If we don't enter now, then when? The noble plane disciples used their body movements and rushed into the door. Whoosh! Whoosh! Thousands of peerless geniuses from the 108 academies rushed into the portal. Huh! Someone used their divine sense to check on me just now? Lin Fei was just about to enter when he frowned. His face was expressionless as he plunged into the door. Inadvertently, a cold glint flashed in his eyes and was submerged in the crowd. Boom! Boom! In the depths of the void, the 3 elders connected with the 9th mystery realm. Oh no! Someone used our power to tear open a weak spot in the mystery realm and sent someone in. Celestial Master Qiu Shang frowned and said to himself, the demonic tribe. It must be the demonic tribe. Xian Shan's expression changed. D***, the demonic tribe has set their eyes on the 9th mystery realm. Su Yi's expression changed as well. Just now they had used all their strength to activate the supreme celestial artifact to connect with the 9th mystery realm and open a passage. However, in another place, someone used the moment they opened the passage and opened a passage to the mystery realm. Should we ask Brother Fu to stop immediately? Xian Shan asked. No, once the passage is closed, The disciples in the passage will be killed by the power of the space. It's too big a loss for us. Celestial Master Qiu Shang shook his head with a solemn expression. The demonic tribe was a powerful tribe in the heaven realm. They were ferocious and their methods were vicious. During this period, many battles had broken out, but it was always a tie. Things are not good, Sui said. The demonic tribe has unparalleled combat power and strong physical bodies. Each of them is a peerless genius. They have always been better than our academy. Moreover, they grew up killing and have rich combat experience. I'm afraid our academy's disciples are not as good as them. Their words came to an end in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Pressure appeared on their faces. More importantly, the ninth mystery realm could only be entered once in a lifetime. There were strict requirements and they could not even enter. At the same time, on a black plain with a harsh environment, black astral winds whistled past, and not a single blade of grass grew. The mountains collapsed, and the atmosphere was desolate. A huge beast moved slowly step by step. When the astral winds blew on its body, they only left some sparks. This astral winds, which were strong enough to injure a golden immortal, only left some traces. The demonic tribe is wise and powerful. This time we must make them regret losing a group of talented disciples. The 4 academies are the first to bear the brunt of this, and their vitality will be greatly damaged. In front of a huge altar, 8 golden skeletons were carved with supreme runes. A black-robed man stood on a mountain thousands of miles away, looking like a king overlooking the world. Behind the black-robed man, there were more than 10 demonic tribe experts who exuded powerful auras. This time the demonic tribe personally took action, and used the power of the 4 academies to communicate with the 9th mystery realm, and send the peerless geniuses of our demonic tribe. This will definitely make the name of our demonic tribe known. If the higher-ups of the 4 academies know about this, I'm afraid they won't be able to do anything. They can only protect their disciples and not let them die. Our peerless geniuses of the demonic tribe will definitely get a supreme opportunity this time. We might even be able to cultivate a celestial king. Ha 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 ha. The people standing here were all great experts of the demonic tribe, and they were famous for their fierceness. The 9th mystery realm was jointly set up by the 4 emperors. There are opportunities and dangers inside. Now our peerless geniuses of the demonic tribe will benefit. I am very happy. I really want to see their faces personally. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man looked up to the sky and laughed. Chapter 837. Rumor has it that the powerful demon clans had sent the geniuses of the demon clans to the 9th secluded secret realm, when the 4 colleges were opening it. The elders of the 4 universities were thoroughly enraged, but they could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. They couldn't catch up to him even if they tried. Those who were going to the 9th secluded secret realm didn't know that they would be facing a group of fierce opponents. Ha ha ha, is this the 9th secluded secret realm? I don't think it's dangerous. The spiritual chi is so dense. It's thousands of times denser than the blessed abode. Lin Fei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a cold and damp plain. The 9th secluded chi is cold. It's pretty good. Lin Fei released his divine sense to check his surroundings. Unfortunately, his divine sense was suppressed. Could only extend for 10,000 miles. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Fei. Lin Fei and the 30 or so other students had been teleported to a random location in the rank 9 area. Currently, they were all looking at Lin Fei as if they were trying to decide something. If you want to die, come at me. Lin Fei snorted. Putting on a show of strength, the invincible sword will rushed out and locked onto them. Let's go. There are many treasures waiting for us in the 9th secluded secret realm. It's not worth it. Facing Lin Fei's invincible king and his mysterious invincible king title, those people chose to give up. It was a pity that they would lose their lives in vain. There were many treasures waiting for them in the 9th secluded secret realm. There was no need to fight, especially when they didn't know what was going on. Whoever fought would be an idiot. Bang! 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 The few genius disciples who had just flown out fell directly into a collapsed space and exploded on the spot, due to the pressure of the space squeezing. They couldn't be more dead. A Daoyuo golden immortal died. Shit. There's a hidden collapsed space in the sky. The remaining people sucked in a breath of cold air. Collapsing space, as the name suggested, was already in the state of collapse. It was hidden in the void, and even divine sense could not capture it. If one was not careful, they would be sucked into it. It was an extremely terrifying existence. Damn, that was really dangerous. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath and said in his heart, "Those were almighty immortals just now, but they were all killed in there. If I get involved, I'm afraid I'll be in danger." Even though he was confident in his god-fiend body, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. Who knew how deep the waters were? If the sky doesn't work, I'll go down. This should work, right? Looking at the collapsing space in the sky, it was like a man-eating demon. Who knew when he would fall for it? They were terrified. A perfected golden immortal, a true genius, died just like that. A few more people dashed into the forest. Compared to flying in the sky, it was just a little more troublesome. Other than that, it was nothing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as soon as they rushed into the forest, huge green vines shot out and pierced through the armor of the perfected golden immortal. Another vine wrapped around them and trapped them, making them unable to break free. Open for me. After a perfected golden immortal was entangled by a vine, a celestial sword appeared in his hand. The sword chi swept across and slashed at the vine, but it didn't move at all. Sparks burst out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. When the sword failed, thousands of vines flew out and fell like raindrops. They pierced into the body of the perfected golden immortal and absorbed his essence. In the blink of an eye, only a shriveled corpse was left. A gust of cold air blew over and turned it into ashes. Demonic vines. Why are there demonic vines here? Someone exclaimed. His eyes were filled with horror and he was trembling in fear. Ah, this is the legendary demonic vines. Didn't the rumor say that the demonic vines are extinct? Why are they still here? In a short period of time, 8 or 9 people died. They died so fast that it was terrifying. They couldn't fly in the sky, and they couldn't walk in the forest. The sky seemed to have collapsed all of a sudden. They died before they could find the treasures. The 9 secluded mystery realm is really full of danger. Lin Fei's pupils shrank. I've seen the demonic vines in an ancient book. They are an ancient species with powerful strength. Legend has it that when they go through the tribulation, the demonic vines will transform into demons. They are comparable to the supreme existences of the great emperors. Later they were destroyed. Who would have thought that I would encounter them here? At this moment, Lin Fei realized that it would be very difficult for him to obtain the first yuan heavy water. If the extinct demonic vines had appeared, what about the other species? For a moment, everyone was at a loss. They braced themselves and flew forward. They were very careful along the way. They didn't dare to fly too fast for fear that they would encounter a collapsed space. Lin Fei didn't move. He was thinking about what to do next. There were many people with this attitude. There were 7 or 8 people who seemed to be waiting and watching. Now I should be within the range of the level 9 area. The land of chaos must be one of them. I can only go forward and see if there are any opportunities. Lin Fei thought for a long time. He didn't have any clue. He only knew that the land of chaos wouldn't be in the level 9 area. After a while, Lin Fei flew forward. He was very careful along the way. He avoided a few collapsed spaces. This was the first time he knew what true horror was. After half a day, Lin Fei's mental strength was exhausted. His face was filled with fatigue. There were too many dangers along the way. Sometimes he would encounter 1 or 2 collapsed spaces. This won't do. If this goes on, I will die of exhaustion. There are too many traps left by the collapsed spaces. Lin Fei stopped. His forehead was full of sweat. He had to check while flying. Even though Lin Fei was strong, he still had to be very careful. It was not an ordinary kind of hard work. Space. Damn space. Lin Fei cursed. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. How could I forget about this? If they can use treasures, why can't I? After half a day, Lin Fei didn't want to continue like this. Lin Fei thought of Hairball. Wasn't that fellow a spatial beast? She should be the most familiar with this kind of place. Finally, he could put her to use. Thus Lin Fei let Hairball out. When she came out, her eyes were drowsy. Clearly, she hadn't woken up yet. The current hairball vaguely had a vicious aura. Although it wasn't obvious, there were already signs of an ancient evil dragon. Lin Fei explained the plan, and Furball revealed a look of disdain. It kept gesturing, and in the blink of an eye, it was perched on Lin Fei's shoulder like a general about to go to war. After trying to guide him, Lin Fei really avoided the collapsed spaces. His speed kept increasing. The traps hidden in the sky that even divine sense couldn't capture were easily seen through by Hairball. They were like naked women in front of her. Lin Fei could finally heave a sigh of relief. Relying on Hairball's guidance, he kept going inside. Look at that kid. Isn't he the invincible king of Holy Heaven Academy? Such a fast speed is simply courting death. The collapsed spaces will take his life. Oh my god, he actually avoided the collapsed spaces. He avoided 3 in a row. Damn, what's going on? The people who were originally cautious saw Lin Fei flying over. At first, they were mocking him. Even they, the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals, were cautious and didn't dare to speed up. However, a profound immortal from the Holy Heaven Academy was charging forward bravely. Did his hair grow on his head? Their mocking only lasted for a moment before they were dumbfounded. The smile on their faces stiffened. That kid from Holy Heaven Academy actually kept avoiding the collapsed spaces. It was as if he was entering an uninhabited land. It made them vomit blood. A profound immortal was even more powerful than them. It was simply infuriating. They watched helplessly as that kid ran in front of them like a rabbit, leaving behind a shadow that was too far behind. Lin Fei chased all the way and quickly left a group of people behind as he headed straight for the 8th level area. As a spatial beast, Hairball could penetrate the void. With her keen ability to capture, Lin Fei's burden was reduced. He treated the collapsed spaces that everyone feared as if they didn't exist. This kind of high-profile action was still seen by others. Holy Heaven Academy's disciple in front, stop right there. A man who was moving forward saw Lin Fei catching up. He rolled his eyes and set up a wall of laws in the void. He swaggered over to intercept Lin Fei. I suspect that the treasure that I lost back then is with you. Quickly hand it over. He threw a big hat at Lin Fei without any explanation. The huge pressure from the collapsed spaces gave many Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals a headache. At this moment, seeing Lin Fei rushing over and constantly avoiding the traps created by the collapsed spaces, they were shocked on the spot. The people from the heavenly realm had extraordinary eyesight. When they saw the hairball on Lin Fei's shoulder, they immediately made a guess. Ha ha, spatial beast, get over here. It had to be said that when they were in the lower realms, no one knew the origins of these strange spatial beasts. However, right now with their thoughts they saw some clues. This was a legendary spatial beast, an innate great master of space, able to see through the void. What? Spatial beast? In the sky, the demonic giant hand, which was hundreds of zhang in size, grabbed at Lin Fei. The power of laws contained in it formed an inescapable net. In the Chaos Square, Lin Fei had displayed extraordinary strength when he withstood the attack of the Iron Blood Marquis. But at this moment in the 9 secluded secret realm, every step was filled with danger. Seeing a profound immortal about to run ahead of them, his heart was burning with jealousy. Why could a small profound immortal have a spatial beast? Wasn't this a slap to their faces? This is one part of the power of death. Lin Fei was no longer a rookie. The one who attacked him was a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal with one part of the power of death. Just a little bit of the power of death would plunder one's chi and blood. It was a very vicious power of laws. Storm of Sword Intent. Chapter 838. 9th Nether Secret Realm. Lin Fei relied on the spatial beast, Hairball, to move unhindered and avoid the spatial traps. As a result, it attracted the attention of the geniuses from the other academies. Someone finally made a move and was prepared to snatch the spatial beast. Yang Jun. I'm interested in this spatial beast. A loud rumble was heard. A figure appeared in the sky and a 10,000-mile-long saber light slashed over. The saber light turned into blazing suns that were incomparably hot and slashed towards the giant hand. The blazing suns exploded on the giant hand, causing the death energy to collapse. Shanfeng, how dare you attack me? A groan was heard in the sky. A silhouette descended and slammed the palm again. The death energy spread across the sky, causing the sky to darken. A peerless genius came out from the sky. He was handsome and wore a red robe. He carried a huge saber on his shoulder, looking extremely domineering. A profound immortal kid from the Elysium Academy had a spatial beast. Everyone was envious and couldn't wait to make a move. Ha ha ha, a space beast is 1 in a million. With it, there will be no more dangers in the 9 secluded secret realm. Youngjun laughed loudly. His saber chi tore open the void. Little brat, die. Youngjun made a grabbing motion, and a large saber appeared in his hand. A cold light flashed, and the saber turned into an unparalleled ferocious saber. He slashed at Lin Fei's back. The saber was tens of thousands of feet long, and the saber light contained an unparalleled heat. Everywhere it passed, it was extremely tyrannical. Shanfeng didn't want to fall behind. He condensed the death energy into a huge bowl that contained the power of the heavens. He wanted to suppress Lin Fei within the bowl. The two of them attacked one after another. Ice and fire, 2 different worlds. Genius, truly a genius. Pressuring others with just one move. Lin Fei's fighting spirit soared. The power of the laws was boundlessly profound. When he used them one after another, it could be considered a powerful killing move. He really wanted to catch his opponent off guard. Break! Lin Fei laughed heartily as the storm of sword intent protected him, and his physical strength burst forth. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun brought out 200 dragon force at full power, sending out thousands of fist winds and wind blades. The fist winds clashed with the deathly energy and exploded continuously. He blocked it. It was this moment of hesitation that allowed Lin Fei's demon god's hand to burst out, tearing apart the wall of death energy. His palm struck the opponent's chest, causing blood to spurt out as he crashed into a mountain. He's still alive? 200 dragon power. He did not use any tricks, just pure divine power. He killed anyone he saw, not slapping them to death. A perfected golden immortal is indeed a perfected golden immortal. Lin Fei thought to himself, just now when I sent my strength down, the power of laws protected me and diverted a portion of the force. A golden immortal expert could be killed with a single punch. A perfected golden immortal was merely injured. I'll take your life while you're down. Lin Fei ignored the saber light behind him and charged forward again. Danfeng was a genius of a second-rate academy. The moment he executed a portion of his death energy, the world would darken. It was extremely vicious. He had failed miserably just now. How can he be so strong? Shanfeng's chest caved in. What a genius of Holy Heaven Academy! You're still fine, then take another punch from me. Just as Danfeng rushed out, Lin Fei had already arrived in front of him. Lin Fei's fist smashed down and landed on Danfeng's cheek. Violent divine energy surged, and the power of death was completely suppressed. Danfeng's teeth and blood flew out. One punch isn't enough, another punch. After 4 years of close combat, Lin Fei knew what was the fastest way to kill someone. Fists, elbows, palm blades, knees, no matter which part, they all became weapons of attack, beating Danfeng until he was in a sorry state, constantly complaining. Oh my god, a perfected golden immortal is being beaten up like a sandbag. Terrifying, this is a beast in human form. Even the immortal armor is broken. Even the death energy is starting to break. Those who caught up all froze when they saw this scene. Bang! 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 Danfeng smashed onto the ground, his whole body in pain, a pain he had not felt for many years. Alright, you can die now. Lin Fei punched out violently, and with a slap of his right hand, the last of the death energy completely collapsed. His physical body was already shattered, losing the death energy, turning into fragments that filled the sky. There's a storage ring. Take it first. The whole process was very short. From the beginning of being suppressed, he was at a disadvantage. Again, the saber light arrived with a loud bang. The scorching sun exploded, and a scorching aura rushed over. Yangjun finally caught up, mercilessly attacking with all his strength. This saber turned into a scorching sun, wanting to completely melt Lin Fei within, and the saber light contained the power of scorching heat. Bang! Bang! This saber enveloped Lin Fei, blocking all paths of escape. Killing Danfeng with your bare hands, what a genius! Unfortunately, you met me. Yangjun squinted his eyes. Under his absolute high temperature, Nothing could survive, let alone a small mystic immortal. Just this law power? A mocking voice came from the flames, and a giant hand reached out unharmed. With one palm it violently beat Yongjun to the ground. Bang! Bang! The seal formed by the power of scorching heat was directly blasted apart by Lin Fei. Didn't you want my spatial beast? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fei flew out and stomped on Yongjun. Once Lin Fei, who had the godfiend body, got close, it would be a nightmare. Courting death. Yongjun activated his immortal power and slashed out Saber Intent. Saber Intent streaked across the sky, looking down on the world with disdain, striking both the physical and mental body. You can't even break through my defense, and you still have the cheek to snatch my things. Lin Fei allowed the saber light to land on his body, and with a slap, he sent the other flying, smashing through countless mountains. For the current him, a portion of the power of laws was really nothing. Hairball, eat him! Yongjun's saber intent contained the power of laws, and being able to fuse them was already very terrifying. But how could it break through Lin Fei's physical defense? Hairball was not polite, and as soon as she came up, she used her innate magical ability and swallowed the other in one gulp. She burped with satisfaction, and the hostility on her body increased. He was eaten just like that? 2 Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals were killed in a short time, and the other was eaten. More importantly, that spatial beast was so terrifying, and its magical ability could eat people. That was a Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal. Lin Fei's eyes swept across, and those people shivered, not daring to look at him. This kid could not be provoked, and it was not worth it to die for a spatial beast. After scaring them, Lin Fei rushed forward, and continued to let Hairball open the way. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared at the end of the sky. You have a conscience. Not long after, Hairball spat out a storage ring, and Lin Fei was shocked. She refined it so quickly. It was a big surprise. In the past, Hairball needed a lot of time to refine it, and every time she needed to sleep, but how could it be so fast today? It seemed to be beyond his expectations. Hey, there's a change. Chapter 839. Is she going to evolve? Hairball had been with him for a long time and had eaten a lot of corpses. It seemed very possible that she was going to evolve. Lin Fei thought for a while and came to a conclusion. This glutton could finally help him and didn't need to continue eating. Don't worry. I'll let you eat one if there's one. Lin Fei said as he patted Hairball. Hairball came from an extraordinary background. When she reached adulthood, her strength would be tyrannical. Coupled with her innate comprehension of spatial magical power, she would definitely be a terrifying existence once she reached adulthood. Lin Fei really wanted to see what Hairball would be like after her strength improved greatly. As for perfected golden immortals, as long as they had one bit of nomological power, they would all be easily captured. Hairball full speed ahead. The swamp was cold and damp. The 2 students cautiously advanced. When they reached a slope in the swamp, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Holy grass! We're so lucky. We've only been here for half a day, and we've already found a holy grass. We can sell it for tens of thousands of great Luo immortal stones. The 2 of them were exultant. Tens of thousands of great Luo immortal stones was a huge number. They could cultivate for a long time without worrying about cultivation resources. There were countless fortuitous encounters in the 9 Nether secret realm. Finding a holy grass was not a small fortune. Kiki, I haven't drunk human blood for a long time. The chilling voice sounded like it had come from the 9 heavens, causing their expressions to change. Who's here? Come out. The 2 of them were on full alert and released their nomological power around them. Whoosh, a black figure swooped over like a giant bat, suddenly slaughtering over. The power of natural laws collapsed, grabbing one of the disciples, biting down on his neck, drinking his blood in front of everyone. That disciple's body immediately withered. The taste is SOSO. The black shadow raised its head and revealed 2 large fangs. Blood dripped down and its blood-red eyes carried a bloodthirsty aura. Ah, you're a demon. The remaining person was scared out of his wits and began to tremble. The black shadow grabbed, and a primordial spirit landed in his hand. He grabbed it and ate it on the spot. So much nonsense. Run. This is your heart, right? A bright red heart appeared on top of a large hand, beating vigorously. My heart. 2 perfected golden immortals were killed on the spot in less than 10 breaths. Too weak, really too weak. It's meaningless. The black figure licked the corner of his lips, leaving behind a scarlet color. He grabbed out with his hand, and the holy grass landed in his hand. Below him, a huge snake rushed out, and a fishy smell assailed the nostrils, making it hard to breathe. Courting death. The giant snake's body spasmed and fell to the ground. Its body shriveled up and 6 black insects rushed out, landing on the black-clothed man's body. Baby, don't worry. The 4 great academies and 108 academies will definitely be able to feed all of you. Ha 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 ha. Finally, the 8th region. Relying on Hairball, Lin Fei broke through the 9th zone and appeared at the periphery of the 8th zone. The 8th zone was not the previous forest but a glacier. It was white, and many people were wandering in the periphery, seemingly afraid to enter. It's just the power of frost. How powerful can it be? A white-clothed genius took out a shield, wrapped his whole body, and rushed into the world of glaciers. Ha ha ha, the 8th zone, here I come. After taking 100 steps forward, the huge shield began to crack, transforming into a spider web that blotted the sky. With a loud bang, it exploded. One could only see the freezing force sweeping over, freezing the shield into an ice sculpture on the spot. Another gust of cold wind blew over, shattering it inch by inch, leaving nothing behind. What a terrifying frost power! Everyone sighed. Facing the world of glaciers, they were full of helplessness. What a terrifying frost power! It froze people in an instant. Lin Fei saw it clearly. Even the power of laws can't resist. No wonder they dare not go over. The 9th zone, the space collapsed. In the 8th zone, the frost power was even more terrifying. Lin Fei observed for a while, and during this period, there were a few genius disciples who tried to walk out of this zone with the protection of their celestial artifacts. Unfortunately, they only managed to walk 500 steps before their celestial artifacts shattered, and they died in there, not even having the chance to return. The world of glaciers is filled with frost power, and it can freeze people to death. If I want to pass through this place, I have to move as fast as possible. Lin Fei reminded himself. Other than this method, it will be very difficult to pass through. After making up his mind, Lin Fei no longer hesitated. Look, another kid went in. Isn't that the king conferred genius from the Divine Heaven Academy? He's courting death. Many people had heard of Lin Fei's name. Back in the Chaos Square, they saw him blocking a move from the Iron Blood Marquis. Now that they saw him entering, they naturally recognized him. What a strong gravity! As soon as he entered, he felt cold, and his hair was frozen on the spot. The frost power kept entering his body, and it was about to freeze all his internal organs. In addition, the gravity pressed down on him, as if he was carrying countless mountains on his shoulders. No wonder they can't walk fast, but this bit of gravity is really nothing to me. Lin Fei circulated his divine power and strode over. Dong dong dong. As Lin Fei strode away, everyone was dumbfounded by the sight. That was way too ferocious. In a short time, Lin Fei appeared 800 steps away, and the gravity pressed down on his body, making cracking sounds, as if his bones were going to break. This storage ring didn't break? After more than 800 steps, Lin Fei saw the storage ring on the ground. The frost power couldn't damage it at all, and its simple and unadorned appearance was submerged in the ice and snow. I'm afraid there will be a lot of storage rings along the way, right? Lin Fei bent down to pick it up, wiped away the mark on it, and couldn't help but laugh when he saw what was inside. Great! It really came at the right time. That kid struck it rich. This was left behind by a noble genius. Damn, that kid got lucky. Those who saw it were envious, wishing they could be that person. 800 steps. 900 steps. After 1,000 steps, a gust of cold wind blew, cutting open the god-fiend body, leaving behind marks, and the gravity increased by more than 10 times. What kind of wind is this? It can tear open my defense. Lin Fei took a deep breath, feeling the pressure 100 times more terrifying than before. The god-fiend body was also constantly cracking. I know this is the freezing wind, it can wash away everything. Lin Fei finally remembered. If I didn't have the god-fiend body, I would have been blown to death by that gust of wind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the freezing wind kept blowing. God Fiend body, take it. Lin Fei activated his celestial power and went forward. At this point he had to go all the way. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, not far ahead. A Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal screamed, "Ah, I don't want to die." The freezing wind blew, and the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal's body was blown into white bones, then turned into powder, leaving behind a storage ring. The freezing wind is indeed terrifying. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath, walked forward and put away the storage ring. Just like that, Lin Fei walked and rested, using a huge amount of celestial power to support the God Fiend body, cultivating his injuries, and harvesting many storage rings. Iron Blood Marquis, we meet again. After 2,000 steps, Lin Fei met the Iron Blood Marquis here, who was activating a treasure to resist the freezing wind and the power of ice, and was moving forward. "It's you?" Hearing the voice, the Iron Blood Marquis turned around and saw Lin Fei, who was dozens of steps behind him, revealing a look of disbelief. "You can actually resist the freezing wind." The Iron Blood Marquis was shocked. How can his body be so strong? Apart from the Iron Blood Marquis, there were a few other geniuses who were struggling, and seeing Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy, they immediately took a deep breath. Isn't this too heaven-defying? They were peerless geniuses, after all, relying on treasures, consumption, and large amounts of elixirs to endure until here. But now a little mystic immortal made them dumbfounded, and they felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Looking at Lin Fei, he seemed to be very relaxed, and there was no pressure at all. It was infuriating to compare oneself with others. If you can resist, why can't I? Lin Fei faced the freezing wind, and the divine fire in his body burned, dispersing the power of ice. Thus he was free of any worries. He caught up. The Iron Blood Marquis didn't want to waste his breath on this matter. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Lin Fei caught up and took a step forward. He didn't need to stop for long, and he could take another step forward, causing everyone to look at each other in dismay. The Iron Blood Marquis' eyes were wide open. Why did the Holy Heaven Academy produce such a disciple? Is he really a beast in human form? Iron Blood Marquis, didn't you say that you would teach me a lesson back in the Primal Chaos Plaza? Lin Fei approached the Iron Blood Marquis and sent a punch at the Iron Blood Marquis. The Iron Blood Marquis was already struggling, and Lin Fei was on the verge of collapsing. He vomited a mouthful of blood on the spot. You are so shameless. Now that he had encountered an enemy, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to forgive himself if he didn't teach him a lesson. Bang! The strength of 200 dragons wasn't something to be trifled with. The Iron Blood Marquis felt immense pressure, but his mind was focused and couldn't do anything else. He couldn't multitask. Coupled with Lin Fei's harassment, the pressure was like a mountain, and he wished he could slap Lin Fei to death. When everyone saw that Lin Fei could still make a move in the freezing wind, they couldn't help but feel fearful. After being tormented a few times, the Iron Blood Marquis' body was left with frozen wounds. He roared. What exactly are you trying to do? Lin Fei felt that his anger had been vented. Nothing much, I just want to beat you up. Don't you feel that doing this is very satisfying? The Iron Blood Marquis was about to curse. Is this the behavior of a despicable person? Is that so? I don't think so. Lin Fei said with a straight face. I am a Xian immortal, and you are a great Luo Golden immortal. Since when is it the behavior of a despicable person to beat you up? Chapter 840. Bam 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 bam. Lin Fei continued to attack, completely ignoring the Iron Blood Marquis expression. The Iron Blood Marquis defensive treasures were very powerful, but 200 dragons of strength was not an easy thing to deal with. Let's see how you are going to endure this. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The Iron Blood Marquis kept vomiting blood as his punches landed on the treasure. He wanted nothing more than to remove his treasure and fight with this shameless fella for 300 rounds before killing him. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. This was not just any kind of PFFF. The Iron Blood Marquis was the Marquis of the Eastern region. More importantly, he didn't dare to attack after being mocked by a profound immortal. Brother Lin, aren't you being too petty by taking advantage of others? Not far away, a peerless genius couldn't stand it anymore and said coldly to Lin Fei. Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. Who do you think you are? Stand aside and wait. I'll settle the score with you later. Bastard, do you know who I am? That genius snorted and shot out a murderous glare. I'm Gui Jiancho from the Southern Region's Nether Sky Academy. Gui Jiancho? Never heard of it. Lin Fei kept throwing out punches as though he didn't care about his life. He was in an extremely good mood. His physical strength was boundless, and the punches tore everything apart. The Iron Blood Marquis didn't feel good as the pressure increased. For some reason, he regretted provoking Lin Fei. Now he had shot himself in the foot. If the Iron Blood Marquis knew that this kid's physical strength was so strong, he wouldn't have provoked him. Lin Fei was intentionally finding trouble for himself. If this went on, he suspected that he would die here. Lin Fei, what are you trying to do? The Iron Blood Marquis had killed countless people and had never suffered like this. And here I thought that you would continue to persevere. Lin Fei smiled complacently. Didn't you threaten to kill me? I'm right in front of you. Kill me? What's the point of having a glib tongue? A perfected golden immortal who comprehended the power of law was mocked by a profound immortal. This was unprecedented. Just you wait. Once we leave this place, this Marquis will make you suffer. The Iron Blood Marquis cursed 10,000 times in his heart. What will it take for you to stop? The Iron Blood Marquis said powerlessly. Damnable Lin Fei, damnable Holy Heaven Academy. How did such a fellow come out? That's simple. Hand over your storage ring. What a big appetite you have. Aren't you afraid of swallowing yourself? The Iron Blood Marquis coldly said. This brat was really demanding an exorbitant price. Lin Fei smiled and said, It's up to you whether you want to hand it over or not. If you don't hand it over, I'll just continue beating you up. Breakthrough with a single point. Full power attack. 50 times burst. Lin Fei has also used the third style of the Supreme Fist Art. Point breaking surface. 50 times explosive power. Once his strength reached 200 dragons, he would be able to use the third move, which would increase his strength by 50 times. It would consume a lot of energy, but the large amount of Origin Immortal stones he had obtained was enough for him to squander. The ordinary-looking punch landed on the defensive treasure, and 200 dragon power was equivalent to 10,000 dragon power. The punch exploded forth, wanting to pierce through the defensive treasure and destroy it. Crack! Crack! A series of ripples appeared on the defensive treasure, and it was on the verge of collapse. The Iron Blood Marquis's heart sank. He was completely shocked. How can his strength be so strong? He almost pierced through the treasure. If he did it again, this Marquis's treasure would shatter. This treasure was something the Iron Blood Marquis had found in a secret realm. Its defensive power was unparalleled, and it could even block a large number of immortal monarchs. But at this moment the punch came down. It almost destroyed the treasure. How about it? Do you want to try again? Lin Fei was also shocked. This Iron Blood Marquis is not simple. King geniuses are really not easy to deal with. Just a single treasure is already so powerful. King geniuses are indeed unique. Lin Fei, this Marquis will remember you. The Iron Blood Marquis did not dare to risk it. He knew that using that move would consume a lot of energy, and he might not be able to use it a second time. Even so, if he really did use it, his treasure would be completely crippled. How would he survive after losing his treasure? That would be a major problem. Lin Fei knew that the Iron Blood Marquis would agree. If you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. However, this treasure of yours is very sturdy like a turtle's shell. Oh right, don't try anything funny. You know the consequences. Here. The Iron Blood Marquis's eyes were filled with pain as the storage ring flew out. That was his blood, sweat, and tears. Lin Fei wiped away his spiritual sense and opened the storage ring. Inside was a large pile of Origin Immortal stones, pills, and medicines, all of which were of considerable value. Good stuff, I'll kindly accept it. Lin Fei unceremoniously took it. You stole something from me, the Iron Blood Marquis. From today onwards, you are the enemy of the glorious academy. This Marquis will personally snap your neck. This Marquis swears that I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The Iron Blood Marquis's eyes were venomous. I'll keep you company anytime. Lin Fei strode toward a person in front of him. The Iron Blood Marquis was actually extorted. The people in front saw the Iron Blood Marquis's murderous words and were all aghast. This kid was so bold. Was he really not afraid of being hunted down? Gui's worry. Lin Fei's second target was Gui's worry. It was Gui Jianqiu. The wind from his fist swept over and whipped on the body of the treasure. You dare attack? Gui's worry glared at him. Why wouldn't I dare? Hand over the storage ring or else you know what I'll do. Lin Fei withstood the freezing wind. He really wasn't worried about anything. In this place he was the king. Absolute golden immortal? Extortion as usual. Not giving. Lin Fei raised his fist and started attacking. Did this daddy's words really go in one ear and out the other? After being beaten by Lin Fei, Gui's worry vomited blood non-stop. He had no choice but to hand over a storage ring before he could catch his breath. A grand absolute golden immortal had been robbed by a profound immortal kid. Robbery, hand over the storage ring. Lin Fei walked up, robbing everyone he saw. Who asked them to be a fat cow? Perhaps he could get his materials. Offend? Lice don't bite when there are too many of them. There's nothing to worry about. Every absolute golden immortal who was robbed had a mournful face. One day they would be robbed. Where would they put their faces? If this spread out, they would become a joke. Everyone, Holy Heaven Academy's Lin Fei is extremely daring to do such a thing. His methods are vicious. I suggest that we form an alliance and hunt down Lin Fei Kid together. I agree. This Marquis also agrees. Lin Fei Kid is the biggest villain. He must be killed. They had all been robbed. If they didn't vent this anger, they would never be able to feel at ease for the rest of their lives, let alone an ant. Map? Lin Fei shook off the people behind him and increased his speed, robbing them one by one. Unfortunately, he couldn't kill them. It was a pity. Chapter 841. A map. Lin Fei got a map. After robbing a dozen storage rings, Lin Fei checked them all. When he checked the last ring, he found this animal skin map. If it was an ordinary map, Lin Fei would not be so interested. However, this map had a long history and recorded the situation of the 9U mystery realm. Let me see what's recorded on the map. Lin Fei remembered that this map was robbed from a noble young man. At that time, the other party refused to give it to him. After crazily attacking for a while, he took it. He did not dare to take out the map to look at it. When the freezing wind blew, the map would not be left behind. He opened the map with his divine sense. There were dense lines on it. It was very rough. He could barely tell that this map was left behind in a hurry. Level 9 area, Level 8 area, and this is Level 5 area. Lin Fei looked at it. After a while, he finally understood most of it. This map stops at the Level 5 area. Lin Fei thought to himself, with this Level 5 area map, it will save us a lot of trouble. Lin Fei continued to look. There were many red dots on the map. Without looking, he knew that there should be treasures in those locations. Starting from Level 7 area, the number of red dots began to increase. It extended all the way to Level 5 area. The red dots are treasures. It's a pity that there are no specific markings. Lin Fei frowned. Let me see if there are any treasures in Level 8 area. After looking at it carefully, there were 2 red dots in Level 8 area. To verify whether it's real or not, I have to make a trip there. Whether this map was real or not had to be verified. The best way to verify it was to go to the location of the red dots. Lin Fei did not want to be blinded. If a noble disciple had a map, so did another genius. This meant that he was one step behind. In an instant he made a decision. If I go in this direction, it's not far away. It won't take long. Lin Fei began to walk in that direction, step by step, carrying the freezing wind. Hua hua hua. As Lin Fei continued to move forward, the freezing wind became even stronger. Lin Fei had almost turned into a snowman. If it weren't for the heaven and earth divine flames continuously blocking the freezing wind, he would have died long ago. It should be this position. Lin Fei stood on the snowy ground. Numerous ice mountains were sparkling and translucent, like a beautiful work of art. If it wasn't for the abominable freezing power and freezing wind, this place could be considered a good place. But now it had become a dangerous place. Open for me. Lin Fei smashed his fist into the ice mountain. His 200 dragon strength only left a dent. So hard. 200 dragon strength was already very terrifying, and now it was able to take one of his attacks. These icebergs are too hard, my power is too scattered. Lin Fei pondered. The red dot is in this area, I need to find a high position. The words on the map were rough, but Lin Fei could vaguely recognize them. Breaking the surface with a single point. Lin Fei burst out with 50 times his strength and smashed into the ice mountain. His divine sense took the opportunity to enter, trying to see how big the damage was. Lin Fei was stunned by what he saw. Hualala! Hualala! 10,000 dragon strength burst out and broke the ice mountain. Large pieces of ice flew down and smashed into the snowy ground, as if there was a huge earthquake. Without the cover of the ice mountain, there was a huge sculpture inside. It was at least 100 zhong in size, and it was a unicorn that was sealed in ice. This is actually a unicorn, an extinct existence in ancient times. Even with the ice armor, I can still feel the ancient aura. Lin Fei didn't expect that there would be a unicorn inside the ice mountain, emitting a terrifying ancient aura. Although a long time had passed, the unicorn's flesh hadn't rotted and had been preserved until now. Lin Fei checked with his divine sense and immediately saw that the words below contained the aura of a great emperor. Lucky brat. This is an ancient unicorn that has been sealed in ice for 10,000 years without rotting. This was a unicorn that had been killed by a great emperor and left here as a treasure. Unfortunately, no one had seen through it, and even if they did, it would be very difficult to break it open. An ancient unicorn, if refined into a god power pill, it will definitely increase my strength by a lot, right? Lin Fei had eaten chaos demonic beasts before, but he had never eaten an ancient god power pill. Someone was even more anxious than Lin Fei. Hairball was drooling and almost grinding her teeth as she stared at the ancient unicorn. Foodie, can you digest it? Hairball nodded seriously and told Lin Fei a piece of news. Eating this ancient unicorn would allow her to completely evolve. Lin Fei hesitated, but in the end, he decided to let Hairball eat the ancient unicorn. Perhaps she really could evolve. Hairyball flew up like a wisp of smoke. Unaffected by the freezing wind, it opened its mouth and used its supreme divine ability to devour the ancient one-horned beast. The ancient pressure vanished without a trace. Good fellow, she ate it in one bite. Furball, who had flown back once more, revealed a sleepy expression. Lin Fei stored Hairball in his pet space. It seemed that Hairball would need a long time to digest. Once she was done, there might be a huge change. There are a total of 2 red dots in the 8th rank area. Could it be that there's also a frozen giant beast? Lin Fei was really glad that he had gone to rob others and obtained such a map. The first red dot was an ancient unicorn that was sealed in ice. Without stopping to rest, Lin Fei refined the origin immortal stone while heading for the second red dot. It wasn't too far away. Unfortunately, the second red dot was a wasted trip. There was no treasure at all. It should have been taken away by someone else. Lin Fei wasn't too disappointed. At the very least, this proved that the origin of this map was extraordinary. Now it had benefited him for nothing. After investigating the situation, Lin Fei headed for the 7th rank area. Facing the cold wind, his god-demon body had unknowingly improved a little. Although it was very small, it had at least grown. During this time, Lin Fei found some healing herbs in the ice mountain area. This could be considered a decent harvest. For better or for worse, he had made some gains. Lin Fei spent half a day in the 7th rank area. His mental strength was greatly exhausted, but he still managed to pass through. Finally, there's no more damned cold wind and cold wind. Emerging from the vast white world, Lin Fei saw a large number of ancient buildings in front of him. They were surrounded by tall mountains, black and mysterious. There was no end in sight. This is the 7th rank area? Lin Fei could vaguely sense a dangerous aura lurking in these buildings and the towering mountains. Is this what the 7th rank area looks like? In this quiet environment, Lin Fei was on guard. Ding! Just as he took a step, Lin Fei felt a chill on his back. He dodged to the side and saw a cold light, like a ray of light in the dark night, shooting past his cheek. This is saber intent. It contains an ancient aura. Lin Fei wiped his cheek and found some blood on his finger. He couldn't help but be shocked. A wisp of sword intent had broken through his defenses? If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been injured. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, the sword intent in Lin Fei's body suddenly stirred, as if it wanted to fight the world. Ancient saber intent. It must be ancient saber intent. Lin Fei was alarmed. Since ancient times, sabers and swords had always been enemies. When a saber user met a swordsman, there would be a huge battle. Sometimes there would be a saber user roaming the world, and sometimes there would be a swordsman who could suppress a saber user. Ever since he had cultivated the sword intent, he had never seen the sword intent stir. Lin Fei immediately suspected that there was an ancient saber intent in this large group of buildings, which was why the sword intent had stirred up. Looks like I have to be careful. Lin Fei released his divine sense and carefully checked the surroundings. Whoosh! Whoosh! Damn it! Lin Fei was already very careful. He didn't expect that there would be an ancient saber intent in the buildings, which could destroy his divine sense with a single slash. The 7th rank area had an ancient saber intent. Lin Fei suspected that a certain great emperor had used a special method to collect this place, forming an ancient saber intent forbidden area. Lin Fei circulated his god-demon body and walked into this group of buildings. Not long after he walked, the ancient saber intent flew out like a specter in the darkness. One wouldn't know where it would come from. Even a strand of ancient saber intent was terrifyingly strong, able to pierce through strong existences. Lin Fei relied on his god-demon body and didn't have it easy either. The ancient saber intent was incomparably tyrannical. One slash could decide life and death, attacking both the physical body and the mind. The group of buildings was huge. As Xiao Chun walked on the empty street, he occasionally saw long sabers stabbed into the ground or on the buildings. They were ancient, and filled with an ancient aura. The more Lin Fei looked, the more shocked he was. This was clearly an ancient saber sect. They cultivated an incomparably tyrannical saber technique, which surpassed the various saber intents of today. The saber intents of today looked tyrannical, but in reality they lacked a foundation. One slash would definitely kill. They lacked a deterrent force, a feeling of lacking momentum. Lin Fei paid attention to the ancient saber intents as he silently comprehended them. Tyrannical saber arena? Unknowingly, Lin Fei had already entered the center of the group of buildings. He raised his head and saw a divine saber in front of him. It contained a tyrannical aura, so oppressive that it was terrifying. There's someone. Lin Fei focused his eyes and saw a few figures rushing towards the divine saber. His curiosity was immediately piqued. Plus, this was a path that he had to pass through, so he naturally had to take a look. This gully? What a tyrannical saber intent! In front of the divine saber statue, a saber mark spread out. The huge pressure was like the birth of an ancient saber emperor, killing thousands of existences with one slash. Undefeatable. This arena was extraordinary. Lin Fei rushed in, but he couldn't see anyone. It was as if no one had entered before. However, Lin Fei found 10 passages, and 4 of them were open. Could it be that 4 people have entered? Lin Fei didn't rush in. After observing the surroundings, he finally saw something. It turned out that this passage was called the Trial Passage. There would be saber puppets inside. They had tyrannical attacks. As long as one could reach the end, they would be able to obtain the trial rewards. No wonder they were so fast. They knew about the existence of the Trial Passage long ago. Chapter 842. After arriving at the ancient saber sect, Lin Fei had to make a trip there for the chance of obtaining top-grade materials. Lin Fei focused and calmed himself. He chose a passageway and strode in. The passage was dark and emitted a cold aura. It turned into a wind blade that continuously slashed at him. Before it even reached him, the sword intent collided with the saber intent, causing a loud explosion. Looks like a lot of people died here. The passage was formed by piling up stones, and was imbued with the ancient saber intent. At this time there were many corpses left on the ground. These corpses were deathly pale and contained a trace of saber intent. It looked like they died from the challenger. Just as Lin Fei was calming himself down, the ancient saber intent blew in front of him. A few hundred feet away, it turned into a black-clothed man. The ancient saber intent cut through the void. Ancient saber intent transformed into a man? Lin Fei was shocked. Just this method alone was very impressive. Kill. Without waiting for Lin Fei to make a move, The black-clothed man slashed with a saber in one hand. The huge passage was filled with saber intent, sealing off the path ahead. The strength of a heaven immortal. Lin Fei's heart stirred as he pounced forward. With a slap of his left hand, he shattered the heaven immortal saber intent. His invincible sword intent slashed out and killed the black-clothed man. This ancient saber sect is amazing. A black-clothed man with the strength of a heaven immortal can display such domineering saber intent. Although the previous slash was nothing to Lin Fei, this saber intent was not simple. It contained a domineering aura of destruction. Heaven immortal saber intent. Profound immortal saber intent. Golden immortal saber intent. Lin Fei relied on his god-fiend body to rush to the front of the golden immortal saber intent. This saber intent displayed an ancient saber intent, rising sun slash. This was a very domineering blade technique. It was very domineering. Lin Fei had to get close to the blade man to smash him into pieces. Secret manual? After killing the golden immortal saber intent, a secret manual dropped. Lin Fei was shocked. Rising sun slash? Ancient saber intent. Seeing the name on the secret manual, Lin Fei was truly shocked. How could there be a saber technique manual for killing a golden immortal saber user? Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. Unfortunately, this is an ancient saber technique. It's not an ancient sword technique. If it was an ancient sword technique, Lin Fei would like it very much, but an ancient saber technique was much worse. In any case, the ancient saber technique was valuable, so it would not be wrong to keep it first. After taking a few steps, Lin Fei stopped in his tracks. Ding! Discovered ancient saber art, rising sun slash. Do you want to proceed with the conversion? When this news came out, Lin Fei stopped. After checking, he was overjoyed. Ha, that's great. I almost forgot that the system has this function. Lin Fei remembered that the leveling system could convert skills and pay a certain amount of points. Convert. The ancient saber art rising sun slash has been transformed into an ancient sword art. Please wait a moment. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the ancient sword technique, rising sun slash. Do you wish to learn it immediately? Lin Fei replied without hesitation. Right away. Ding. Successfully learned the ancient sword art. In Lin Fei's mind, the path of the ancient sword art rising sun slash appeared, as well as the variations of the moves. Good, finally an ancient sword art. Under such circumstances, having encountered an ancient sword art, Lin Fei was naturally overjoyed, especially after witnessing the power of this saber art. This sword art was a domineering sword art. When using it, one had to integrate the domineering aura of the saber art. Ordinary people might not be able to do it, but to Lin Fei it was not a problem. A divine sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand. With a stab, the sword chi was vast and mighty. Thousands of suns shot out, illuminating the cold passageway. With this ancient sword art, I have another powerful long-range attack. Lin Fei was elated. If I can get a few more ancient sword arts, that would be perfect. Continue forward. Before long, another ancient saber man appeared. This time, when the ancient saber man appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped. At a glance, it was as if it did not exist. It was illusory, making it hard for people to pinpoint its location. Laura. Lin Fei's expression turned serious. An ancient saber man from a golden celestial. Slash. The ancient saber man took a step forward and slashed with his saber. There was no saber light, but a dangerous aura filled the air. Pung. A saber slashed out from the void, turning into hundreds of sabers that slashed at Lin Fei's body, sending him flying. Refraction. This is refraction. Lin Fei's face darkened. After hundreds of slashes, even his god-devil body was injured. This ancient saber man was too terrifying. The moment he attacked, his saber art could be folded, making it hard for people to defend. Here it comes again. The ancient saber man slashed again. Rising sun slash. The moment Lin Fei attacked, the sun filled the sky. He used his movement technique and suddenly rushed at the ancient saber man. This ancient saber man was very terrifying. It looked weak, but in fact it was extremely tyrannical. Executing an ancient sword art, sword chi and saber chi exploded continuously in the wide passageway, leaving countless scars on the stone walls. It was a sight that made one's scalp go numb. This saber intent is at least 80, maybe even 90. Lin Fei rushed in front of the ancient saber man. Sovereign's Majesty. When he got close, Lin Fei unleashed the might of an emperor. Vast amounts of divinity shot out as an unparalleled emperor stepped out, bringing with it the pressure of mountains and rivers of 10,000 li dai. Lin Fei slammed his right palm on the ancient saber man's head, and the sovereign's majesty came crashing down. The saber light protection shattered, and the ancient saber man broke apart. Facing the ancient saber man head-on, Lin Fei consumed too much energy, so he could only use close combat. Another secret manual? The ancient saber man exploded, leaving a secret manual on the ground. Hanging saber art. One saber refraction. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This ancient saber art had a strange angle, and more importantly, it was impossible to capture. It was very tricky. If not for the protection of the god-demon body, he would have been injured by this saber. Lin Fei immediately changed the ancient saber art. Soon he would have the second ancient sword art. This ancient saber art still has the possibility of being captured when I attack. If I integrate the wind intent, it might become really strange and tricky. Lin Fei had integrated the wind intent, and it wasn't too difficult to integrate it into the ancient sword art. An hour later he completely mastered it. Ancient sword art, one sword refraction. This sword was invisible and colorless, and it could be called a secret killing technique. Even when Lin Fei released his divine sense, he couldn't capture it. Contained the law of space. If the sword intent can be improved, it might be even better. 7 points of sword intent was considered powerful, but compared to the ancient saber intent, it was still lacking a lot. The moment he attacked, it was shattered into pieces by the ancient saber intent. After defeating 3 ancient saber men in a row, Lin Fei was no longer disappointed when facing the next ancient saber man. An ancient saber man at the Celestial King realm was truly terrifying. Inexorably Lin Fei stepped out, wanting to challenge an Celestial King Saberman to see how powerful he was. Chapter 843. Ancient Saber Sovereign. Lin Fei really wanted to see how powerful this Saber Sovereign was. As for why, for some reason, the unwillingness of the sword intent kept surging up, causing Lin Fei to hesitate for a long time before he decided to meet the Ancient Saber Sovereign. His sword intent was known to be undefeatable, and could kill all states. Saber intent and sword intent had been enemies since ancient times. Ever since he came to the ancient saber sect, the undefeatable sword intent seemed to have met its match and had to fight. Lin Fei finally made up his mind. Meet. I must meet. PFFF. 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 Suddenly, an altar appeared in front of the tunnel. White bones were scattered all over the place, and there was a bloody aura in the air. Might. Saber Sovereign Might. Before he got close, the saber intent formed a kingdom, emitting a dangerous and horrifying aura. Someone died here. Lin Fei previously thought that he was the first person to enter this tunnel, at least for a period of time. However, at this moment, he saw 2 halves of a corpse that was split in half by a saber. There was still a tyrannical saber intent lingering in the wounds. Someone had died here in advance. Lin Fei did not recognize this person, but from his face, he could tell that this person had died very unwillingly. There were a lot of things scattered around them. Hey, this is... Lin Fei had stopped long ago. When he saw the corpse, he saw many rocks on the ground. These black rocks were the size of a fist and had a cold glow to them. If they were ordinary rocks, it would be fine. However, the dead person was still holding onto a rock. Aside from the unwillingness in his eyes, there was also a look of reluctance. His eyes were looking at the rock in his hand. Concept. This rock was filled with the aura of a concept. Lin Fei's mouth was agape. Although he did not use his spiritual sense to check, he could clearly feel the concept in it with his undefeatable sword intent. How can there be a concept stone? Lin Fei could not imagine this discovery. Could it be that the person inside died because of the concept stone? Lin Fei felt his heart beating faster. If it is really a concept stone, wouldn't it be very useful to me? Comprehending a concept was extremely difficult. It could be said that there was a huge difference between not comprehending a concept and comprehending a concept. The increase in combat power was too great. An intent realm master could disregard anyone who wasn't an intent realm master. They didn't even need to use the power of law to kill their opponents. Lin Fei did not lose his mind and rush in. Instead, he observed the area carefully. However, he could not find any trace of the ancient Saber King. It was as if he did not exist. But this altar was filled with a mysterious and dangerous aura. Lin Fei hesitated. The stones on the ground must be intent stones. They must have been infused into them by an ancient almighty, said Lin Fei. If I can obtain them, my combat strength will greatly increase. Let's fight. The opportunity was right in front of him, and Lin Fei did not want to miss it. If worst comes to worst, I'll just use the great emperor's will. Lin Fei threw caution to the wind. Seeing a good thing, not going to fish it up wasn't Lin Fei's style. Apart from this, Glory Academy, Thunderclap Academy, and Black Tortoise Academy's experts all had their eyes on him. If he didn't increase his strength, could it be that he would be hunted down? Lin Fei couldn't afford to lose face like this. God-fiend body. Lin Fei transformed into a giant and charged in with large strides. Kill! 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 A supreme might turned into a saber light sweeping through the air. Hundreds of saber lights chopped out, and an unparalleled giant appeared above the altar. Its emotionless and cold eyes pierced through everything, making Lin Fei's hair stand on end. I'll block it, I'll block it. Lin Fei summoned his sword intent and transformed it into a storm that enveloped him, attempting to divert the force. At the same time, he grabbed the nearest stone. The ancient Saber King's saber truly lived up to its name. The huge sword intent storm shattered with a loud bang. It could not block the ancient Saber King's saber, and was completely turned into dust, no longer existing. The saber landed on Lin Fei's body. Ka. When the saber landed on his body, the God-fiend body was covered in cracks. His entire body flew out and slammed into the rock wall. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood contained the supreme saber intent. Terrifying, what a terrifying ancient saber intent. A single saber strike broke 70% of my sword intent and injured my God-fiend body. Lin Fei revealed a horrified expression as he looked at the cracks on his chest. He had completely underestimated the ancient Saber King's saber strike. I understand now. This place is actually the ancient Saber King. He has fused with it. As long as I enter, I will be struck by the ancient Saber King's attack. In that instant he came to a realization. Swish. Swish. The ancient Saber King's saber technique was ordinary, and had reached the state of returning to its natural state. It was a straightforward saber strike. It was very simple, but it contained the will of a king and could not be blasphemed. Lin Fei circulated his immortal power and tried to dodge. However, he could not dodge that saber strike. Another saber landed on his body. Thousands of saber intents rushed into his body, wanting to destroy everything. Trapped, trapped, trapped. The heaven and earth divine fire in his body kept circulating, trapping the traces of ancient saber intent and slowly refining it. Bang! 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 On the sacrificial altar, saber radiance slashed out continuously. In just a short period of time, Lin Fei had suffered an unknown number of slashes. There were wounds all over his body, and the remnant ancient saber intent could not be erased in a short period of time. This won't do. If this goes on, I'll really die. Lin Fei was shocked to discover that ever since he entered, he had been suppressed in place by the ancient saber sovereign. He had not moved at all, remaining within the range of the ancient saber sovereign's attacks. The ancient saber sovereign's saber intent is too domineering. If not for my God-fiend body, I would have died many times over. Lin Fei thought to himself, if this continues, my God-fiend body will collapse. It contains too much ancient saber intent, and my recovery speed is constantly slowing down. If this continues, I will expend too much immortal power. Heaven and earth smelt. Absorb and refine. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and took out the heaven and earth smelt, wanting to refine these ancient saber wills. He did not believe that the ancient saber sovereign could continuously activate the ancient saber intent. However much comes, this daddy will refine. A huge volcano appeared above Lin Fei's head, and a huge black whirlpool formed a vacuum around Lin Fei. The strands of ancient saber intent were sucked into the heaven and earth smelt. When the ancient saber intent arrived at the heaven and earth smelt, it tried to break out of the seal and bombarded the furnace continuously. Lin Fei drove the heaven and earth smelt, turning it into a huge millstone and crushing the ancient saber intent. I am the ancient saber sovereign. Whoever dares to refine and blaspheme me will be killed. The ancient saber intent in the heaven and earth smelt emitted a supreme might, like an overlord had descended. What is the ancient saber sovereign? Refined for this daddy. He had even seen a deity before, what more an ancient saber sovereign? This won't do. The ancient saber intent contains a will. I actually can't refine it. After refining it, Lin Fei's heart sank. He could not refine the ancient saber intent immediately. He had to block it continuously, and it exhausted too much energy. Sovereign's might suppress for this daddy. Helpless, Lin Fei activated the sovereign's might. He did not believe that he could not increase the pressure. A sovereign appeared in the heaven and earth smelt. This was the light of divinity like a deity. With this suppression, the king's will contained in the ancient saber intent suppressed it on the spot. After refining the first strand of ancient saber intent, Lin Fei was shocked to discover that there was an ancient aura on his body. It was an extremely tyrannical aura. This is an ancient state? It seems to lack the tyranny of the saber intent? Is this an elemental state? Lin Fei did not know why, but such a thought popped up in his mind. I wonder what will happen if I infuse this trace of ancient aura into my sword intent? Seeing this elemental ancient aura, a strange thought popped up in Lin Fei's mind. Should I try to fuse it? The moment this thought appeared, it could not be stopped. Fuse for this daddy. Lin Fei forcefully sent the ancient aura into the sword intent and observed it carefully to see if he could fuse it. If he could, his sword intent would become sharper and become an ancient sword intent. When the ancient aura and the sword intent met, it exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. They actually became friends and took the initiative to fuse together. It was as if they had not seen each other for many years, and there was no sign of rejection. F***ck, this is godly. A trace of sword intent appeared on Lin Fei's palm. At this moment, the sword intent contained the ancient aura, and it was tyrannical and sharp. Ha ha, this is great. My sword intent can become an ancient sword intent. Lin Fei checked it up and down and finally confirmed that he had the ancient sword intent. The moment the sword intent appeared, an ancient aura spread out. Continue refining for this daddy. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged and continuously refined the ancient saber intent. The suppression of the sovereign's might made the ancient saber intent easy to refine. At this time, he could not help but rejoice that he had the divine radiance in his body, which could suppress all intents. So what if he was a king? In front of an emperor or a god, he was still an insignificant existence. In reality, Lin Fei had encountered a great opportunity. It wasn't that no one had refined ancient saber intent before, but which of them didn't go through a lot of training before they could refine a trace of it? Lin Fei had the heaven and earth furnace and had the advantage. Apart from that, the sovereigns might suppress the king intents. With the relationship between a king and a subject, the pressure was much lighter after refining it. This was a great opportunity that belonged to Lin Fei. A trace of non-elemental intent. 2 traces, 3 traces, the ancient saber intents were refined one after another, and Lin Fei fused them together. The ancient sword intent's aura started to spread out in the surroundings like needles, giving off a terrifying might. After fusing countless traces of the ancient intent, the original 7-point sword intent seemed to have been reborn and broke through to 8-point. Who would have thought that after fusing the ancient intent, my sword intent would also successfully reach 8-point? The difference between 7-point sword intent and 8-point sword intent was too huge. Continue refining for this daddy. I want to cultivate my sword intent to the completion stage. Lin Fei roared and continued to refine it crazily. Half a day later, the 8-point sword intent broke through again, successfully reaching 9-point. The ancient saber intent was originally filled with fear, but now the ancient sword intent was unleashed. A single spark could start a prairie fire, and it started to fight against the ancient saber intent. Chapter 844. Poo pew pew. Poo pew pew. In the dark passage, the ancient saber will filled the air, tearing the void. At this time at the end of the passage, there was a constant roar. containing the aura of the ancient saber will and the ancient sword will, constantly blowing out, shooting on the rock walls, leaving spots. If anyone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Outside an altar, a huge black sword will storm kept rotating, blocking the ancient saber will. The sword chi kept breaking, but after a while it recovered. This was a huge storm of sword intent. As it spun, it blocked all the attacks. In the center of the storm, a young man sat cross-legged, his body shooting out ancient sword chi. Sword lotuses bloomed in the void, the work of the gods, vivid and pleasing to the eye. If a true expert of the sword Tao saw the black sword lotus, they would definitely be shocked. The sword lotus contained an ancient aura, and it was only the size of a fist, yet it contained boundless might. Once it exploded, it could instantly kill golden immortals, and even golden immortals of the golden overarching immortal realms wouldn't dare underestimate it. Breakthrough. Suddenly, the young man in the storm roared. Pa 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 pa, the sword lotuses broke one by one. A huge volcano appeared in the sky above the altar, the endless vortex shrouding it, as if it was going to swallow it. Hua hua hua, the divine fire of heaven and earth descended, burning the huge altar. The buildings on the altar exploded one by one, flying all over the sky. After the sacrificial altar exploded, numerous god sabers appeared one after another. There were so many of them that it was impossible to see them clearly. The heaven and earth smelt opened its mouth and swallowed. A boundless might descended and sucked all the god sabers into the heaven and earth smelt. The young man in the storm had a solemn expression, sweat beading on his forehead, and he kept frowning. This action lasted for a long time. Ha ha, it's finally done. Sword will as one. The great completion of the ancient sword will. The ancient sword will soared into the sky. The sword lotuses danced, blooming in the sky, as if it had become a sea of flowers. Ft, ft, ft. The remaining ancient saber will fled, constantly exploding into pieces by the sword lotuses, completely disappearing without a trace. The originally rampaging ancient saber will lost everything, leaving only the ancient sword will, condensed and sharp, cutting the endless void. Finally done. The young man opened his eyes and the volcano disappeared. When the young man opened his eyes, there was sword intent in his eyes. With a single shot it tore through the void. Astral energy whistled, but it was instantly minced into pieces by the sword will. The ancient sword will is truly domineering. Now with just a thought or a single action, the ancient sword will shoot out and instantly kill everyone. This person was Lin Fei, who had been continuously refining the ancient saber intent. One day, a whole day, Lin Fei's sword intent had gone through a perfect transformation, reaching the true 10-point sword intent, which was equivalent to the consummate sword intent. 7-point sword intent and 10 points ancient sword intent. The difference is really huge. With a thought from Lin Fei, a sword lotus appeared in front of him. It was vivid and lifelike. I can kill a golden immortal with just this sword lotus. Lin Fei was in a very good mood now that his sword intent had achieved a great breakthrough. Return. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the nearest rock. So it's the blank concept. Taking a look with his divine sense, he found that it contained an ancient aura, but its attributes were blank. Good stuff. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. With this kind of attributeless stone, he could fuse his concept and advance from an ordinary concept to the ancient immortal concept. I'm rich. Without a word, Lin Fei collected the stones on the ground. There were a total of 38 stones, all of which had an ancient aura and no attributes. Someone from the Herb King Mountain? Apart from the attributeless stones, Lin Fei also collected a storage ring, which belonged to the corpse on the ground. After checking it, he found a piece of identification from the Herb King Mountain. Although it was useless, Lin Fei put it away first. The storage ring of this person from the Herb King Mountain was filled with all kinds of pills and herbs, and it looked very valuable. Divine Beast Tomb? Very soon, Lin Fei found another map. It was a map of the level 5 area and there were annotations on it. Divine Beast Tomb? Could it be the place where a god beast died? Lin Fei guessed. Or is there something good inside? On the body of an Herb King Mountain disciple, Lin Fei found a mark on the map, proving that this place wasn't ordinary. But at this time his goal was the land of primal chaos. He wasn't too interested in the god beast tomb. If it wasn't related to him, then he really wasn't interested. Just as he was about to put it away, he inadvertently saw a corner of the map that seemed a bit familiar. This place. After Lin Fei became an immortal, he would have an impression of anything his divine sense swept past. He immediately noticed that the top corner of the map had a familiar feeling. Isn't this the land of primal chaos? Lin Fei couldn't help but cry out. He quickly took out the single essence heavy water map and began to compare. With this comparison, his furrowed brows relaxed. I didn't think my luck would be so good. So this grade 5 region is the land of primal chaos. After comparing, Lin Fei finally came to a conclusion. The land of primal chaos marked on the single essence heavy water map was in fact the grade 5 region. In order to avoid any accidents, Lin Fei calmed his heart and began to compare again. Although he was already certain in his heart, after checking several times, he finally confirmed it. The grade 5 region was the land of primal chaos. Great. I really didn't waste any effort. Under comparison, the mountains and rivers were almost exactly the same. The God Beast tomb was one of the locations in the land of primal chaos. Lin Fei had been worried that he wouldn't be able to find the land of primal chaos. Either that or it was in an area with a high degree of danger. Even with the demon god body, Lin Fei still felt his scalp tingle. After figuring out the land of primal chaos, Lin Fei finally relaxed. I've made a huge harvest and am satisfied. I can leave now. Lin Fei didn't intend to continue. If he continued, he would become a heavenly emperor, and that wasn't something he could withstand. He had suppressed the ancient saber sovereign with the might of an emperor. At the level of a heavenly emperor, perhaps even the might of an emperor wouldn't be able to suppress it. Lin Fei decided to leave. It's sealed. Lin Fei turned around and prepared to leave. Behind him was a void, and he couldn't find the path. Even his spiritual sense couldn't see through it. Lin Fei's face sank. Damn, it can't be, right? At this moment, the passageway was a vast and boundless void. It was like he was on a road in the void. Lin Fei frowned. Was this forcing him to meet a heavenly emperor? The ancient saber sovereign's saber nearly broke through his defense. A saber strike from a heavenly emperor? Lin Fei didn't dare to guarantee that, even if he had an extremely ancient sword intent, he probably wouldn't be able to block this saber strike. To go or not to go? This became a dilemma. Chapter 845. A dark tunnel. Lin Fei walked very slowly, one step at a time. It's so quiet. The tunnel was very long. Lin Fei walked for quite some time after walking from the altar, and the surroundings were filled with a stifling aura. Strange. The saber intent was nowhere to be seen, as if it had disappeared. Only a strange stifling aura was left, and there was nothing else. Lin Fei became even more restless. The tunnel was unusually calm, and under the stifling aura was naturally not ordinary. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of the tunnel. Is this the end? Lin Fei started to be on guard. The ancient Saber King was scary enough, not to mention an immortal emperor. He had to be on guard. He didn't want to be stabbed, and that feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. After pausing for a moment, Lin Fei walked towards the end of the tunnel. Under the gentle light, Lin Fei actually appeared on a green grassland. The smell of grass rushed towards him, and it was very surreal. Lin Fei looked around and saw that he was on a grassland. The gentle sunlight fell on him, and the spring flowers bloomed. He didn't feel a trace of danger. Damn, this is... Lin Fei suspected that he had walked into the wrong place. Why do I suddenly have the urge to sleep? The next moment, Lin Fei actually yawned and felt sleepy. He was about to fall asleep. The weather is so good, it would be a pity if I don't sleep, Lin Fei said to himself, and wanted to sit down and lie on the grassland. This was a thought that never occurred to him before. Lin Fei swayed, and was ready to lie down and enjoy this carefree and stress-free life. This wind is quite comfortable. At this time a gust of wind blew, and it carried a lazy aura. Wake up! Just as Lin Fei was immersed in it, the primordial spirit in the depths of his sea of consciousness opened its eyes, and the ancient sword intent destroyed everything. What happened to me just now? Lin Fei woke up abruptly with a look of fear on his face. In the next moment, the might of a god emperor descended upon the world, The supreme deities descended upon the world. The radiance of divinity shone brightly. The smell of grass and the gentle sunlight receded. The light suddenly dimmed as the ancient saber intent blew. The grass beneath his feet had turned into a floorboard, revealing its true appearance. A towering tower with mountains of white bones appeared in front of Lin Fei. Illusion, that was an illusion just now. Lin Fei was shocked. An illusory realm that could cause one to unknowingly fall into it was truly too terrifying. If not for the warning from my primordial spirit, I might have really been lost in there. This was the most powerful illusion Lin Fei had ever seen. He was almost consigned to eternal damnation. That comfortable feeling almost made him forget what he was going to do. He just wanted to have a good sleep. Boom, 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 the heaven-reaching pagoda slashed out 3 times in a row, each of them imbued with the might of a great emperor. They locked onto Lin Fei's body, rendering him immobile. No matter what kind of power he used, he felt like he wasn't himself anymore. The gap is indeed huge. When facing the ancient Saber King, he could still move a little. But when facing these 3 slashes, he couldn't move at all. It was a situation of certain death. Before the saber light arrived, Lin Fei was already drenched in blood. Blood flowed continuously from his body, turning him into a bloody man. An immortal emperor's attack was so terrifying. Lin Fei had already expected this situation. Under this kind of power that could destroy heaven and earth, anyone would be killed by an immortal emperor. This saber intent contained a destructive aura. If he died, he wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Godly Emperor's Majesty, Sword of the Gods. At this crucial moment, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He took out the godly Emperor's might. A heavenly god appeared out of nowhere, its divine light illuminating the earth. The saber light was suppressed out of nowhere. Fortunately, it was suppressed. No matter how powerful an immortal emperor was, it was not as powerful as a god. Lin Fei was about to attack. The 3 saber lights contained the supreme will of an immortal emperor. One could vaguely see a phantom standing on top of the saber light. But at this moment, facing the light of a god, it actually suppressed out of nowhere and shattered one by one, truly vanishing into thin air. So powerful? The heavenly god used the light of a god to silently break the 3 saber strikes of an immortal emperor. Lin Fei's heart was hoping to suppress it. He used the ancient sword intent to break most of the power and forcefully resist the remaining half. But the result was unexpected. The heaven-reaching pagoda quietened down. It was as if the ancient saber intent had disappeared. Congratulations, challenger. You have successfully passed the level. Lin Fei was stunned. Damn, I succeeded? This level, Lin Fei knew that he was lucky. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pass the level. The attack of an immortal emperor was too terrifying. 3 saber strikes could end one's life. This kind of test was truly terrifying. Whoosh, with a sound like water, the heaven-reaching pagoda split into 2. A door appeared leading to the outside world. Lin Fei withdrew the godly emperor's might and walked towards the door. He was excited. He had passed this level. What good things would be waiting for him? Treasure Pavilion. Lin Fei thought that the door would be something, but in the end, a tall pagoda appeared in front of him. In front of this tall pagoda, there were 3 words, Treasure Pavilion. When Lin Fei saw this name, he was extremely excited. This ancient saber sect was truly amazing. There was actually such a good place. He used his spiritual sense to check it out. This seemed to be a treasure pavilion in the space, created by a powerhouse. Challenger, you are the 14527 successful challenger. You can enter the top floor and choose 3 treasures. The same voice as before sounded again. Immediately, a ray of light shone down. It seemed that an array had been activated. When he opened his eyes again, he appeared in a simple and unadorned hall. This was a circular hall. Lin Fei stood in the middle of the hall. With a cursory look, Lin Fei understood the situation. The hall was a circle, and there were many stone doors. On the stone doors there were words carved, such as elixir, immortal armor, divine weapon, and so on. Lin Fei thought for a while and chose to enter the stone door of the divine weapon. Elixir was useless to him. It was better to exchange it for an immortal weapon. Although he had an emperor-grade right hand, this was Lin Fei's ultimate move. He would not use it easily. Moreover, his sword intent had become the primordial sword intent. He needed to find a primordial divine weapon to execute the primordial sword art perfectly. Pushing the stone door open. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the stone door was pushed open, various kinds of primordial auras rushed toward him. No, it should be a crushing aura. Lin Fei saw many true spirits. They moved up and down the stone house. Facing the crushing aura, Lin Fei's heart moved. A sky full of sword lotuses bloomed in front of him and shattered the primordial aura. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Although the primordial aura was powerful, it was not as powerful as the crushing power of the primordial sword intent. In just a moment, the primordial aura was torn into pieces and disappeared. Lin Fei's attack had completely shattered the ancient aura that was assaulting his face into pieces, causing it to vanish into nothingness. The true spirits disappeared in a puff of smoke. Lin Fei knew about the true spirits. When he saw the primordial true spirits, he knew that he had encountered a great opportunity. I didn't expect the primordial divine weapons to have true spirits and become living creatures. Lin Fei thought. The Nine Nether Secret Realm is really a good place. Lin Fei walked in with large strides. A stone throne appeared in front of him. There was a divine weapon on the throne. Although the primordial divine weapon had been around for a long time, it still could not destroy the primordial divine weapon. Primordial divine weapon. All of them are primordial divine weapons. Lin Fei saw a huge bronze hammer in front of him. It was brilliant gold and gave off the feeling of Mount Tai pressing down on him. Primordial bronze hammer, weighing 1,000,000 kilograms. It can split mountains and kill people. It comes from the primordial giant race. Separation hook, the pain of separation, the meaning of separation. When this hook is used, Ghost Gate Saber, from the primordial heavenly ghost race. It contains the Ghost Gate world. On the stone throne, the divine weapons were described one by one. They were all extraordinary items that contained a will. They were extraordinary, causing Lin Fei's eyes to be dazzled. Lin Fei's target was the primordial divine sword. He was not too interested in the other primordial divine weapons. The key was to make full use of them. As for the rest, he would just treat it as a learning experience. Heavenly Wolf Sword, Primordial Divine Sword. Sealing the Primordial Heavenly Wolf. Human Sovereign Sword, Primordial Divine Sword. It is a primordial divine sword and contains the aura of the primordial emperor. There were also many primordial divine swords. Every primordial divine sword was different and could be considered as a top-grade treasure. The celestial swords that Lin Fei had obtained before paled in comparison to this primordial divine sword. The difference was too great. They were not even on the same level. Lin Fei took a deep breath to calm himself down. I want a primordial divine sword that suits me the best. Lin Fei was not in a hurry when it came to choosing a primordial divine sword. He was very calm. This kind of thing could not be rushed. This won't do. This won't do either. It doesn't suit me. Looking left and right, Lin Fei really could not find a primordial divine sword that suited him. This is... Suddenly Lin Fei caught a glimpse of a primordial divine sword in the corner. Compared to the surrounding primordial divine swords, it was obviously a level lower. It was like sand in a pearl, dull and colorless. Lin Fei still walked over. Damn, this is a sword? After seeing this primordial divine sword, Lin Fei almost suspected it. It looked like a stone and was very thick. Ruling sword? Seeing this name, he could not help but be stunned. Its reputation was very domineering, but compared to those primordial divine swords, it was not small. When facing those primordial divine weapons, Lin Fei could feel that they seemed to be alive. But when facing ruling sword, it was like facing a dead object. Lin Fei could not help but be surprised. It was too ordinary. Lin Fei looked at the annotation above. Ruling sword weighs 2.5 million pounds. It can become a ruling sword. Can judge all things. It can become a ruling sword. Seeing the annotation above, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This ruling sword actually weighs 2.5 million pounds. It's like a mountain. The other primordial divine weapons weighed no more than 1,000,000 pounds. But this primordial divine sword weighed an astonishing 2.5 million pounds. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Was this still a sword? In addition, ruling sword could also become a ruling sword. Damn, isn't this ruling sword a big stick? Chapter 846. I like it. I like it so much. Lin Fei fell in love with it immediately. Ever since he achieved great success in his divine power, Lin Fei had always felt that he lacked a suitable weapon. The Judgment Sword was not only suitable in terms of weight. A divine weapon could turn into an ancient divine sword or a big iron rod. There was no more suitable divine weapon than this. I'll grab it. Lin Fei grabbed the Judgment Sword, but he couldn't pick it up on the first try. Rise! After a loud shout, he activated his divine power and the Judgment Sword was finally in his hand. He drew a sword flower in the air and cut through the void, revealing an ancient sharp aura. Good stuff. With its sharpness, it was almost a first-class divine weapon. It was a piece of cake for him. Judgment Staff. The original ancient divine sword lost its sharp aura and in the blink of an eye, it became a big black iron rod, revealing an incomparably heavy aura. Perfect. It really is perfect. Lin Fei was full of joy. After dancing up and down, he was very satisfied with the divine weapon. This ancient divine weapon was almost tailor-made for him. It could become an ancient divine sword or an ancient heavy weapon, and it was the most suitable for Lin Fei. Just think about it, what was originally an ancient divine sword would instantly transform into a judgment staff. It was absolutely unimaginable. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a divine weapon that could change. After putting away the ancient divine weapon, Lin Fei tried to take other divine weapons. Unfortunately, there was a layer of power attached to them, which should be the power of a seal, preventing people from breaking it. Lin Fei wasn't greedy and turned around to leave. The first ancient divine weapon was chosen. The second choice Lin Fei was also simple. He chose a cultivation technique. He didn't lack sword techniques, but he lacked a close-range attack technique. He believed that this place would have it, especially since he had just obtained an ancient divine weapon. One long-range attack, one close-range attack, so a cultivation technique was a must. The cultivation technique stone room was almost the same as before, storing many ancient cultivation techniques. After some searching, Lin Fei finally found a cultivation technique that was suitable for him. Ancient Divine Skill, 18 Mat Demon Techniques. This was a hammer technique. Moreover, it was a very tyrannical urging technique. There was actually no difference between the hammer and the judgment staff. After all, the weight of the judgment staff was no less than the hammer, so it could be used. This was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Perhaps only someone like Lin Fei could think of using the judgment staff like a hammer. Haha. It's another ancient activation technique that requires divine power. The heavens are really on my side. After learning this hammer technique, Lin Fei knew that he had made the right choice. It turned out that this hammer technique was actually almost the same as Lin Fei's fist technique. Both of them required supreme divine power to be unleashed. I like this method. The 18 demon sealing techniques had a total of 18 styles. It was not as fancy as the ancient sword techniques. In truth, it was the simplest and most violent fighting style. Lin Fei hardly needed to learn. This activation art was a true close-range attack. When one arrived in front of them, it would be like a blow to the head. What it emphasized was simple violence. No matter what existence it would be smashed to pieces and smashed to death. It was truly easy to understand. More importantly, this activation art was also an explosion of divine power. Lin Fei could almost imagine that this hammer technique might have been created by the ancient gods and demons. First style 30 times explosion. Second style 60 times explosion. Third style 120 times explosion. Fourth style 240 times explosion. Fifth style 480 times explosion. Just as mentioned, this cultivation technique was very simple, very violent, and very bloody. Every level of strength could be unleashed continuously. Compared to the fist technique that Lin Fei had learned, the explosive power was much stronger. It was a true close-range attack. My current strength is 200 dragon strength. I can temporarily unleash 50 times my strength with the fist technique. But this ancient cultivation technique is even more terrifying. Just the second style can unleash 60 times attack. This is really awesome. Lin Fei immediately checked the corresponding requirements. First style 30 times explosion. Divine power must reach 50 dragons. Second style 60 times explosion. Divine power must reach 150 dragons. Third style 120 times explosion. Divine power must reach 300 dragons. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This cultivation technique's attack power was terrifying and the requirements were not low. Other than me, no one else is able to cultivate this cultivation technique. Lin Fei thought. Looks like I can use the second style 60 times explosion. If I put in a bit more effort, I can use the third style. Just the second style attack. Lin Fei could unleash 12,000 dragon strength with the judgment staff. The most important thing was that it did not consume any celestial power. Although the world exterminating fist technique was awesome, it required celestial power. After a long time, even Lin Fei would not be able to bear it. But this cultivation technique was different. It was pure physical strength and did not require any consumption. Great, 12,000 dragon strength. Lousy will exhaust him to death. Lin Fei smiled. Long-range and close-range attacks could finally work together. The second item was chosen. Starting on the third item, Lin Fei really did not know how to choose this treasure. Lin Fei decided to take a good look at it before deciding how to choose. He had the divine weapon, the cultivation technique. What about the rest? There's a teleportation circle? Suddenly, Lin Fei saw a stone door in the corner. On it, the word teleportation was written. It was as if he had found a treasure. Lin Fei was very surprised that there would be a teleportation circle in this place. Teleportation circle it is. It was expected that there would be a teleportation circle in the treasure pavilion. Lin Fei realized that this was an opportunity and he might be able to save a lot of time. Decisively, Lin Fei chose the teleportation circle. I didn't expect that there would be a teleportation circle in the treasure pavilion. After entering, Lin Fei saw 5 teleportation circles. They were emitting an ancient aura and looked like ancient teleportation circles. After checking, he confirmed that the teleportation circles could be used. This was great news for Lin Fei. The situation that he was most worried about did not happen. The only thing that Lin Fei was worried about was that the teleportation circles would not work. That would be a waste of an opportunity. Luckily, that did not happen. Great! There's a teleportation circle that can send me to the level 5 zone. After checking them one by one, Lin Fei found that some of the teleportation formations were teleported out of the 9 secluded secret realm, and some were teleported to other areas. What a lucky guy. Lin Fei was sure that the land of chaos was in the level 5 zone. He could use the teleportation circle in the level 5 zone. This time it was really worth it. Not only did his sword and tent become ancient, he also obtained a divine weapon, a close-range cultivation technique, and a level 5 teleportation circle. How could Lin Fei not be happy? When I'm stronger in the future, I must come back again. As for the treasures in the treasure pavilion, Lin Fei could not forget them. It was a pity that he was not strong enough to take them all away. Chapter 847. Level 5 Zone. This was a place with a chain of mountains. Towering mountains that pierced through the clouds were like giant gods that stood between heaven and earth. From time to time, a group of monsters of chaos flew across the sky, exuding a dangerous aura. It was as if they were patrolling the sky. If an unknown creature appeared, they would attack in groups, not allowing outsiders to invade. In the mountains there were also countless monsters of chaos. They were cunning and wandering in the forest. If one was not careful, one would be attacked. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, several figures leaped out from the side of a large river in front of them. Hurry up, that thing can't run far. Now let's see who is lucky enough to catch this holy grass. The people who leaped out of the forest all looked tired, but their eyes were beating with excitement, as if they were chasing something. They appeared quickly and left just as quickly. They chased along the great river without stopping at all. Catch it! It's here! In the forest in the distance, voices kept ringing, unable to conceal the excitement. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous voices tore through the air and rushed to catch up to him. In the forest in front of them, there was a black swamp. It was not large, about 1,000 miles in radius, and the smell of decay kept rushing. At this moment, 10 odd people appeared in the periphery of the swamp. They looked at the black swamp with fear and hesitation. This was especially so when they saw the fiery red existence on the black swamp. They could not suppress the excitement in their hearts. You go in. A golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven descended, the sun and the moon behind him, deducing the changes of time, so that the surrounding flowers and plants grew wildly, pointing at the golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven. Why should I go in? The golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven was on guard. This swamp belonged to the level 5 zone, and the danger was unknown. How could he be willing to go in? Because I am stronger than you. Boom, boom, 2 pillars of law suddenly appeared behind him, and a huge power of law locked on the golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven. No, I will kill you right now. The golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven gave in. This was the power of 2 powers of law, and he only had one. He was not a match at all. He flew in reluctantly, testing carefully. Roar! At the bottom of the swamp, mud flew up and a huge monster rushed up from below. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the perfected golden immortal before diving back into the mud. A perfected golden celestial was gone just like that. The people in the periphery sucked in a breath of cold air. The level 5 area was indeed terrifying. Although they had expected it, it was still unacceptable for them to eat a great firmament golden immortal in one bite. You go. The perfected golden immortal from before stretched out his hand and pointed at another person. I'm not going, I'm not going. That person turned around and fled. That scene just now was terrifying. The great firmament golden immortal ate them just like that, not giving them any time to react. Courting death. In the void, a huge vine lashed out, and the perfected golden immortal was sent flying. The power of laws in his body was shattered, and he wasn't a match for a single move. Voila! The law vine swept up the perfected golden immortal, and threw him into the swamp to observe him again. I don't want to die. Puff! Below the swamp, a scarlet tongue stretched out, rolled up the person and dragged him into the swamp. In a flash, a perfected golden immortal was killed. If they still had the idea before, at this moment their hearts turned cold. How could they get their hands on it? The treasure was right in front of them, but they couldn't go in. It was really confusing. Who knew what kind of chaotic beasts were hiding in this swamp? Every one of them gave them a headache. The perfected golden immortal was powerful, but in front of them it was really nothing. One bite was enough to kill them, and they didn't even have the strength to struggle. Damn it! I'm just one step away from catching the ancient water spirit grass. The Builderwood Immortal's face was ferocious. He had tested it twice in a row. It could be seen that chaotic beasts were everywhere, and a little carelessness would lead to death. On the land of the swamp, the thing that existed in the water was the ancient water spirit grass. It had already taken shape. Once this holy grass was refined, it would be easy to cultivate the concept of water and reach level 10. In the outside world, this kind of heaven-defying holy grass had long been extinct. They found it in the level 5 zone and chased it all the way here. But in the end, chaotic beasts blocked their way, making it difficult for them to move. At this moment, a ray of light fell. A figure appeared out of thin air. Who? The Builderwood Immortal said sternly. His hands were not slow, and the law of vines swarmed out. In an instant, the person was surrounded by an inescapable net. Damn it! Lin Fei cursed in his heart. He was trapped as soon as he appeared. What kind of situation was this? I know this person. He is the invincible King Lin Fei of the Holy Heaven Academy. This kid is really lucky to come to the level 5 zone. It seems that he came by the teleportation array. Someone in the crowd recognized him. What do you want? Lin Fei said in a deep voice. He did not struggle, but observed the situation first. Invincible King Lin Fei? The Builderwood Immortal repeated and pointed. I don't care who you are. Go in and bring me the ancient water spiritual grass immediately. He activated the law of vines and threw Lin Fei in. Humph, what bullsh *T invincible king. Before Lin Fei could figure out the situation, he flew above the swamp. His heart jumped, and a dangerous aura shrouded him. Damn it, danger. Under the swamp, a long scarlet tongue shot out. The tongue was covered with eyeballs, which made one's scalp go numb and soul tremble. Damn chaotic beasts. Lin Fei had fought with chaotic beasts for 4 years. He was very familiar with their aura. Ancient water spiritual grass? He scanned with his divine senses and found the ancient water spiritual grass. A water-like existence was shivering, curled up on the land of the swamp. Good stuff. Lin Fei, who was in danger, punched the long tongue. With the force of the tongue, he shot out towards the ancient water spiritual grass. Lin Fei understood that they were afraid of the chaos demonic beast and wanted to send him to his death. No matter if he could get the ancient water spiritual herb or not, he would still die. Roar! After repelling the unknown chaotic beast, a bloody mouth rushed up and bit at Lin Fei's lower body. It was very vicious. Crack! The chaotic beast was too fast. It bit Lin Fei's lower body and sparks flew. It could not bite. Get lost. Lin Fei's godfiend body was not that easy to bite. This punch landed on the beast's mouth, and the huge force sent the chaotic beast back into the swamp. Come here. After escaping, Lin Fei grabbed with his big hand. With the godfiend's method, the ancient water spiritual grass fell into Lin Fei's hand and moved up and down. What a pure aura! With the ancient water spiritual grass in his hand, Lin Fei was shocked. It was purer than ever. Brat, give me the ancient water spiritual grass. The wood-building deity revealed a happy expression. This guy from the Holy Heaven Academy was really capable to catch the ancient water spiritual grass. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. The rest of the people showed pity in their eyes. Facing an expert with the law of two, the people from the Holy Heaven Academy had no hope. Don't kill me, I will give it to you. The wood-building deity laughed. Come out. An invincible king? The wood-building deity took it to heart. He was an expert with the law of two. Killing the opponent was as simple as killing an ant. Lin Fei flew out of the swamp. For some reason, the two chaotic beasts did not appear. The wood-building deity revealed a happy expression. The ancient water spiritual grass was finally his. With this treasure, his strength could go up another level. Awesome, really awesome. Brat, get over here. Without waiting for the wood-building deity to make a move, the rest of the people could not hold it in any longer, and made their moves to snatch the primordial water spiritual herb. In their eyes, a Xian immortal would be killed first. Damn it, I knew you would do this. All of you go to hell. Facing the siege of the crowd, Lin Fei cursed on the spot and wanted to kill them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei's body burst out. Thousands of ancient sword intents turned into ancient sword intents, covering the void and rushing to them and exploding. The ancient sword intents tore their defenses apart. Puff, puff, puff. They spat out a mouthful of blood and revealed a horrified expression. Ancient sword intents. 10-point sword intents. Lin Fei did not care about their expressions. Daring to besiege him, they were courting death. They could not blame anyone. Ancient sword technique, rising sun slash. The sky was filled with multicolored light. The ancient sword will contained within it was a supreme ancient sword will. The multicolored light pierced through them from head to toe, turning them into beehives. One by one, they fell from the sky without any signs of life. Bastard, you shouted so happily just now. Do it again if you can. The wood-building deity's armor was covered with dense ancient sword intents. The corner of his mouth was full of blood, and he could not erase the destruction of the ancient sword intents for a while. Lin Fei had already arrived in front of him. The demon god's hand expanded and slapped the wood-building deity to the ground with one palm. The armor on his body shattered. Who the hell are you? The wood-building deity shouted. With a wave of his hand, vines filled the sky and covered the sun. He retreated rapidly, his face full of horror. How could a guy from the Holy Heaven Academy be so strong? Especially his ancient sword intents, which had reached 100%. The ancient sword intents also contained the ancient destructive aura. No one dared to underestimate him. I'm Lin Fei from the Holy Heaven Academy. Lin Fei did not want to talk nonsense. The demon god's hand struck out again. This time the Emperor Grade right hand was fully activated. With a destructive power, the vines in the sky exploded and the wood-building deity was sent flying. Run, run, run. The wood-building deity shouted in his heart. This Lin Fei was too abnormal. Crack, crack, crack. Chapter 848. What's the point of doing this? Lin Fei shook his head. It wasn't that he wanted to kill them. They were the ones who were courting death. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some abilities, he would have been dead by now. These people had to be killed. After killing them, Lin Fei looted their storage rings. There were many good things in them, especially since they had barged in from the outside. Ancient water spirit grass. After refining it, one can cultivate the intent of water? Lin Fei finally found the explanation in the storage ring of the Jianmu deity. He knew the use of the ancient water spirit grass. It was to comprehend the intent of water. Now that I have the ancient sword intent, I will keep the intent of water for now. Lin Fei found a jade bottle and kept the ancient water spirit grass, so that it wouldn't cause any damage. Land of Chaos, here I come. He opened the map, intending to head straight for the Land of Chaos in search of the first Yuan heavy water. From the map, the location wasn't too far away. There was enough time. There was no need to worry about time. An hour after Lin Fei left, a figure appeared at the scene. The murderous aura was overwhelming. I smell the aura of the ancient water spirit grass. The person was dressed in a black cloak. Demonic aura rippled and turned into a giant skull. The skull radiated cold light as though it was going to devour all living beings. Ancient sword intent. Such domineering swordplay. The person's eyes revealed a bloodthirsty aura. With just one look he saw through the key point. However, unlike the others, he didn't reveal a look of fear. On the contrary, he licked his lips excitedly as though he was eyeing his prey. I like strong people. This person sniffed and left in the direction that Lin Fei had left, leaving behind a sinister laughter that could make one shudder involuntarily. Lin Fei used his movement skills to avoid the chaos beasts. These chaos beasts were ferocious. More importantly, they lived in groups and were hard to deal with. Of course, along the way there would be some chaos beasts that would rush out and swallow people. In the end, they would become Lin Fei's food. He refined them into god power pills to increase his own god power. The Land of Chaos was getting closer and closer. Who is it? After crossing a tall mountain, Lin Fei appeared in a valley. He could not help but stop in his tracks. Hee hee. A sinister laugh could be heard from the darkness. Then a black-clothed man walked out from the darkness. His bloodthirsty eyes were fixed on Lin Fan. Not bad, not bad. I've finally met a powerful opponent. Lin Fei frowned. Who are you? Lin Fei sensed an extraordinary aura from the other party. The killing intent from the other party was no weaker than his own, especially since the other party could follow him all the way here. Ha ha ha, who am I? The black-clothed man raised his head and laughed. Listen well, I am the genius of the demon race, Tu Lai. You will be my 35th prey. You're from the Devil Clan. After Lin Fei joined the Holy Heaven Academy, he had heard of the demon race time and again. They were a group of bloodthirsty people who were sinister and ruthless. In order to cultivate the demonic arts, they had killed countless people. Everyone had the right to punish them. Something's wrong. Lin Fei remembered that the demon race didn't have any academies. However, many disciples of the 4 academies had already died in the hands of the demon race. He scared now? Tu Lai laughed. You humans are all cowards. Remember, you pee in your pants just by hearing the name. You're simply trash. Scared? Why should I be scared? Lin Fei was fearless. Is it because you're from the demon race? Good, you're stronger than others. It's satisfying to kill. Tu Lai's eyes flickered with bloodthirsty aura. I'll slowly suck your blood dry. Heavenly Devil Fist. Tu Lai moved, punching out with his fist in midair. Demonic chi rippled as a gigantic black skull opened its mouth to bite at Lin Fei. A sinister wind howled, and everything within its range perished. Just from this fist technique, Lin Fei knew that this demon was a genius. The deathly aura was overwhelming, trying to drown him. Ancient sword technique, rising sun slash. Lin Fei used his finger as a sword. Multicolored light reappeared, purifying all living beings. The ancient sword energy tore apart the deathly aura. The oppressive aura was no longer suppressed, and the multicolored light shattered the skull. With just one sword, Lin Fei had broken it. If you're only this strong, then your demon race's genius title is an exaggeration. Lin Fei shook his head. You have some skill. Tu Lai laughed. You're much stronger than those academies. They're all trash. You're qualified to see the supreme demon race's divine might. Heavenly Devil Transformation. Tu Lai shouted. His body grew several zhang tall, exuding a strong demonic aura. 2 long horns sprouted from his head. and a pair of wings sprouted from his back. His body exploded one by one, filled with explosive power. Heavenly Devil aura rushed towards Lin Fei. This is our demon race's true form. I'll dig out your heart soon, After the transformation, Tu Lai was like a demon in the night. He was more than 100 times stronger than before. Heavenly Devil Claw. Tu Lai flapped his wings. The void was defenseless, and his speed reached the limit. He was like a real shadow. In an instant he appeared in front of Lin Fei, and his supreme claw landed on Lin Fei's chest. Let me see what kind of heart you have. Tu Lai seemed to be able to see that powerful heart. It must be very appetizing, as well as the human's expression of fear. When Tu Lai was about to dig, his expression froze. His sure-kill claw landed on Lin Fei's chest, leaving white spots. The demon chi couldn't rush in. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. A huge hand descended from the sky, grabbing at Tu Lai and covering him. You can't kill me. The heavenly demon race was best at speed. No one could compete with them in speed. Human. No. Swish, a long sword pierced through Tu Lai's forehead, leaving a bloody hole. Idiot, who said I was going to catch you? Tu Lai watched as his head flew into the air. The human race is indeed shameless. The heavenly demon race didn't cultivate their primordial spirits, only their physical bodies. Once their physical bodies were gone, it meant that they were completely dead. You know that I have the ancient sword intent, but you still dare to approach me. If you're not an idiot, what are you? Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had to admit that the demon race's genius was very strong, especially with his speed. Anyone with a weak physical body would be killed in a second. Lin Fei seemed to know how the 30 or so people from before died. 36. After searching the other party's body, Lin Fei obtained a lot of things, all of which seemed to be plundered. Apart from that, there was also a token with the number 36. Could it be that this person is rank 36?